Brian, welcome. Thank you for the having your daughter sign up. That was very cool of you. Thank you very much. So, and I see the room's filling up fast. That's good. I'm glad to see that. God. One of the worst days ever, I gotta tell you. Oh my God. Nothing is working tonight. Nothing. I can't get anything to work tonight. That's why I'm late. I couldn't get anything. OBS wouldn't boot up. My YouTube wouldn't boot up. My TV wouldn't boot up. Raptor Cam won't boot up. Nothing's working tonight. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. God, I don't know what the hell is going on tonight. But nothing's working. Oh my God. I'm about ready to pull my hair out. I just cannot believe nothing is working tonight. Oh God. Unbelievable. Okay, well there's Raptor Cam is on, but I don't think it's going to stay live. Yeah, it already froze up. So that's not working. I don't know what's going on tonight, guys. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. I can't even begin to tell you how upset I am that nothing is working tonight. Nothing. So let me see if I can do it. Give me a couple minutes. Talk amongst yourselves. That's why I got started. So you guys... I'm going to try to fix some of this stuff so I can at least do something tonight, because right now I can't do a damn thing. So, give me a couple minutes. Just talk amongst yourselves. I'll be right back. Alright guys, I guess I'm just going to have to bring the laptop close so I can see what read your chats, because I haven't got anything working tonight. Alright guys. So I'm back. Let me catch up on the chats. See where we're at here. Okay, Victor, are you coming from a company Christmas party or are you leaving to go to one? YouTube killed Kenny. They're trying. I'll tell you right now, they're definitely trying. Let's see here. I'll catch you all up on a minute. Let me just get caught up with you, and then I'll catch you up with me. Oh. Stop skipping ahead. I can't read that fast. So I take it Victor finished his AL-37. I gotta tell you, Victor, that's a damn unique paint scheme. You're never going to see another one of those anywhere. It's not like you're going to show up to any airplane meet anywhere and somebody else is going to have that scheme on that plane. That is original, for sure. Very cool, too, by the way. What's this? Terror. My dragon decided to mail it into yesterday. Yeah, I think Josh is right. I think my show does better when I'm not on it. You guys are chatting it up like crazy and I'm not even here. So that's pretty good. No, we're not going 9 hours tonight. Only because it's cold out here. I got my heaters on. I got my sweatshirt on. But it's a little chilly out here. I don't have my phone on me either. Nothing. Yeah, and just nothing's working. I think it's in the 50s again. It's going to go down to the low 50s probably, maybe the high 40s. Not whether I want to do a marathon run on, I don't think. We'll see. You never say never. You just never know. The heaters are working nicely, so I got good heat down here, so we'll see. Okay, so it looks like I'm caught up. So, hi guys. 17 in the room, 8 likes. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. So, so let's start off with the good, the bad, and the ugly. The good news is I hit 1,000 subscribers. Brian Chambers had his daughter sign up to be number 1,000, and then I've gotten 3 more since then, so I'm at 1,003. I think I actually lost a couple. I think somebody unsubscribed, trying to keep me from being 1,000. I don't know. Who knows? Coincidentally, though. So I'm at 1,000, but I am not at the watch hours. I am at 3,489 watch hours. I need 4,000 watch hours. So I'm still not viable to YouTube, but close. I don't know how we're going to get 600 hours, 550 hours roughly, 520, whatever, hours. You guys going to have to live on YouTube watching my stuff. I don't know what else. I mean, you know, okay, so if there's 20 in the room tonight and we go for 7 hours, that's, you know, that would help, you know, but I don't know. I mean, it's just, so the video should have started down in the link below. It should have my PayPal information. I've been trying to sign on to Patreon for over an hour. It keeps sending me a verification email, and then I go to the verification email and hit verify, and then it takes me back. It opens a new page and takes me right back to the beginning again, and it wants me to answer all the questions again, and then the last thing it says is send an email. I go back to the email, click verify, and it starts it over, and I'm just in this vicious circle right now. It will not sign my Patreon page up. I don't know why. I don't know if there's something wrong. I don't know what. You know, I'm following all the cues. They wanted me to use either Google or Facebook. I used Facebook, and it just will not sign me up. I have no idea why. This is probably a little loud for you guys because it's a speaker, so I'm going to turn it down just a little bit. Probably blaring you guys. So I turned it down a little bit. That should be better. But yeah, so so the Patreon thing's not working. And then I come out here to fire up everything. The computer wouldn't boot. It booted, but it wouldn't boot correctly, so I had to restart it. Then I tried to boot up OBS, and that didn't boot correctly, so then I had to shut it down and reboot the computer again. And then I got it to start, but then it wouldn't connect to YouTube. It kept giving me the circle of death. It wouldn't connect. So it finally connected, and we're here, finally. And what's this? Bledsoe? My goofy butt got 40-something off on 2-hour stream. What does that mean? What the hell does that mean? My goofy butt got 40-something off. Bledsoe, I don't know what that means. So anyway, and then I'm trying to get Raftercam to work, and it wouldn't even come on at first. I kept rebooting it. I unplugged it, restarted it, rebooted OBS again. It wouldn't come on. Finally, it's on, but now it's freezing. So, but it's on, but it keeps freezing. So I can't get it to stay live. Again, I don't know what's going on tonight, but nothing's working right tonight. Okay, so we're live. It's working at the very second. Let's see if it'll stay working. We'll go here, and we'll translate there. And hey, it is working right now anyway. I don't know if it's going to stay working, but it's working right now, so it's live. Hey, Raftercam. Okay, so, oh, and it just froze. Well, it's a good picture, though. At least that's not a bad freeze frame, anyway. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh my God! How? 40 hours of watch time. Oh, 40 hours of watch time. I gotcha. Well, if you got 40 people, 1 hour, that's 40 hours. You know. So, or 10 people in 4 hours is 40 hours. So either any way you slice it. What was smooth at your end? The rafter cam? Yeah, it was smooth for a minute, but now it froze. So we'll go back to it. Is it moving for you guys? Because I've got a frozen picture here. So hi there. So I don't know if it's working or not, but it's not working at my end. It says it's frozen. So, but if it's working, let me know. Tech gremlins. Yeah, Shadow, that's what's going on tonight. The tech gremlins are just killing me. My TV isn't coming on. I have a brand new bulb in a box. I can't find the box. Came from Amazon. Never even opened it. I knew what it was. Set it aside, and now I can't find the box. Because it literally take me 2 minutes to put the bulb in the television so that I wouldn't have to have the laptop right here. I could have it back there so I could show you something, because now everything's going to be like totally in your face. Well, that's good in partly, but yeah, screenshot. Yeah, that's what I got on the rafter cam. Man, I had so much cool stuff to show you guys tonight. I'm going to go back in the house in a minute here. I got to go get two things. A couple of cool things. And then I'm going to update you on the plane. And then we're going to touch on when Dave gets in here. We're going to touch on some of the stuff he was talking about on his show. And then we're going to talk about some of the stuff that Josh was talking about on his show. And then what else? I have a lot planned. I have my I am drinking vitamin water tonight. You guys have Circle K's by you? You know, the Mega Pop for 79 cents. I mean, you just can't beat that. That's a screaming deal. What is it, 44 ounces or 52 ounces, something like that, for 79 cents. So yeah, and they have full throttle on that thing. They have all the Cokes and Pepsis and Mountain Dews, and then they have vitamin water and zero. What is that called? Zero something. Powerade. You can get everything on the drink fountain, you know, for 79 cents. So it's pretty cool. So I've been drinking vitamin water for a few days. These 12-hour days at the auto parts have been killing me. Cut my hair tonight. It was a quickie, but I've been cutting my own hair for 45 years. You know, I used to go to the barber and they point you at the mirror. They show you exactly what they're doing. So I go home and sit in front of my mirror and I do the same thing he does. I've been cutting my own hair. I did all my own. I've got some photos I could show you. If you go to my Facebook page, there's I could go. No, let's let's see if this works. Nothing else is working tonight, but we'll give this a shot. What the hell? Oh my God! What a night! Terrible night. Yeah, things are just not working tonight very well at all. Very surprised. A little upset. No, that's not accurate. I'm very upset. So my ex is turning the house upside down, trying to find that damn box. So we'll see if that happens. But Oh, that's lovely. What the hell is this? Jesus. Oh my God. It is just not my night. It is just not my night. Wow. So I turned the sound down. Is that better? Who went out of business 20 years ago in Idaho? Hey, farmer man. I'm glad you're here. Oh, that's awesome, dude. Your video already hit 1,000 views. That's fantastic. That was awesome. You just greased that landing perfect. That was beautiful. Man, I don't know how cold it was out there, but God, it looked cold just watching the video. So that's really cool. So, hey Jackson, Shadow, Bledsoe, Paul, hello everybody. Just so you know, I'm seeing all your hellos. I try to respond to them, but sometimes the flow just doesn't at the moment. So, but I appreciate all you guys here. Thank you so much. We hit the 1,000. So that's all you guys. That's not me. That's all you. You guys did that. I can't thank you enough. I don't think you guys have a Patreon button to push yet, though, because I didn't hit 4,000 hours. I thought it was 4,000 views. They want 4,000 hours of viewing. Oh my God. I'm surprised I'm at 30. I'm at 3489, I think, which surprises the hell out of me that I've got almost 3,500 hours of viewing, but that's what the analytics say, you know, so I have to go with that. But oh, Circle K went out of business? Really? No shit. Oh man, they're thriving here. They're putting one up on every corner. The one, the parts store I work at is right up the street here. It's been there for like, I think 7 years now. It's not right on the corner. It's next to the corner. The corner was a Walgreens. Walgreens, so it's County Line Road, which means, for you guys that know what that means, is that Pasco County is on the south side of the road and Hernando County is on the north side of the road. So Walgreens moved from the southeast corner of County Line to the northwest corner because the property taxes and everything are cheaper in Hernando County than Pasco County. So they moved themselves across the street, catty corner. So they tore the Walgreens down and they put up a brand new Circle K. And when I say brand new, I mean like within 6 months ago, roughly, they put that in. Maybe a year. It's coming up on a year, I think. So, yeah, their Circle K's are thriving here. So they went out of business in Idaho. That's crazy. I don't know how the hell they did that. But anyway, so yeah. Motion's going nuts. Tanks. Yeah, I saw that. I haven't gone and looked at them yet. Maybe I'll try to do that while we're talking tonight. I saw the big tank thing. I got an email, but I hadn't actually gone to the page yet to look at. The tanks. So what kind of price are we talking on these tanks? Are they expensive? Are they affordable? Are they the $85 truck that you can get from Tower Hobbies? What are they? Man, I got so much stuff to show you guys tonight. It's going to be. I thought I was going to be prepared. I was trying to get set up early. I brought the plane out here, which got damaged because it fell off the table. So it's already got rash on it. It hasn't even been flown. I haven't even finished putting it together. It's got hanger rash all over it. Yeah, just like I said, nothing has gone right tonight. Nothing. It's been a horrible night for the chat. I don't know why. Yeah, see, here we go. So that we're back to this again. So this isn't working either. I'm trying to go... I have an old car domain page for you guys that aren't car guys. It used to be a really popular site. I don't think it's as popular anymore. It might be. Maybe it's just me. I'm not sure. But they keep changing it. And I spend a lot... Yeah, see, all I'm getting is... I can't get to anything. It's just bringing up the page... View page data. Like, you know, like I'm... and it says it's not secure. So this is not a secured... Well, that's not good. Why is this unsecured? Is my live stream secured? Yeah, that is. So this is not. So let's close that window completely. And we'll open another window. Try that. Crazy night. Absolutely crazy. And it's windy as shit. It's cold. I think this heater shut off. I don't know why it shut off. Because it popped the breaker, maybe. So that's not working now. Yeah, the heater's not working. Something's going on. It's if I turn the heat up, it shuts off. So I don't know what's going on with that. It must be a short in the heating element, possibly. I don't know. Still not secured. Okay, well, we're not going to fart around on that site because it's unsecured. So I don't know what's going on with that either. Wow, what a crappy night. God, I'm telling you. It's all right. We'll make do. Yeah, we have speedways here too. They're everywhere. There's a speedway right across the street from the Circle K on the corner. So when I go into work, I either go to Speedway in the morning if I have time and get a couple sandwiches and a drink there and come across the street to work, or I go to Circle K next door. And Air Marshal, you're here. Glad you're here. Couple things I want to talk to you about. We'll get to that in a little bit. So, Photon, did you bought a tank already? Pilot Ryan, did you buy a tank yet? I haven't gone and looked at the tanks yet. I haven't had time. But you know, I love tanks, so if they're cheap enough, I'd probably end up buying one. Let's see what else. All right, so oh yeah, doing the pink, yeah, okay, yeah. I have the other heater's working. This one's all right. I don't know why that one stopped. It's on right now, it says, but it's not. I don't know what it's doing. It's not doing much of anything. Yeah, I don't know what it's doing. It's not doing anything. So, what else we got here? No tanks for you, Ryan? Not yet? Or not at all? You're not going to do a tank, or you just haven't done one yet? Yes. Alright, so now you guys have me curious. I'm going to go look at the tanks. Let me go to motion and take a look at the tanks. Yeah, I've been wanting to do it anyway. Might as well do it now. What the hell? If this computer's going to let me do that. I don't know what's going on with this thing tonight. I've never had it bring up an unsecure website before, but my car domain site was unsecured. I have no idea why. So motion's coming up. It's secured. So that's good. Live stream's secured. So, okay, airplanes, helicopters, vehicles. I think it used to say cars and trucks, didn't it? Now it says vehicles, because we have to include tanks. Yeah. Oh, and we have construction equipment, too. Hey, anybody buy a backhoe or a front-end loader? Because we have those, too, now. I have one of those. I have a radio control front-end loader. I bought it a long time ago. Long time ago. I had it. The first thing I bought was, it was wired. It had a very long wire, but it was wired. The front end loader and a dump truck. And then they came out with the radio control version of the loader, so I bought that. So I actually have 2 loaders and 1 dump truck. Okay, so the tanks are 169. Okay, this isn't bad. Ready to run. Okay, that's not bad. Yeah, 149. New coming soon. Everything's coming soon. But yeah, these are prices I could go. I could buy a tank. Yeah. Oh, I'm sure I'm going to end up with at least one of these. These are some pretty cool tanks. Oh my God, there's 2 pages of them. Holy crap. But they all seem to be right at, you know, they're under $300, but most of them, or a good bit of them, are in the $150, $60 range. So, you know, or less. So that's cool. 1/16 scale. Well, that's pretty big, considering how big a tank is. You know, that's still going to be 1/10 car size. So, yeah, that's a good sized tank. That's cool. Yeah, all right. So I don't know who's going to be the first one to get a tank, but I can guarantee you, at these prices, I'll definitely be getting a tank. For sure, I can find something on here in my price range that I'll be more than happy to play with. So it'll be in the $150 range, not the $279 for the German King Tiger. But yeah, I'll definitely be getting one of these tanks. Looks like they're all 1/16 scale, from what I'm seeing here. Yeah, very cool. That's very cool. Yep. I can promise you I'll end up with a tank. I don't know when. It won't be right away, but I'll definitely get a tank. I love tanks. I had a um, well, I still have it somewhere. A battery-powered tank, but it doesn't do anything. I mean, you just turn it on and it runs over everything. And because it's got tracks and everything, it goes over everything. I mean, it's pretty cool. But you can't drive it. You can't steer it. It just you turn it loose and it's real slow, but it's very cool. It's packed away somewhere, but it was about this big, about that long, maybe that wide, and very detailed. You know, yeah, I used to play with that thing all the time. It was a lot of fun. I'm sure it's packed away in all the stuff in these trailers I have here. I've got 3 trailers outside, packed full of stuff from the other house. I haven't had any chance to even open the trailer. Well, I've looked inside them to see that everything's okay. Nothing's getting wet, the roof's not leaking or anything, but yeah, no, I haven't been in there to unpack anything, so I can't get to any of my stuff. Okay, so here's some loaders and a couple of backhoes. Dump truck. Cement truck. A crane. Okay, now this is funny. A trailer, a construction trailer, ready to run. It's a trailer. It's ready to be pulled. It doesn't run. It doesn't have a. I don't think it has a motor. I mean, it's a trailer. It's a Huna TR10 10th scale construction vehicle trailer, ready to run. That's funny. Okay, so this construction stuff's pretty cool. It's a little pricey. It's more pricey than the tanks, but yeah, they got a fork truck. How much is the fork? Yeah, the fork truck's under $100. That'd be pretty cool to have, actually, especially if it'd pick anything up. So that's cool. All right, let's get back to the chat. What did I miss? How dare me? How dare me what? How dare me? What did I do, Photon? How dare me what? What did I do? Whatever I did, I'm sorry. I take it back. Whatever I did. Forklift certified Blitzo? Yeah, me too. Yeah. CDL. I can drive pretty big shit. Anything with air brakes. Yeah, this is what Farmer Man does. Yeah, he drives all this big stuff. The real stuff. So that'd be cool. You want the T90. See, I'm trying to back up because I missed some. That's not working either. I can't back up the chat. It's not. I swear to God, I don't know what the hell happened tonight, but nothing's working. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. I can't stop the chat. I can't back up the chat. I can't do a damn thing tonight. This is just nuts. I don't know what the hell is going on tonight. Okay, now I can type in the chat. Can I back up the chat now? No, I can't. I still can't back it up for some reason. I don't know what's going on. That seemed to work, I guess. Hang on, we'll find out. No? I don't think it did. Oh yeah, there it is. Okay. Um, God, what a pain in the ass. I'm telling you. I just don't know what in the world is going on tonight that nothing is working. Nothing. I didn't touch anything. I shut the chat off last Thursday. It's been sitting here untouched. I fired it all up tonight. Nothing's working. I can't get a damn thing to work tonight. Nothing. I mean nothing. Nothing's working. Yeah, Raptorcam, television, the computer, my camera, now the chat, OBS isn't working right. I go to an unsecure web page to look something up. I mean, it's just like, holy crap. I don't know what's going on. Now I'm buffering. So, that's great. I don't know what's going on there. My heater just came back on. The heater wasn't working, but now it is. Whatever reason, I don't know what was going on with that. Is it on low fan? It's on just fan. Let's put it on low heat. Okay. So we got heat again on that heater. It's just started working again. Okay, now this is getting comical. That, you know, that shit's not working and then just starts working all by itself. Okay, now I can back up the chat. For some reason, that's working again. So let me get caught up on the chat that wasn't... While I was looking at tanks, you guys were talking and I missed all that. So let me... STDs? Oh my God, what are we talking about here, Bledsoe? What did I miss? The tank has an airsoft gun built in? Oh, that's cool as shit. That's very cool. Yeah, that would be fun. That'd be fun to take to the car show and start shooting people. That'd be fun as shit. Photon, you're out. Where did you leave? Where are you going? What do you mean you're out? No, I'm not going to get cold tonight, Paul. We got the heaters running. I'm on top of it. Update on my leg. It's not healing. At least it's not healing as fast as it should. It's still... I mean, there's good blood flow to it. You know, I can walk on it. Everything's normal. But the skin's very hard. The outer skin. And it's still red. And it's... I mean, if you grab it, you know, press on it, it goes white and then pinks right back up. So there's blood flow to it and everything. It's peeling, but not like... I thought it would peel faster than this. I thought that the dead skin would peel off a lot faster than it is. So I'm a little nervous. I might have to go see a doctor. I don't know what they're going to do other than give me blood thinners, because that's what my doctor told me that's all they're going to do. But we'll see. You know, it's not... I don't know. I'm not a doctor. But I did stay at a Holiday Inn Express last night. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Not very happy that it hasn't healed. It should have healed by now. It's been a month. So I was up to 31. We're down to 28. That heater just kicked off again. I don't know what's going on with that. Tank busters. Oh. Yeah, my chat window's really screwy, so I'm not getting it all, but I'm trying to get caught up. A huge what? Elephant? Really? Yeah, Ryan, I used to work at Home Depot. Did all that too. I was the reach truck, fork truck, pallet jack instructor. I was the guy that trained everybody to run the equipment. Private Kenny? No, Dave. I really liked your show. I just want to touch on some of the things you were talking about. To help these guys maybe understand it a little more. And I was going to ask you if you would be willing to do a video, showing everybody how you reprogram it, with the dongle and hooking up to your computer and the software you're running, all that. I don't know if you'd be interested in, doing that, but I think it'd be a great show, and I think a lot of people enjoy it. So, but I just wanted to touch on what you were talking about last night with the stabilization and stuff. That's all. I'm just glad you're here because I wanted to talk to you about that. I was going to have a little fun with you tonight, but I couldn't get that to work tonight either. Like I said, nothing's working tonight, so. Yeah, it's just a bad night. I don't know. How's the P40? Well, it's not going that great. And that's another thing we're going to talk about here in a minute. Yeah, they can ultrasound my leg. Yep, that's true, Shadow. But all this stuff takes money, and I don't have any health insurance. I have no money. I have no health insurance. I signed up for the Affordable Health Care Act, but I don't make enough money to qualify for that plan. So I don't know if they're going to kick me out or not. We'll see. It doesn't go live till January anyway, so I can't use it anyway yet. And so I have no idea what they're going to charge me to do an ultrasound. I've been down this road. I had a prostate problem, was in the ER. They had to put a catheter in me because I couldn't pee, and they got 850 milliliters of pee out of me. So for you guys that don't know what that means, that's a lot of pee. That's a lot of pee. And then they wanted to charge me, God, I don't remember. It was some god-awful, $30,000 or some shit for the... And then I told them I didn't have any insurance or anything, and they knocked it down to $8,000. And then they've been hounding me for 3 years, and now they're willing to take $2,300. And that'd be wonderful if I had $2,300 to give them, but I don't. So, multi-part series. Okay, that's fine, Dave. That sounds cool. I just think, I think the guys would enjoy watching it. All right, well, so let me start with that. We'll get on that subject not that you didn't do a good job, Dave. You did, but I want to just touch on it a little more because I think maybe I can help make these guys understand a little better. So, the AS3X gyro system in these planes is, for lack of a better word, an autopilot. Okay? It stabilizes the airplane using a gyro, but it's on the receiver. It has nothing to do with the transmitter. It's part of the receiver that you can't control. Okay? Yeah, you can turn it on and off if it has that capability, the gyro you're using. but you can't adjust it or change it other than reprogram it, like Dave said. So if your gyro, if you take a receiver out of one plane and put it in another plane and the stuff's going backwards, there's only 3 ways you can fix it. You either reprogram it, like Dave was talking about, you take the servo out that's backwards and buy a reverse servo. If it's a reverse servo, you have to buy a regular servo. If it's a regular servo, you have to buy a reverse servo. Or you can buy a inline servo reverser that plugs into the receiver, in between the receiver and the servo, which takes the output from the receiver, reverses it, and then sends it to the servo. Those are the only ways to fix it. You know, reversing the channel on your radio doesn't fix the autopilot. The autopilot, you know, the stabilization is in the receiver, and your radio can't override that. You know, as far as changing it, you have to either reprogram it, servo reverse it, or change the servo. That's the only way to make it work. But it has to work right, or your plane's going to screw itself in the ground. You know, if you bank to the left and the gyro says it thinks you're banking right because that's the way it's set up, it's going to bank you harder to the left trying to correct. And it's just going to flip the plane upside down. And, you know, you can fight it, but it's going to be a fight, and I don't think you'll win. But, you know, so, but that's the difference there. Now, once you've got the servo reverser in, you know, let's just say with the servo reverser, once you put that in line from the receiver to the servo, and now the servo is correcting the correct way, the autopilot is making the servo go the correct direction. Now, if it's backwards for your radio, you can switch your input on the radio so that it goes the right way, and they will have no effect on the autopilot that's in the receiver. The receiver will still send it the way it's sending it, and you can override it. You know, just like when you're flying your apprentice in beginner mode, okay? You can steer it around, but you have limits. It won't let you roll it upside down. It won't let you dive it or make a loop. You know, it's limiting what you can do to it, and there's nothing you can do to your radio to change that other than turn it off. Okay, so that's the only thing I wanted to touch on. You guys might, if you were confused, just think of it that way. It's an autopilot that's in the receiver. It has nothing to do with the transmitter. You know, once the plane's flying on, you know, one of the stabilizations, you can set the transmitter on the ground. The plane will just fly away. I mean, it'll keep itself in the air at an altitude and just keep flying until it runs out of battery. I mean, it's, you know, that's what it's going to do. You know, most airplanes, I won't say most airplanes, but a lot of airplanes, if you don't give it some kind of stick input, eventually it's going to roll itself into the ground. It's going to bank one way or the other, either from the wind blowing it or just whatever. And it's going to, you know, eventually start into a declining turn until it hits the ground. But that's never going to happen with the gyro, because the gyro is going to make sure the plane stays airborne, just like an autopilot. You know, I don't know if you guys remember when Payne Stewart's jet crashed, but it was on autopilot for hours with everybody on board dead. You know, they had a cabin leak, depressurized at altitude. Everybody died of, you know, hypoxia and then hypothermia because the cockpit windows were frozen. When an F-16 got there and did a fly around and realized that all the windows were frozen from inside, they knew everybody on board was dead. At least they think everybody on board. I still would have, you know, I'm just always the glass half full guy, and I still think they should have put a pilot on board. They have the ability to transfer a pilot to the plane and you know, take over the plane and land it safely, and I think they should have tried that instead of just letting it run out of gas and then it fall into the desert and crash. So, but that was just a sad day. I didn't, you know, that upset me. The fact that it was Payne Stewart, and then the fact that they didn't even try to save him. They just let everybody on board die because they assumed everybody's already dead. You know, they may have been, but you don't know until you try. So So what stuff do I have to show you? Well, I got all kinds of stuff to show you tonight. I got the airplane here, so I'll start with this. So anyway, but Dave, I enjoyed your show, and if you guys had any questions about the autopilot thing, you know, the stabilization, that's the difference. That is all in the receiver that you can't adjust from your transmitter. You can turn it on and off, but if it's going the wrong way, there ain't nothing you could flip on your transmitter to fix it because it's embedded in the receiver. It has nothing to do with the transmitter. Your inputs to override it are from the transmitter, but again, if it's on, you can't override everything. It's going to limit you, you know, depending on what mode it's in. So, the servo reversers are cheap. You know, that's what I use because it's easy. They're usually between $8 and $10. There's two different ones I've seen. One just is a lead with a little computer board on it, and the other one is a Y connector. The one side is unaltered, so it's a pass-through, and the other side has the mechanism to reverse it, and it also has a potentiometer so you can adjust it as well, which is pretty cool. So those are what I use. And Dave, just so you know, you'll check this, you'll see what I mean. Everybody that uses reverse servos has servos with normal, we'll just say forward running servos, normal direction servos. The wires are orange, red, and black, okay? Or yellow, red, black, orange, yellow, whatever you want to call that color. Orange, yellow, red, and black. A reverse servo is always white, red, and black. So if you go on any of the older FMS planes and some of those, you'll see that they used to use, because they put the, like for instance on flaps, they put the flaps in this way. Okay, so normal servo and a reverse servo, because if you put a normal servo and a reverse normal servo here, they're going to work opposite, just like the ailerons do, you know. But if you put a reverse servo, now they work together. Okay, so that's how it works. Well, FMS a couple of years ago finally figured out, hey, why don't we just mount the servos like this so that they work this way? So if you go and look at a newer FMS model, Mustang, anything from FMS, and look at the flap servos, you probably never noticed it till now. The servos are mounted both in the same direction, so that the arms are on the same side, so they work the same direction for flaps. And that eliminated the need for a reverse servo, okay? If you go look at any of your Horizon stuff, you won't see a white wire on anything, because they're already using reverse and normal servos with orange, red, and black wires, which tells me it was deliberate, okay? They purposely made their servos with the same color wires, not like everybody else that always uses white on a reverse servo, that they used the same orange, yellow, red, and black wires because it was deliberate. They put it in there deliberate, and they did it so that you have to buy their stuff. You know, more marketing stuff. You know, Horizon's definitely genius when it comes to marketing stuff, because most of you guys aren't going to complain. You're just going to go to Horizon Hobbies and order the servo that's supposed to be in the plane. Instead of buying an aftermarket one off of Amazon or eBay, you're just going to go buy the one from Horizon Hobbies and not complain about it. So, but yes, I believe it's deliberate, Dave, and that's my rationality. Because they actually built the servos with the colored wire the same, even though the servo's reversed. You know, so that you don't know it's reversed. And when you try to put it in an airplane and it's going the wrong way, and it's trying to work with your AS3X, it's not going to work. And they, again, they do it deliberately. They're trying to capture every sale of yours. You know, they're trying to keep you married to them. And, you know, it works. For the most part, I think. Right, you're right. Back in the old days, Futaba used white and JR was using yellow. But now today, everything is yellow, orange, in all these airplanes that we buy. And unless it's got a reverse servo in it. That one reverse servo is going to have a white wire. Except on Horizon stuff. Everything from Horizon is going to have an orange wire on it. It's because they're doing it deliberate. I'm telling you. Go look. Go grab one of your airplanes and see if you can find a white wire on it. You won't find one on a Horizon plane. Not a newer one anyway. Maybe an older one, but any of the stuff coming out today are all, you know, the same color wires, and most of the servos in the plane are reversed. So anyway, so let's go. So here's the first thing. All right, so we're making some progress on the P40, but not as much as I'd hoped. Mostly because of my 12-hour shifts I've been working all week, and also because, you know, this is not a 9-screw screw it together build. You got to build it. I mean, there's literally stuff you have to build on this plane. So this is the motor box, okay, and I've already mounted the motor to it, which one of the screws in the motor is stripped. So, you know, more issues, but part of the hobby. I'm not too concerned about that. I can either put a longer screw in it to get it to contact, which I probably will before I end up go ahead and gluing this in the plane, but I'm not too concerned about it. They had glued the box together, but I think they used CA. This is all plywood. All tongue and groove or dovetailed. You know, very well built. Very nice box. And it already has the motor angle set on it, okay? But the instructions don't tell you which way to index this. So you got to look careful because you want down and right to counteract the left torque. And so the S, it's marked S, Y, X, and Z. S has to be facing up because S gives you the down thrust and the right thrust that you need in the airplane. Move the camera down a little bit. Okay. See, I can't see how far I've moved it because it's not happening instantly. There's a delay. Let me look here. Maybe this will work. Okay, is that better? All right, we'll try it there. Cut the top of my head off. So anyway, so it's a real nice dovetail build. But they CA'd it together, and now there's screws screwing it all together on the front here. Both on the sides and down in the corners here. It's got screws in the corners this way, and then the sides have screws going in this way on all four sides. So this part of the box is solid here. But this all came unglued. So I had to re-glue the whole box because it was all unglued. So what I did, I left it screwed together. I didn't take it all the way apart. I pried it open a little bit, 30-minute epoxy, and I whipped it in down all through all the dovetails. And then I squeezed it back together and then wiped all the excessive glue off because you can't have any glue on the outside of this. You know, this has to slide into foam and it's tight. I mean, it's real tight. So you can't have any extra glue hanging out. So you got to wipe all the extra glue off clean. So I did all that. I let that dry. I literally held it like this, you know, until it dried. I'm going to bring the camera down a little more. That's all right. You don't want to see my face anyway. It's nothing worth looking at. So then after that dried, I mixed up another batch of 30-minute epoxy and I wept it down each corner, all the way down. I took a long barbecue skewer and I drove it all the way down through the corners to get a good solid, because I saw one of these crash and the motor box came out of the plane in pieces. And I'm sure it came out of there because he didn't do anything to stiffen this up like I did. And it just came out of the airplane in pieces. The plywood didn't break, it just came apart. So that was one of the first things I had to fix. Then I took this contraption with the spinner on it and the prop, and I slid it into the airplane. And there's a big gap between the cowling and the back of the spinner. And I didn't like that. It was too big. It was, you know, 3/8 of an inch, I'd say. It was a pretty big gap. It didn't look good. So I wanted to tighten it up. Well, to tighten it up, I don't know if I'll be able to show you this or not. But there's a foam ridge inside the plane where the box slides in. I don't know if you'll be able to see that or not. Let me see if I can get that in the camera angle so you can... Yeah, you can see it in there. There's a bump on the sidewalls on both sides. There and there. There's that bump in the foam on the sides. So this slides into that and stops. And so it doesn't go in far enough. You know, you got this big gap. I don't like that. So I'm debating on whether I'm going to take a knife and cut those out so I can slide this in farther to get a tighter, you know, spinner to cowl. But I haven't debated. I'm still deciding on that. So we're waiting on that. So I put the halves together. It's glued here. Okay. And it came out really nice. You can see in the, you know, the seam where it goes together is right here. Right here. Okay, so that's the seam on this side. And then the same place on the other side. Right there. Okay? So that glued together really well. I did my barbecue skewer reinforcement deal on it, just to stiffen it up some. So now this comes off. It's magneted on, but it fits perfect. Drops right in place. And it stays on pretty well. I mean, I could pick the plane up. You know, the magnets, there's only magnets. There's no tongue and groove on this. Just magnets. Okay? There's just a flat front. There's just magnets that hold this on, and they do a pretty damn good job. Now, there's supposed to be magnets back here in the back, but they didn't put them in. They got them in here, but they don't have them there. Or the metal, whatever they were supposed to be there, is not there. So the back is not securing very well at all. So I'm going to have to do something with that. I don't know what I'm going to do with that. They do show on these two tabs, there's a tab here and a tab here. And in the instruction book, again, there's no wording, but there's a picture of them putting a screw in here, both front and back. So I don't know if they expect you to put a reinforcement screw, you know, to secure it on or not. I don't know. But, so anyway, so this glued together good. Everything's good there. So I should have taken my own advice on clear coating this before I even started working on it, because I've had all kinds of issues. I've been tearing the decals off of it right and left, which I already had warned you that was going to happen. And here's an example of it. This is the cowling. And if you look right here, you can see a rip in it. Right there. Okay? But that's hard to do. So it's ripped and peeling. Right here. See the peeling off there? So now I have to fix that. And there's other places on the plane as well that I'm going to have to fix these decals before I go any further. So now I'm going to spend time. It's also, there's a tear here. It's peeling back right here. You see that stripe, that little edge? Right? Yeah, that's where the decal peeled back. So now I have to glue this back down too. So yeah, I should have cleared it before I started even fooling around with it. And I didn't. So I should have taken my own advice. Okay, let me get caught up on the chat again, because I can't see. It's such a little window over here on my laptop that while I'm talking I can't see the chat. So let me see what I missed here. Orange, red, and brown. Right, you're right, Lee. The wire's brown. You're right. The brown replaced the black. On the reverse servo, it's white, red, and black. On the other one, you're right. It's yellowish, orange, red, and brown. So, yeah. Really pushed my buttons on the subject. What subject was that? What? I didn't put. Nobody pushed my buttons. It's all a conspiracy. Yeah, Ryan. Take my wharf, please. You do have a white wire F4 on your F4, do you really? I have it too. I haven't looked though. I didn't notice a white wire. I know most of my, well, everything I've looked on. There's, like my Valiant and my Corsair and my, I got a lot of Horizon planes. I haven't noticed any white wires because I've been stealing servos out of some of them to fix other planes. And then they end up being reverse servos, and then it screws up the AS3X, and so then I end up buying a servo reverser that I just talking about to fix it. It's the easiest way to do it. You just plug it in. But like Dave said, you can reprogram it, and that's cool. I mean, but some of us might not be tech savvy enough to hook up a computer lead and plug it into your receiver and reprogram it. I've done it. I'm just speaking. I know the guys, there's guys at the flying field. My God, this guy, I've been teaching to fly, and he wants to get a radio like mine. And I said, okay, well, just go online and order it, and he starts complaining that the company he called, Aloft Hobbies, nobody's answering the phone. They said, leave a message and they'll call you back. And he says, I don't want to buy from somebody I can't talk to. But yet he's telling me he's going to go buy it on Amazon. So, okay, Ronnie, who are you going to talk to on Amazon when you call up and order it? No one. You're going to order it off Amazon without talking to anybody. They have a website at Aloft. You can go and order it without talking to anybody. So why do you need to talk to them, but you don't need to talk to people on Amazon? I don't understand. What's the difference? Of course, he couldn't answer me because there's no difference. He has it in his mind he wants to buy it off Amazon. I said, well, go ahead and buy it off Amazon then if you want. I was telling you to buy it off from Aloft because they're a certified repair center. If you have a problem with the radio, you can send it back and they'll fix it. If you buy it off Amazon, you're screwed. So, but you do whatever you want. I don't care. So, but his logic, well, there's nobody to talk to. Well, there's nobody to talk to on Amazon either. You're going to just order it online. So, yeah, Ruffins, I guess you could take the servo apart and swap the wires on the motor. Yeah, that's possible too. Yeah, how many of us are going to do that? I'll just spend the $8 and buy the reverser. It's a lot easier. Yeah, I don't know how many of you guys have taken servos apart before, but it's tedious for sure. I'm not interested in that. All right, so Shadow's leaving us too. I don't know if you're gone already, but have a good night, buddy. Fireman's here. So what were you eating the other night, Fireman? Yeah, you didn't bring enough for all of us, I know. What else we got here? Yeah, same thing on a brushless servo. Yeah, you just reverse any two wires and it'll go the other direction. Yeah, for sure. You know, um, I'm not going to do it, but you can, have at it. I guess that's a fourth way. Yeah, I stand corrected. But just buy the reverser. It's a lot easier. And I bet the reversers are cheaper online. I haven't even looked, but I bet you can buy them online for $4 or $5. Yeah, the Emax servos. Yeah, I usually buy those Tower Power, I think they're called, off eBay because I get them. Yeah, I get the Metal Gear ones for like, if I buy like 10 or 20 at a time, they're like $2.35 a piece or something. They're real cheap and they've been great. I've never had one of those servos fail ever. Not a gear failure or a motor failure. I mean, every time I put those in a plane, they work perfect, and they just keep working. Very happy with those. I mean, they've been, for the price, you just can't beat them. I've been super happy with those. Yeah, I'm just messing with you, fireman. I just thought it was, you were so comfortable sitting there eating on camera. I thought it was funny. Most people wouldn't, you know, everybody thinks they have to have their hair all combed and dress up and everything, and you're just sitting there like a normal night in front of the television eating dinner and chatting with us. It was great. I wanted to type it in there. Hey, did you bring enough for all of us? But I just said. So how did you guys like that? The Zoom. I guess it's called Zoom. I did some research on it. I see what it is. It's a conferencing software. It's not a streaming software, so to speak. It's a conferencing software. So it's a private conference between the people in the room, and then you can stream it on YouTube, which I totally know how to do that. That's not a problem. So is that something you want to do? I mean, we can do it on my show too if you guys want to do it. I'm just curious. How did you feel about that? Did you like it? I want to hear from both the people watching and the people in it. What did you think? How did that go? Did you like it? Do you think it was worth doing? You want to see me do it here? I'm open for anything. I already checked out the software. I didn't download it, but I went on a YouTube video and watched the guy explain how it worked. And it's pretty interesting. It's a clever software designed for, having a sales meeting or a group meeting. It's a conferencing software. It's not designed to stream YouTube, but it will work for that, obviously. But that's not what its intent was. Its intent was to just have a private conversation, like video chatting, but with as many people as you want to invite into the room. I think he said it'll do up to 50. I think that's what he said. So yeah, you could literally have 50 people in the room at the same time, and everybody could see everybody and hear everybody, unless there was a way to break them off into separate rooms and all kinds of crazy stuff. It's a very involved software. I mean, it does a lot of stuff. It's pretty cool. Nice change of pace. Yeah, it was different for sure. Yeah, it looked like the Brady Bunch, the one I was looking at. Yeah. Because he had, 3 windows here, 3 windows here, and then he only had one at the bottom. But yeah, and then you can highlight the speaker. You can make them the up front person, and everybody else is at the top or at the bottom. And yeah, it was pretty cool software. Definitely. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, at the end there, He added a bunch more people. Josh did, so it did look like the Brady Bunch. Who else did he add? I don't remember if I fell asleep or if I was doing something. So I went away from the show a little bit, and then I came back, and there were more people in the room. I'm like, what the hell's going on now? Who's here now? And then the show ended. So I don't know who the rest of the people were. Ryan was there. I saw Pilot Ryan was one of them in there. Who else did I see in there? No, I can't remember who the other ones were. That was funny. What? Yeah. Oh, I get that one. Terror. Yeah, it was everybody. It's like they were all chatting with each other, and we were just lurkers. Um, kind of. I mean, it didn't feel. I mean, because we're already used to being in chat rooms, where we're just the lurkers anyway. I mean, we all we can do is text. So it didn't feel too much different than that, but it was kind of interesting. It was different for sure. Definitely different. I don't know. I don't know if I liked it or not, honestly. I didn't dislike it. I just don't know if I'd still want to do that every time, or I'd just rather just talk to, whoever's hosting, like Josh or whatever. It was different though, for sure. Maybe once in a while. Now, I don't know if I'd want to do it every night, but maybe once in a while we could do a guest appearance and have some people. I don't know if I'd want to have 6, 8 people, maybe just 1 or 2 maybe, but I don't think I want to have a group like that. I don't know. We'll see. It's just interesting. That's why I'm asking you guys how you felt about it. I want to hear some other opinions. So, what else is going on with my airplane here? I'm not super happy with. There's quite a, even though I put a barbecue skewer, 2 barbecue skewers in the fuselage, it still flexes too much. I'm not real happy about that, so I might end up doing something with this. I can tell you this was a good candidate for carbon fiber, not barbecue skewers. I wish I had some carbon fiber here. Some carbon fiber rods I could have put in this. I would have much rather have done that than the barbecue skewers. But the barbecue skewers were definitely better than nothing, for sure. But this was a good candidate for the for carbon fiber rods. All right, I'm gonna go get a couple things. I want to show you guys some pretty cool stuff. I'm not gonna bring it all in one trip. I'm gonna make several trips tonight because I got a lot to show you. But let me go get something. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. So, about a month ago it was, I guess, I told you guys I was playing cowboy for the day, you know, our roundup. So I got this shirt. Yeah, it's on this side. Okay, so I got this Hilton Ranch Cattle Roundup 2019, and it's on the back as well. So that's my, for helping out. Like I said, the guy's name's Hilton. You know, his name's Bo, or his real name's Stanley, but he goes by Bo. And so he has these shirts made up for anybody that helps him do the roundup. Gets a shirt. So I got my shirt yesterday. Well, Sunday. Yeah, today's Thursday. Yeah, I got my shirt Sunday. We had a big Christmas party we have every year, and he hands out the shirts at the beginning of the party, and then we give him Christmas presents because he won't let us pay him for flying at his field. You know, he just refuses to take any money. But he got very emotional. I got to tell you, when he was giving us the shirts, he getting all teary-eyed because he literally can't do it without us. He needs our help. Even some of the guys that aren't very helpful because they don't listen, they don't do what he tells them to do. But they're better than nothing. And you know, so we help him get these cattle to auction so that he can afford to pay his property taxes and stuff. And he just can't thank us enough. But we can't thank him enough for letting us fly at his field for free. I mean, he just refuses to take any money. Everybody's welcome. No AMA or FAA or any kind of licensing required, and there's no rules. You can do whatever you want there. You just can't park in his spot, and you can't drive your car on the runways. Other than that, you know, we have people that drink a lot of beer and fly out there. It hasn't been an issue, really. Actually, it's never been an issue that I can say. I mean, they've never endangered anybody. They crash their own airplanes a lot when they drink. But that's their own fault. So, you know, whatever. But yeah, I haven't seen anybody get hurt because somebody was drunk and flew an airplane and hit somebody, other than me. I got hit by a plane once several years ago. I was there, first time I'd ever been there. It was July 4th. They were having a big cookout party and everything, and yeah, some guy tried to take off from behind the flight line and flew his plane right into my leg. So I'm sitting there, I'm in shorts, I'm flying my plane, my leg's bleeding. It wasn't bad, it was a small little cut, but I could feel the blood running down my leg. And, you know, he couldn't stop apologizing. Oh, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry, you know. And we ended up becoming very good friends after that. Not that day, but the next time I came out. And he didn't even remember it was me. He knew he had done it because he starts telling this story to everybody about running into this guy, and I started laughing. I said, yeah, it was me. He goes, no, it wasn't. I said, yeah, it was. He goes, no, it wasn't. I go, Brett, I was there. It was me. He goes, no, this guy had a trailer. Yeah, I had a big trailer over here with my airplanes under a canopy on a stand. Oh, my God, that was you. Yeah, it was me. So that was kind of funny. So anyway, so his name's Stanley Hilton, Hilton Ranch Roundup. Got my shirt, and then I got this. I'll get it so it's, make it a little closer, I guess. So, award for excellent bullfighting. So I was awarded this. He usually only gives one of these a year. This year he gave away two, me and another guy. The other guy's name's Ruffy? Not Ralphie, but Ruffy. He got hit by a bull hard enough that he jumped up a 6-foot fence and climbed on top of it because this bull... I don't think it was a bull, actually. I think it was a cow. Charged him, hit him in the leg, and then turned around and came after him again. So he ran up the fence. So we were all laughing because when he got his award first, and everybody was laughing. He says, "Didn't the bull win that one?" That's what I remember, and they were all laughing. Yeah. I think the cow won that one, didn't he? We should be giving the award to the cow. And then when I got mine, I won my fight. I headed off a bull, or it was a cow. It was probably a 500-pound cow, but it was a cow. But I headed him off and turned him around the other way, or her around the other way, whatever. And so he didn't make a joke. He made a joke about ref. He told the whole story about it. He went up the fence and everything, but he didn't have any story to tell with mine because I won. So anyway, so I thought that was pretty cool. I'm very proud of the shirt. Very, very proud of the little award. It was nice. I love this guy. He's just family. I mean, if you want to call someone as cool as this guy, as close as he is to you, he cares about everybody. Every time he comes out the field, he always comes over to see how I'm doing and see what I'm flying, and he cares about everybody, and he's just such a super guy. You just can't ask for a better guy. So any of you guys that want to come down and fly with me, just come on down, because it's a great place to fly. Well, you'll have a great time, and doesn't require any kind of AMA or anything else. You guys can just come down and fly. So if you don't have your own planes, I'll let you fly mine. I've got something you can fly for sure. So I have more to bring out. I got a few more things to go get. I'll wait a minute and go get those. I'm trying to catch up on chat again here. Wow, this thing is really lagging behind tonight. Holy crap. With the E-flite V22, is that vertical takeoff? The props rotate. What is that, in a Osprey? Copy of an Osprey? Is that the plane you're talking about, Mitchell? I think it's the same one Banana Hobby sells, or it's a copy of it. Yeah, it's I'm getting caught up. Fireman, yes, it's cold here. Not your cold, but it's cold. It's it's in the 50s. Feels like 40s, the wind chill kind of thing. So it's a little cold. I'm not cold tonight. My legs are nice and warm. These heaters are doing a good job. The one that keeps kicking on and off is still working, even though it's not staying on. When it comes back on, it does a good job. So I'm comfortable. We're fine. Yeah, the roundup was a lot of fun, Paul. It's he's got about 200 head of cattle we have to get all penned. So that's fun, because we're all driving around in the fields. Most of the guys are on four-wheelers or ATVs, some kind of Can-Am, with doors, kind of a off-road car, dune buggy sort of, so most of the guys have that kind of equipment. And then there's some of us that take cars or trucks, mostly trucks. But I'm out there in my station wagon, running around the field chasing cows. So, but I did good. I headed off two patches or groups of cows trying to escape. And I ran them down and stopped them and got them turned around the other way twice. So I was definitely pulling my weight. This guy in a pickup truck was just sitting over there watching. He wasn't doing anything. He just parked his truck, shut it off, and he's standing there watching. I'm like, Johnny, are you gonna do something? How about helping here? And he's just like, what do you want me to do? You guys got it covered. And I'm like, okay. So, but yeah, it was a good time. I always wanted to help and never was able to. I was always either working. Usually I was working the day of the thing. And this particular day, I woke up early. I realized it was I didn't have to go to work until that afternoon. I was closing that night, so I had all day, and I woke up and I thought, you know what, I'm gonna go do the roundup. So I jumped in my car. I didn't even. I had stuff in the car to fly, but I didn't get a chance to fly anything. We were working all day, so I didn't fly anything, and I didn't go there to fly. But if I didn't get the chance anyway. So as I pulled in, literally, I didn't even stop my car. They were opening the gate at the far end of the field, and everybody was lining up to go through the fence. And they all started going through the fence as I rolled up, and I just got right in line with them and kept moving. I never even hit the brakes. I just rolled in and rolled right through with the rest of them into the field, and then off we went chasing cows. So it was pretty cool. Oh, no kidding! The one from E-Flight is a UMX size V-22. Wow, it sure looks bigger on the pictures. I assumed it was the same plane or close to it. I had no idea it was a UMX size. Wow, that's interesting. So Mitchell, what did you think? Is it fly good? I mean, I'm catching some of it, but I think I'm missing part of my chat thing's not working with shit tonight. Nothing's working tonight, but I guess you got a good flight time out of it? Is that what you said? I think I'd be more interested in buying it if it had, big propellers on it like the real Osprey, and where you couldn't rotate them down while you're on the ground. You have to wait till you can go like 45 degrees, but that's it. It's cool. I mean, but I don't know. I mean, that thing that Flex came out with, that jet that's got the fans that rotate. There's several of those flying out at the field, and that looks pretty cool too. But man, that thing's expensive. Holy crap! But yeah, I've seen some guys doing that too. But I've got a quadcopter that flies like that, so I really don't need. First one. You guys that haven't tried this yet, running one of these chat shows and try to stay current with the chat and entertain, and it's a lot of work. don't kid yourself, man. It's tough to stay on all the chat going on over here, and then try to keep stuff in the camera and try to keep the show interesting, and yeah, it's a lot of work. How much is that plane, Jackson? The V-tail Bonanza. Man, I really like those planes. I was on that website while I was on your show, and I went and looked, with Cullen's, and that Banshee looks cool as shit. The quality of this stuff looks really good. Man, it looks good. I would definitely consider buying one of those planes for sure. That definitely looks like good stuff. Alright, so what did you say, Mitchell? I don't have one. A friend got one and was asking about... I haven't seen much about them other than the Horizon video. Yeah, that's all I've seen too, is the Horizon video. And I had no idea it was that small. I thought it was a bigger one, like the one Banana Hobby sells. So I had no idea it was a UMX size. I'm not that interested in buying either one of them, honestly. I hate the little propellers on them. They just, because I'm used to what an Osprey looks like, and it looks like one, except the propellers are way too little, so it just doesn't look right. So between that and you know, there's other planes that take off vertically and fly, and I've got a quadcopter that flies like an airplane. Go watch the video. You know, flies the same way. It doesn't look like an airplane, but it flies like one. So it's, you know, I get the same flying experience, and it's very enjoyable to fly. So, yeah, I'm just not really that interested in those particular V vertical takeoff stuff. Now, if they had an F-35 that the doors opened and the fans blew and it worked well, I mean, I might be interested in that. That would be pretty cool to have, you know, for sure. But these off-spray copies, I'm not that interested in. Kenny, I need one-legged man in a kick-ass contest. I'm your man, because I might be losing this one, so I might be your one-legged man for sure. What are we talking about painting here? Dave says you got to paint it. You got to paint them. Paint what? What are we painting? What did I miss? Yeah, see, our field's not like that, because all the guys, at least 90% of the guys at my flying field are old-timers. And I don't think any of them know how to turn a computer on, let alone go to a website like Motion RC or Horizon Hobby and order an airplane. They don't have a clue. They have no idea. So when I showed up with the Avanti, it was like I, just arrived here from Mars, because they were all just looking at it like, oh my God, what is this? And all of us online, the Avanti was big news. We all knew about it. Nobody at my flying field had ever seen the plane. They had no idea. So I show up with it, and everybody is just goo-goo-eye all over it. I mean, and I sold 6 of them that day. I mean, they were all on their phones ordering it. Where do I got to go? Horizon Hobbies? Yeah. No. Motion RC. Really? Oh, never heard of the place. You never heard of Motion RC? Really? No. Okay. Yeah. And then they all went and ordered it. So it was hilarious. These guys just don't know anything about anything online. So yeah, it's never a everybody's got one contest out at that field. And there's rarely, the owner's a big Horizon hobby. He buys all this stuff from Horizon. He's got double and triplicate of several of the airplanes from Horizon. He's got the the Night Flyer, the Pawnee Brave. He's got 2 of those. He's got 2 or 3 Timbers. He leaves 1 on floats, and then the other one's on wheels. And I think the third one, I don't know. I can't remember if there's 2 on floats or 2 on wheels. I don't know. So he's got 3 of those, and he's got a couple of the UMX Timbers, and he's got 3 or 4 of Flex's, the QQ. He's got 3 or 4 of those. So he just buys everything in triplicate, quadruplet, So he's got tons of the stuff. But other than him, there's a couple of guys that have some Horizon hobby stuff. But like I said, these old timer guys are some of them are still flying 72 megahertz radios and old SIG cadets and that kind of stuff. They're just not that their stuff's that old, they just go find old models that they remember back in the day. So they go over to Graves in Orlando, because Graves still has unopened kits on the shelf, and they just buy one of those old cadet kits and go home and put it together and then come out and fly it. They don't even know what a foam airplane, what's that? They don't know any of this stuff. It's a very different experience. The majority of the people that fly there just either they're old school stuff or they're playing the mega dollar 3D shit. We have some of those pilots too. You know, with the $5, $6, $8,000 3D airplanes, both gas and electric. You know, so yeah, it's. So did I miss? I'm going to try to back up here. No, I didn't miss it. Okay. All right, we're all right. Let me ask you, Jackson, is that VQ company new, or have they been around a while? Because I've never seen their stuff before I went on, you know, the show and saw it. Okay, 62-inch, and it's $249. Well, that's cool. That's reasonable. You know, that the quality of that stuff looks really good. I really like that Banshee. God, that's a good-looking airplane. I had no idea the Navy had that plane, or I guess that's the Army version, the Banshee. You know, what is it? The Dauntless dive bomber? Is that what that's the same airplane, just in, you know, Army version? Good looking airplane, man, really nice. I'm assuming it's all balsa, or is it fiberglass? I don't think those are foam airplanes, are they? Yeah, isn't that what it is, Jackson? An SBD? Is that what they call that thing in the Navy? Yeah, those that Banshee's like 81 inches, very cool. Yeah, it's a good looking airplane. The other one was cool looking too. What was the other one? The Bearcat. Wasn't it a Bearcat? He had in the rack there. That was good looking too. Yeah, both those are 81 inches, and they're only like 4 or something. You know, nice looking stuff. Very cool. Yeah, if you guys haven't seen that, go to their website. Just do a search for VQ RC models, and you'll find the site. And they have some really cool airplanes, and they're priced pretty reasonable. I mean, they're big airplanes. You know, now of course they're not plug and plays. You know, you're going to have to buy your own, you know, engine and, you know, all the servos and everything. You got to put it together. It's a almost ready to fly kit, but it's all covered. I'm assuming. I mean, pretty sure it's, you know, all built and covered and everything. And all you do is add your radio equipment stuff and your power system. But for a plane that size, that's made of that material, it's not foam. That's a good deal. Those are usually much more expensive than that. And the quality of this stuff looks fantastic. It's beautiful. So that's very cool. I would definitely consider buying something like that. If the new job works out and I start having some mad money, I might just have to pick something up like that. Yeah, they're scale as hell. These things look good. From what I can see on the camera, they're beautiful airplanes. Very, very cool. Hobby King has an SBD? Really? Wow. I see, I don't go to Hobby King's websites. I don't know what they have. I stopped going there years ago. Freewing had an SBD for a while, and I wanted to get it, and then they discontinued it before I could afford it. I really wanted it. I know Pilot Ryan had one. I don't know if he still has it or not, but he had gotten one back in the day and was demoing it out at the field, and it was pretty cool. I really liked that plane. It was a nice scale-looking, World War II Navy, Pearl Harbor era, Midway airplane. Very cool. I really was excited about that one. Alright, so let me look at a couple more things to show you. This time I'll be really quick because I only have to go to the car. I don't have to go in the house. So I'll be right back. Okay, so I see my second heater kick back on again. So here is the truck I got. So listen, I have a shitload of RC stuff. RC cars. So this is not like super new or anything for me. I got tons of this stuff. But for 85 bucks, guys, it literally came out of the box like this. I mean, literally. It's all together. The battery's in it. You just plug the battery in, turn it on, and you're ready to go. It's got great suspension. You know, it's, I mean, you know, it's all oil-filled shocks. You can see the rebound, how slow it comes back up. You know, it's great. It's pretty rugged. It's plastic. Listen, it's not $85, guys. It's you know, this is the transmitter came with it. Okay, it came with the battery pack and a wall charger. It's a slow charger. I don't know how many hours it would take to charge it, but you can charge the. It's a NiCad battery, or it might be a lithium ion. It's not a polymer, but you can switch it over to polymer if you want. So if you want to put lipos in it, you can. You just have to move a little jumper wire on the transmitter, or the receiver. I mean, there's a jumper on the receiver, and you move it from these two to these two, and then the receivers or the speed control set up for lipos. But you know, the paint job on the truck is really good. It's very cool looking. You know, and like it even came with the AA batteries for this. I mean, literally, you could take it out of the box, plug it in, and drive it immediately. And it had a half-charge battery in it, so you could drive it around for 6-8 minutes. Throw the battery on charger, you know, charges back up on our chargers, you know, the good chargers, in like 20 minutes, and off you go again. And it runs for a good 15 minutes, I'd say. So for $85, guys, man, that was a steal. I mean, that was a really good deal. I mean, it's a lot of fun for $85. You know, and I haven't been trying to jump it off of, you know, bike ramps or anything. I just take it out to the flying field, and when I wait for a battery to peak off, usually I throw a battery on the, you know, peak, just to re-peak it before I throw it in the plane. And that's, you know, 5-6 minutes maybe. So I'll drive this around while I'm waiting for that battery to finish up, so I can throw it in the plane and fly it. So it's just cool. It's a nice looking truck. I got to tell you, it's very cool looking. It drives real nice. You know, it's got reverse. You know, if you get stuck against the wall, it's only, you know, reverse is full throttle. It's not proportional reverse, but that's typical. But you can back away from something if you get stuck, and then you drive off and you just drive it around. It's a lot of fun. It's pretty cool. It's a good sized truck. I'll do raft now. All right, I'll try to reactivate it Rafter Cam here and see if we can get a overhead view of it. See if I can get this to work again. Nothing's working tonight. Yeah, so far. So here's Rafter Cam. So here's, you know, this is my keyboard here. The truck's longer than the keyboard. You know, at least this much longer. You know, roughly. And, you know, wider than the keyboard. You know, as wide as the keyboard. Wheel to wheel. Yeah, it's just, you know, if you guys were looking for something to fool around with, have some fun with, you know, you and your kid could go buy a couple of these and go out and you'd have a blast. Just driving around, running into each other or following each other around, racing each other. You know, for $85 you get everything. It's a pretty damn good deal. I was pretty impressed. I liked it. I got to tell you, it was definitely. I'm not upset I bought this at all. I thought this was worth $85 for sure. I'm gonna throw it over there. Get it out of the way. So just another one of the sale buys that I took advantage of, and very cool. All right, so I'm gonna try to get caught up on the chat here again. I missed a few things. What do I miss? Okay, so I've got that, and then that, the black horse, balsa models look great. Yeah, I bought one of those from Banana Hobbies. I think it's a Black Horse model. It was a Blitz RC Works, but it's a big. It's the same one that James is flying, the P21 or the PC 19 921, whatever it is. That big red tricycle turbo prop jet looking thing. I have that same plane. I got it from Banana years ago, and I haven't put it together yet. Air Marshal, what? You mass manufacture SBDs? Okay, you gotta enlighten me on that, Dave. What are you talking about? All right, Jackson, I'll be looking for that video for sure. Definitely want to see that. Ugly Stick City. Yeah, never owned one of those. I never will own one of those. That's just not my kind of airplane. I don't care how good it flies. It's not my kind of airplane. I got plenty of airplanes that look good and still fly good. I don't have to buy some ugly stick, and it's appropriately named because it's ugly, just because it flies good. I got plenty of planes that fly good. What did Pilot Robert fly? The what came off? The elevator came off? Which plane was that? Oh, a 2,000 millimeter Spitfire. Oh, yeah? Wow. Cool. Oh, 749. Not cool. See, that's what I'm talking about. That's why I like these VQ planes. You know? In the $400 range, it's same size. You know, it's 2,000. It's actually a little bigger, 81 inches. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I like the price. I like the look of them. I really think I'm gonna be looking at those VQ planes big time. I really like them. They look good. Is that Jamie Spencer? Welcome. I didn't know you were in the show. I'm glad you came. You have a good night. Super glad you showed up. Yeah, it's two-wheel drive, Ryan. Yeah, well, you know. I'm sure you either have one or you've seen it. Yeah, I think that was a good buy. I like it. It's just a good looking for $85. It's just a good looking truck and it runs good. It's not super fast, but it's fast enough. You know, it's fast enough to get in trouble. You hit something hard with it, you're gonna break it. You know, it's fast enough to break itself if you run it into something hard. So yeah. Oh, it just jumped ahead. Exactly. Yeah, Brian will drive the pee out of it for sure. Yeah, Ryan, they're pretty good trucks. I gotta tell you, these Armama, whatever you want to how you pronounce that, Armna, whatever. Yeah, I'm not disappointed in it at all. It's the quality's pretty good. Um, the price was very good for what you get. I think it was well worth the price. Yes, it is a USB camera. It's it's a cheap Hobby King knockoff. I bought it, I don't know, 5 years ago, 4 years ago. It's a K2. It's a GoPro copy. It's on a USB line. I've got a hardwire USB cable going up to it. And some nights it works perfect. Some nights it just keeps... oh, I'm still on the rafter cam. Sorry. I gotta switch back. And some night... Well, it's still working tonight. It didn't lock up. Yeah, that's good. So, yeah. It... like I said, most of the time it works good. Like it's doing now. It's working okay now. It's not locked up. But, some nights it just doesn't want to work. So, yeah, I'd love to hear your theory. Yeah, Pilot Ryan's flown the B-24. Haven't you, Ryan? Isn't that the one you got caught in the tree? No, it's not Raptor Cam. It's the second person that thought that. No, it's rafters. Like in the rafters, up where the bats live. It's Rafter Cam. Because it's in the rafters. And now it's working. So that's good. The heater's working better, this one down here, and the rafter cam's alive, so I don't know what's going on tonight. I can't get nothing to damn work. TV's not working. Oh, I didn't know Hobby Zone sold FMS. That's good to know, Ryan. Oh, it's not 16 feet. Not even close. It's like 6 feet. It's, I think, 2 3-foot extensions plugged together. So it's only like a 6-foot cable. Yeah, it's close. They might be. No, they're not. Those cables aren't. Well, this one might be 4 foot. So it's like 6 or 7 feet, I'd say. Yeah, that's all the longer it is. It's not. It's not long. Not 16 feet anyway. But you're right. At first I thought it was an issue with the camera, the cables being too long, and so I moved them closer, and I had a third extension in it, and that didn't change anything at the time. It still didn't work. But then, I've been playing with either using. I've been trying to use Firefox or Chrome, and then I tried Firefox Incognito, and then I tried Chrome Incognito. So I've been playing around with different formulas to see what works best. And it seems like regular Chrome seems to be working the best out of every different way I've tried it. Yeah, so in comparison, so this is an old RC10 that I used to race, and it's an aluminum chassis, aluminum shocks, not plastic shocks, oil-filled aluminum shocks, same kind of, let me rotate this down. So same kind of oil rebound on the. And this is light because there's no battery in this. The truck has the battery in it, but this stuff's super, oil-filled shocks. This is a rugged. This will take a hit. Being all aluminum, and it's all reinforced with fiberglass shock towers and carbon fiber, and yeah, it's a rugged car. So, all steel gearbox in the back. Yeah, this thing's fast. It does 30. With a modified motor in it, it'll do 30 miles an hour easy. And oh, I see one of my shocks is broke here. Oh yeah, it broke actually. Look at that. Wow. Huh. Yeah, this car's old. This thing's 20 years old. I was racing this back in the 70s. No, the 80s. Late 80s is when I was racing this. So, yeah, it's old. But it's still, I could throw there's no motor in it. There's a steering servo still in it. So I'd have to plug a receiver into it, throw a motor in and a battery, and it'd be ready to run. And I could have easily done that for a lot less money than the truck. And it would run just as good or better than the truck, but the truck was cool. I just gotta tell you, the truck looks cool. It's beautiful. They did a great job on it. It's good looking, and it runs good. So I'm not, for $85. I'm not the least bit unhappy with the purchase. I think it's great. Very happy with it. So, yeah, I think if you guys haven't picked one of those up, you're looking for something to just play around with. For $85, you can't go wrong. It's a great little truck. I've said it before, I'll say it again. If it's RC, I own it. Anything RC I love. Boats, planes, cars, helicopters, hovercrafts, I've got so much RC stuff, it's unbelievable. So, you know, adding this truck was no big deal. And like I said, for $85, it was a screaming deal. It was well worth the $85. You know, because it's complete. I mean, it came with the battery pack and the, you know, even the batteries for the transmitter, the radio. The radio was installed already. Everything was ready to plug and play. I mean, it was way better than plug and play. Is, you know, put the batteries in the transmitter and turn it on. You know, is what it took to drive it. Literally, it was just ready. Even the body was already on the truck and everything when you took it out of the box. It wasn't anything to do. I had to plug the battery in the truck and turn it on, and I had to put the battery in the transmitter and turn it on. That's it. And I was driving it. And then I threw the battery on charge for 20 minutes and drove it for another 15, 20 minutes. So, you know, for $85, it was a steal. I mean, these, you know, the Losies and the Team Associated trucks, and even the Traxxas stuff, is in the hundreds of dollars. Hundreds. And, you know, I'm not going to tell you they're not worth that extra money, but that's not what I was looking for. I wasn't even looking for a truck. You know, Ryan's the one that brought up these new ones from Horizon, and when I checked them out, I was like, wow, those are pretty cool. And then they had it on sale for $85, and I'm like, you know, $84.99. $84.99. Hell, it was on sale for $74.99. And I missed that. I didn't pull the trigger fast enough. I got, you know, I don't know. I didn't know how I got to the page. I didn't realize I'd gotten. There were two separate pages. When you go to it from the Horizon or from the Tower Hobby site, you get to the $85 truck. But if you got the email and click the email link, then you got to the $75 truck. And when I finally figured out how I got back to the $75 truck, they were sold out. They weren't sold out of trucks. They were just sold out of them at that price. I don't know. They probably set 100 or aside, or I don't know, 1,000. I don't know. But they had a certain number they were going to sell at that price, and they sold out of them before I got back to the link and figured out what the hell I was doing wrong. So I would have loved to have got it for the $75 for sure. But even at $85, I'm happy. It's pretty cool. You know, not disappointed at all. Oh, so you did get an account with the Horizon Hobbies, Ryan? Well, that's cool. But it's going to be a hassle. Yeah, that's Horizon. You know, jumping through hoops is, you know, they're really good at that. Oh, the newsletter went out today. Cool, I'll look that up. I'll go read that. That'll be my first one. I signed up, so this will be my first official newsletter. Nope, nothing was put together in these RC10s. It was a complete build, 100%. You literally had to build the transmission, you know, build the car, build the shocks. You had to build the shocks with different, you know, dampening in them, however you wanted them. There was, yeah, it was a 100% build, for sure. Not like this truck that was ready to run out of the box. Just take it out of the box and go drive it. So, and there was a lot, you know, if you wanted your RC10 to run good, like that one, there were a lot of tricks to build it better. You know, you can just throw it together, but if you really want it to run good, there was definitely some tricks to make it run good. We do fly every day, Paul. You know, some days are better than others. I mean, some days we have high winds and it's raining and shit, but for the most part, yeah, we fly every day, all year round. It's beautiful. That's why I moved here. I'll be honest with you, I'm from Ohio. And when I turned 23, I got married and moved to Florida. You know, literally. On our honeymoon, we came down here, found jobs, went home, packed, and came back. That was it. You know, I knew when I was 8 years old I wanted to live in Florida. You know, I didn't like the snow. I'm not a snow guy. You know, I had to wait till I was 23 to move, but I did it. And I'm not sorry I did. I love it here. You know, because I wanted to be able to play with my planes. At the time, I didn't have any RC. Well, that's not true. I did have an RC car. I had a couple of Tamiya cars back in the day. I had a Frog, and I had the Subaru Brat. I still have them.
And the wild... What the hell is that damn thing called? It's a doom buggy, like a military... Remember that show? I don't think it was Combat, but there was a TV show where these guys were driving around doom buggies in the desert with machine guns on it. That was the name of that show. Anyway, it was a vehicle like that Tamiya sold. So I have one of those. I had the Subaru Brat, the Frog. I had the 959 Porsche. I've still got that. Highly modified. I changed that one quite a bit. So yeah, I had a bunch of Tamiya stuff back in the day. But it was the airplanes is what I wanted to come down here so I could fly airplanes year round. So yeah. Willoughby, Ohio, Fred. It's East Cleveland. Mentor, Willoughby, Kirtland. What else is out that way? Geneva on the Lake, that area. Yeah. Grew up there. Born and raised there. 23, I got the hell out. I'd had enough snow. So, been here ever since. Then this part of Florida ever since. I moved here. My grandparents were in this area. I actually ended up with my grandparents' house. I had to buy it from my dad, but I bought my grandparents' house. And I had that for 20 some years. And bought another house, and I had the two of them for a while. I was renting one, and then I sold both of those. Well, I lost both of them. I sold one, lost the other one. Long story. I bought this new place. So now I've got a 3-acre ranch here. No cattle on it yet, but I'm thinking about it. But it's paid for, and we're getting ready to put a new garage up, a hangar. It's huge. It's going to be a 60... either 40 by 60 or 50 by 60, I don't remember. It's a big damn garage to put all my cars and all my planes in. And one of you guys asked me what kind of motorcycles I had. I don't remember who it was. We were talking a couple chats ago. So I have a 1994 Yamaha GTS 1000. It's a very futuristic motorcycle. It had a lot of neat stuff on it. It's Mike Kennedy. Yeah, you're never late. Not for my show. We're just getting started. So it's got a single-sided swing arm on the front end. Not on the back end. On the front end. It's got a hubcap on one side of the wheel. There's no forks on this bike. It has a single-sided swing arm suspension that's separate from the steering. So you'll have to just do a Google for GTS 1000 and you'll find it. Very, very cool motorcycle. It's got an Omega chassis, which means that the engine is actually part of the chassis. It has a fuel injection system on it that's updating the fuel injection like 600 times a second or something. So literally you can start the bike and ride off and it without any missing or coldness. The fuel injection is so dialed in that it could be stone cold. And you hit the starter button and let the clutch out, and it's not gonna hiccup, it's not gonna burp, nothing. It's just an amazing motorcycle. It had so much technology on it. It has catalytic converters on it. I think it's one of the very first motorcycle, if not the first motorcycle, to have a catalytic converter on it. In 94. They came out with the bike in 93, and I bought it. They only made it 2 years, 93 and 94, and I ended up with a 94. So that's one of the bikes. And then the other one is a 1989 Honda Pacific Coast. It's like a mini Goldwing. Very futuristic looking. It looks brand new today. It's from 89, but if you look at it, because of the styling of it, the bodywork on it, it still looks current. It would look like a brand new motorcycle. It just came. Every time I ride it, people can't, they ask me, oh my God, is that brand new? What year is that? It's an 89. And they look at me like I got 6 heads. It's a what? Like, there's no way a bike in 89. No, this is the only bike that looked like this in 89. And originally the magazines hated it. Hated it. They just thought it was the stupidest looking, unuseful. It's an 800cc bike. And they just, rides 2 people very comfortably. It's got a full windshield on it like a Goldwing. It's a very future. Listen, they used this bike in the Back to the Future movie, and they didn't have to modify it at all. Well, a little bit. I think they put a skirt, more of a skirt than what's already on it, around the back of it to make it look like it would hover. But in the Back to the Future movie, in the scene where Marty is getting eaten by the shark, if you look on the streets, when you look around, I think it's when that Wilson, what's his first name? Wilson, for mayor. Ad goes up. On the street, there's 2 Pacific Coasts in pearl white, just like mine, sitting on the road there. It's hilarious. I saw that in the movie and I started laughing. Hey, that's my motorcycle. And it's almost untouched. They did a little bit of modifying to it to make it look a little more futuristic, but only to the back of it. I think they put some kind of skirt around the back of it, so you can't see the rear tire at all. On mine, you can see the rear tire, but just barely. And on this one, you couldn't. And that's about all they did to it. They put something on it to make it look... Oh, and maybe the Mr. Fusion thing out of the trunk behind the back seat. But yeah, it's basically the motorcycle the way I bought it in 89 was in the Back to the Future movie. It's supposed to be 2019 or something. 2008. What year was they go forward to? And it looked, futuristic then, and it still does. So, yeah, it's look them up. They're easy to, PC 800 will get you the Honda, and GTS 1000 will get you the Yamaha. They're very easy to find. My Yamaha's blue. They only came in 2 colors in the U.S., red and blue. Overseas, they were available in black and gold, I think, were the 2 colors in Europe. So the design was made by a guy named James Parker. He came out with design way back in the 60s, I think, the front suspension. And he'd been playing with it all these years, and he finally got Yamaha to put it on a production motorcycle. So they did, but of course, with all the technology of the cats and the fuel injection and that single side swing arm, that was a $13,000 motorcycle in '93. I mean, that was more than a Goldwing. It was crazy. They couldn't give these things away. I was working at the dealership at the time when they were selling these bikes, and we couldn't give them away. Nobody wanted one. It was too futuristic looking. Everybody was deathly afraid of that forkless front end, and it was just too much money. I got a screaming deal on mine. I bought it, technically I bought it new, but it was used. It had 60 miles on it. 2 brothers bought it. The Yamaha, this is. I did buy the Honda new. I bought that off the showroom floor new. Got a screaming deal on that too. The Yamaha, 2 brothers bought it. They rode it for a week. They put 60 miles on it. They never even banked it, leaned it far enough to take the paint stripe off the tire, the back tire. Okay? I mean, they were staying upright the whole time, so the paint line was still on the tire, brand new. And they tried to take it back to the dealership, and the dealership just laughed. We don't want it back. We can't get rid of these things. So they sold it to a used motorcycle shop. It was mostly a motorcycle junkyard that had some used bikes. And they had it on the showroom floor. And I got the MSO. I mean, it was never titled. It was never even turned in for a title. It still had the MSO. That's the manufacturer state of origin. That's what a motorcycle is delivered to the dealership with. And the dealer, after you buy it, the dealership sends the MSO into the tag office or to get a title. I got the MSO. It had never been titled. So when I bought the motorcycle, they gave me the MSO. I had to take it to the tag office and get a title. So I am officially the original owner of the bike, even though it was these 2 brothers had bought it for a week. And I only paid $8,900 for it. a $13,000 motorcycle. I got it for $8,900 with 60 miles on it. So I did really good. You know, it was my dream motorcycle. I have every publication on this bike for 5 years prior to it coming out. All the magazines were guessing what it was going to look like and what it was going to have and what it was going to be and everything. And there were all these publications, and I have all those magazines. And then I have and I have the bike. So so it's pretty cool. And the Pacific Coast I bought brand new. I saw pretty interesting story on that one. I saw one of these Honda commercials, "Come Ride With Us." You know, the music, "Come Ride With Us," and they were blipping pictures of motorcycles. You know, you get a 2-second, you know, screenshot of a bike riding down the road or whatever, and they were, you know, demoing in that ad. They were demoing dirt bikes and four-wheelers and street bikes and everything. And I caught a glimpse of this Pacific Coast, and I'm like, what the hell was that? Because it really looked cool to me. So I set my recorder the next day, my video VCR. This is back in '89, guys. On a channel, the channel it was on, and I just let it run all day, as long as the tape would record. And then I came home and I played the tape back to see if the commercial ran, and it did. So I was able to freeze it on that shot and take a good look at the bike, and I'm like, oh my god, I gotta have that motorcycle. So I went to the dealership, and they had one on the showroom floor, and I was living here at the time. I was already in Florida, and the dealership was up by where the Boozers live. It was very close to their house. And I went up there and I looked at it, and I was all over it. I was in love with it. And they wanted, I want to say they wanted $8,900 for it, which was too much money. I didn't like it at that. The price I didn't like for that. So I shopped around. I started calling all the other Honda dealerships to see who had them and how much they were. Now, this was in '90. I did this. The bikes, you know, nobody had sold one yet. They were still on, you know, the '89s, the white ones. The '90s were red. The '89s were still all on everybody's showroom floor. They couldn't sell them. Nobody wanted them. They couldn't give them away. So I called the one dealership closer to my house, and I said, "What, have you got any Pacific Coast?" And the guy laughed. "Yeah, you want a red one or a white one?" I said, "Well, I want a white one." He says, "No problem." Well, and I said, "How much?" And he said, I think he said $6,900. So it was $2,000 off. And I'm like, really? So at the time I had a Honda 400. It was a '79 Honda 400. And I rode it up to the dealership with my title. And I wanted to trade it in and buy the Pacific Coast. And I gave him a $100 deposit and everything. And he says, "Well, how do you want to pay for it?" And I said, "Well, you go ahead and run your whatever and see if you can get it financed through Honda. But if you don't worry. I have other financing available. It's not a problem." And he said, "Oh, okay." Well, this salesman lied to me and pissed me off. He told me my bike. He called me back the next day and said my bike was out in the service department getting serviced. You know, when did I want to come pick it up? And I said, whenever. And he, and he said, "Well, your paperwork hasn't come back yet." And I said, "Okay, well, let me know when it does." So he called me back either later that day or the next morning, and he said my paperwork was denied through Honda. And I'm like, "Really?" And he says, "Yeah." And I said, "Okay, all right." So I'll that's no problem. I can put it on a credit card if I have to, but I'm gonna call and see if I can get better financing before I put it on a credit card. At the time, I had a credit card at 8.9% interest, which was still, even today, that's very good interest rate on a card. But interest rates were better then. So so he calls me, "Well, before you come up, let me know because your bike's still on the showroom floor." So he never sent it out to service to have it prepped for me to ride it home. He lied to me. So that pissed me off. So I called the dealership that I originally looked at the bike at, up by the Boozers, and I said, "Listen, I got a deal on a bike down here, But the guy lied to me, and I'm pissed off. What can you do for me? I want the Honda on the showroom floor. And I'm talking to the owner now. This woman's name was Pat. She owned the dealership. She says, let me see what I can do for you. So she put me on hold. So she comes back and says, listen, I've got 2 of them on the showroom floor. One of them is my inventory. I can't do anything with that one. But the other one's a demo bike. I got a lot of room to move on that one. And it's fully loaded. It's got everything on it. Every option that was available for the bike is on the bike. So it was over $2,000 worth of options. There's the backrest for the passenger. There's a wing on the trunk lid. There's a skirt around the bottom of the trunk lid there. There's a mud flap on the front fender. There were soft luggage bags that go inside the back of the bike to put your luggage, your clothes in, and then you just slide them into the pockets. They fit right in. There were carpeted mats that go in the bottom of the trunk. What else? Anyway, all this stuff was included in this bike. And she said, I can sell it to you for $6,200. Really? Yeah. I said, sold. I'm coming to get it. I'll be there in an hour. She says, I said, when I get there, I want to take it for a test drive. She said, no problem. It'll be sitting outside waiting on you. And when I pulled in the parking lot, it was sitting outside waiting on me. Good as her word. So I went inside and said, and I was already prepared to just pay for it with my own money. I had money. I was going to just put on a credit card. I didn't even want to lose that deal. I was going to pay the 8.9 interest. I didn't care. At that price, I wanted the bike. So I go inside, and I introduced myself. We talked for a few minutes, and I said, can I take it for a ride? She says, yep. She says, but can we, I just want to expedite things. Can we do the paperwork first? And I'm thinking, oh boy, here we go. I said, what do you mean? And she says, well, I think I can get you financed, not through Honda, but through my local bank. I have a bank I work with up here, and they've been really good, and they get everybody approved. So I just want to set your app off to them, and then while we're waiting for them to answer us, you can take the bike for a ride. And I'm thinking, yeah, right, after we get the paperwork, well, why don't we just wait and see if it, But nope, good as her word. We filled out the paperwork. She sent it to the bank. I took it for a ride, loved it. Came back, I was approved, 6.2% interest. Rode it home that day. So yeah, my first wife was with me, so she was prepared to drive. We were prepared to buy that bike. We were already prepared to buy the bike. However it was going down, we were taking it home that day. So she, we drove up there with me so she could drive the car home because I'm riding the bike. We put 250 miles on the bike that night. We got home, she got on the back, and we just rode 250 miles the first night. We were riding it everywhere. And I still have it. I love that motorcycle. So, it's my everyday rider when it's rideable. It's not rideable at the moment. Not a big deal. I just haven't had time. Or the money. Now the money's not an issue. I pretty much buy. It needs front seals on the forks, and it needs a front tire, and the front wheel needs to be powder coated. I already did the rear tire, rear wheel, but I haven't done the front. So I just need to pull the front wheel off and take it to the powder coater and get it powder coated, and then put new bearings in it, new seals on the forks, and put it all back together. And I have a new tire for the rear, and then it's ready to go. I mean, I can go out there and hit the button; it'll start right up. I just put a new water pump on it. It's just, between me being a little lazy, busy with work, busy with this house, trying to get the garage built, and flying airplanes, it hasn't been on the high priority list. So I haven't been farting with it. Once I get my garage built, I'm going to be farting with it big time because I'll be in my garage working on shit, not out in this freaking dirt parking lot I have. So that's going to change everything. But yeah, so those are my 2 motorcycles. They're very unique bikes, very off the grid. Not the kind of stuff most people would want. I have very unique tastes on everything I own because I like to please me. I buy shit that I like. I don't care what other people think of it. I like it. Now, years later, I was still working for Honda, and in 93, So they built the bike in 89 and 90, the Pacific Coast. And in 93, they still had a warehouse full of both colors. You could get a white one or a red one in 93. So they lowered the price to $5,800, I think it was. And we sold every one of them. And within like 2 months, we sold everything. Emptied the warehouse. And then all the dealerships were crying to Honda, we need Pacific Coast, man. They're selling, we can't, we've got so many people wanting to buy these things, it's unbelievable. So Honda said okay, and they remade the bike. In 93, the 94 model came out in black, and they reintroduced the bike in 94 at a lower price tag. I think it was still $5,800, and they just couldn't keep them on the showroom floor. They were selling them so fast. It was ridiculous. And all the magazines that had previously said it was the worst thing anybody had ever seen in their life all apologized how wrong they were. They didn't see the niche that this motorcycle filled as an everyday round town. You know, you can travel on it too, but it's so small and light that it's easy to maneuver. So it's a great bike just to go grocery shopping in. You got plenty of room in the saddlebags to put groceries. And it was just a great everyday kind of motorcycle that you could actually go on tour with if you wanted to. It's very comfortable on long distance rides. I've been on many long distance rides on that bike, and you know, thousands of miles, and you know, it's very comfortable. So all the magazines apologized for how wrong they were, and reneged on their original, and now they were all the magazines were praising the bike. So again, very unique motorcycles. Not your everyday people want them kind of bikes, but they're what I like. I'm very happy with both those bikes. I love them both. The GTS should be in a museum, honestly. It's such a unique motorcycle that will never be built again. You know, and they did, you know, I actually saw a crash video on YouTube. They were testing Bell helmets, and they crashed a red GTS 1000 with a test dummy on it to test the helmet. I couldn't believe they just destroyed a bike as rare as this to test a motorcycle helmet. It's like, oh my God, you got to be kidding me. So I see all these, you guys are all talking about the motorcycles you own. This is cool. Honda Trail 90. My neighbor across the street had a Honda Trail 90 that he never rode because it wouldn't run. And I asked him if I could fix it for him. And he just looked at me funny. He said, listen, I don't want any money or anything. I just want to fix it. I want it to run. You know, maybe you'll let me ride it once in a while, but I just want it to run. Will you let me fix it? And he said, yeah. So I did. You know, I fixed it for him. I got it running. I rode it around a little bit. And then he rode it around a little bit. And he had 2 sons, but neither one of them wanted anything to do with it. So I would go over and ride it once in a while, but it never turned into anything. But yeah, Trail 90. I had the Honda Z50. So that was my first name brand. I had a mini bike before that, but my first, you know, name brand motorcycle was a Honda 50, and I rode that for years. And then I worked on his 70, and then I sold the 50 and bought the 400, and then I bought the Pacific Coast and the GTS 1000, and my brother had a Suzuki. What the hell was that thing? It was a 650. Had the King Queen seat on it. I forget what model it was. I rode that thing more than he did. And he bought it, but he never rode it. I rode it all the time. He never rode it. So I rode that for a while too. So, and there's a Goldwing Club down here that I ride with sometimes. I used to ride with him a lot. I haven't rode with him for a few years. But yeah, it's just more of my crazy collection of shit that, like I said, I love, but nobody else would give a shit about. It's not, nobody's beating a path to my house, to my door trying to buy it from me. I can tell you that. One day I imagine the Yamaha is going to be worth some money. I don't think the Pacific Coast, although I'm what they call a purist because I'm the original owner of my Pacific Coast. So a lot of guys, there's a couple of Pacific Coast clubs, and I've been contacted by them. Do I still have the bike? Yep. You're what we call a purist. Would like to join our club? Unfortunately, none of the clubs have been anywhere near me, so there would be, one of those club by internet only, because, I doubt that I'd go up there and ride with them. An 82 1100 Goldwing, yeah. The first, the Goldwings, I'll tell you, because I was working for Honda at the time, and I think it was, what year was it? The 87 Goldwing? I think it was the first year for the 1300 Goldwing. I think that's what it was. Where they had really changed the styling of it. They lowered the CG and the center of gravity, and it handled super good. The 6-cylinder bike, I think it was, I can't remember exactly what year it was. Hang on a minute. It had to have been, what year was I working for Honda? We moved here in 83, and then we were getting divorced in 89? 88? Yeah, so I think it was an 88 Goldwing. Man, was that a handling motorcycle. We could not keep him on the showroom floor. I was laughing one day. I was standing out front, and a customer, guy was talking to me, and he says, "So what do you think of these Goldwings?" And I said, "You thinking about buying it?" And he goes, "Yeah, we're here test riding one right now." And I said, "Really? Have you rode it yet?" And he says, "No, I haven't rode it yet." I said, "Well, if you're not planning on buying it, don't ride it, because if you ride it, you'll buy it." "Really?" "Oh yeah. There's no way you are not leaving this dealership without that motorcycle if you ride it. I can promise you that. It's that good." I said, "It's that good, no doubt about it." And yeah, 87, the 1200, yeah. So I said, "Where's your wife?" And he says, "Well, she's on the bike right now with one of your salesmen." And I said, "Who?" And he said, "John." And I just laughed. I said, "Well," I said, "you better just get your checkbook out, because you're going to be buying that motorcycle." And he just started laughing. And it wasn't 2 minutes after I said that, we were still standing there, and they come riding in, and the wife gets off the bike and just says, "Just write the man a check." And he looked at me, and I looked at him, and I went like this. And he just laughed. He says, "You were right." I says, "That's, the bike sells itself. We don't even have to do anything to sell it. It sells itself. It's that good." So they rode home on a brand new Goldwing that day. We don't have. What? Armadillos. Oh, okay. You don't have armadillos where you live? Really? No kidding. Wow. I didn't know armadillos were like, regional. I thought they were everywhere. That's interesting. So I must have missed an armadillo. Somebody hit an armadillo or something. I missed that story. Where's that at? Well, yeah. Armadillos aren't gonna win a semi battle. for sure. So anyway, so that was my my little motorcycle story. I forget which one of you guys asked me what kind of bikes I had, but that's it. Hey, and okay, so let's get back to show and tell. I got another one. So here's another one of the deals that was out. 69 bucks. The Umex F27. Guys, this thing is a fucking missile. Holy shit. I'm gonna take it out of the box because it literally takes 2 seconds to take it out of the box. 1, 2. Okay, and there it is. Fully assembled, just the way you see it. Okay? 3S powered. Now, I'm telling you, man, this thing, because of the size of it, it's out of sight in 5 seconds. If you don't turn, it's gone. I mean, that's how fast it is. It's scary fast. And I don't mean scary fast that it's so fast you can't control it fast. But for its size, it's scary because you're going to lose it. You know, it's fast enough to fly away, you know, before you catch it, you know, before you realize it, you know, because it's that damn fast. On 3S, this son of a bitch hauls ass. You know, it's a cute little... I was flying it on a 3500. No, I'm sorry, a 350 milliamp, which was too big. I couldn't put the canopy back on. I flew it without the canopy. Okay, so it was, you know, open cockpit like this, and the battery was just sticking up a little bit. It's, you know, I didn't fly it inverted. The battery stayed in it, no problem. But, and this is only magneted on, so it's not like it's going to keep the battery in there anyway. But yeah, that battery is a little too big for it. But I got great flight time out of a 350. You know, but, oh my God. I mean, 69 bucks. This little son of a gun is quick. It's got a rubber nose. Literally, I mean, it's rubber. It's squishy. It's squishy rubber. Yeah. And it's, yeah, it's just a little missile. It's hilarious how fast this son of a bitch is. It glides fantastic. I mean, you shut the power off and it just glides forever. Yeah, pretty cute. I thought I was buying the big one for 69 bucks because they had that on sale at one time, that cheap. But yeah, I actually got this one for 69 bucks. And it's fun, but it's like I said, it's so fast you're going to lose it in a hurry. It'll be out of sight before you know it. That's what's scary about it. It's not scary that it's so, you know, it's frightening to fly. It's scary that it's moving so fast that you're going to lose it. If you don't turn it immediately, you're going to lose it. It's going to fly away. I mean, it'll be out of sight before you know it. Because it's so little, it's hard to see it. I'm thinking about putting some, like, fluorescent red stripes on the wing or something, or wingtips, something, to make it a little more visible, because, goddamn, you just can't see this son of a bitch. But yeah, it's cute as hell. You know, $69. I don't know if they're still on sale for that. They were. So I pulled the trigger on that. So, yeah, I was, you know, taking advantage of, and I gotta tell you, man, that I can't get the havoc out of my mind with the free battery. I don't know, is that deal still going on there, or did I miss that one? Because man, that's a very tempting offer. Jesus, that's tempting as hell. Damn it. This computer is just not going to work tonight. Nothing is working tonight. Jesus. So, Dave Marshall, are you still in here? Did Dave Marshall say goodnight and leave? Did he fall asleep? Or is he still in here? Who knows? Anybody got a clue here? You guys know he's got a giveaway for an iX20, right? Y'all knew that? John Jones. I have seen you somewhere. Have you been in my show before or somebody else's show? I definitely recognize the name. Yeah. The adult beverages, GB. Yeah, I was looking at that one too, Brian. I like that Cherokee. Boy, I like that Cherokee. Damn. I bet it's going to fly just like the SR-22. And that is a great flying airplane. Man, what a good flying airplane. I'll bet that Cherokee's going to fly just like it. Yeah, I really like that plane. That one's been on the radar too. But boy, that Havoc with a free battery, it's a $125 battery. You know, I mean, that just really has my attention. Not that I need another jet, but I could use another 6-cell battery pack. And when you figure, you know, I'm only going to pay $275 for the plane. You know, when you take the battery pack price off of it, you know, that's a really good deal. So, yeah, so I'm thinking about pulling the trigger on that one. I know I got to make a decision pretty quick if it hasn't already gone away. I'm looking right now to see if it's gone away. If this website will frickin' load. Uh-oh. I think it's gone. Nope, it's still good. I still have it, yeah. So that's a screaming deal. I'm really thinking about pulling the trigger on that. I could definitely use a, you know, what is it? It's a 70C battery, I think, right? I could definitely use a 70C battery for my jets. So, God, what a deal that is. I like the Havoc, but it's not like I'm dying to have it. It's not. That's not the deal. It's you know, it's an okay airplane. Honestly, if I had my choice of buying that one or another Avanti, I'd buy the Avanti twice a day and 3 times on Sunday. But you know, to get that $125 battery, which I know is overpriced, but still a 70C battery is going to be at least $100. So now the Havoc's only $299. You know, when you take the price of the battery off of it, that's a better deal than a Avanti at $339, I think is where it's at. So, you know, it's a nice looking jet. I love the color. I love green. So I love the color of the thing. And it's a pretty jet. It's a good-looking jet. Seems to fly good. You know, so that deal with a free battery is a good deal. I mean, these are the kind of deals I strive for. This is what I look for. I never pay full price for an airplane. So when I get a good deal on something, I try to take advantage of it any way I can. And so I'm looking right now to see what the specs are on the battery. I thought I had seen it was a 70C battery. I just want to confirm that. The other one was the EC 1500 that, you know, the Coast Guard looking, twin engine Coast Guard looking plane. The owner of our field, you know, Mr. Hilton, bought one of those. And holy crap, does that thing fly good. Jesus. And the flight time was amazing. I want to say he had I think a 4,000 or 5,000 and it's a 4-cell pack in that thing, and he flew it for 20 minutes. I couldn't believe it. And he was going straight up with the damn thing. It'll go vertical like there's no tomorrow with those twin engines, 4-cell battery. It was amazing. So that with that kind of flight time and that kind of performance, that's my kind of airplane. I didn't want it originally just because I thought, well, you know, it's a big cargo airplane. What the hell am I going to do with that? But man, after watching him fly that thing around, holy shit. If the deal was better, you know, because you're only getting a 4-cell pack, which is nowhere near the money of this 6-cell pack that's in the Havoc for the exact same money, you know, that makes the Havoc a better deal. So, I mean, if I had enough money, I'd buy both of them, but so that's got my attention also. Both these planes at those prices with free batteries is a really good deal. The Havoc's a little bit better of a deal, but still. I saw it somewhere. They tell you what the battery is, but now I can't find it. I'm looking. I just don't see it. Where the hell's the damn battery? No, I don't want to chat now. You can go away. Where's the go away button? No, I guess that's... So I can't see the chat right now, guys. If you guys are telling me what the battery is, because I'm too stupid to find it on my own, I can't see the chat. So I appreciate you guys filling me in, but I'll be back in a second. I know you guys can see me, but I can't see you, because I have the Horizon page open. Features, spectrum, blah, 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 blah. That's all the airplane crap. Where's the battery? I know it need to complete. It recommends a 4,000 to 8,000. Holy crap, that's a wide battery envelope. 4,000 to 8,000. Wow. Yeah, it's not telling me what the battery is. It tells me what it recommends, but it doesn't tell me what it's coming with. Alright, let's go back to the chat. Maybe one of you guys have told me. What did I miss? 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 This other heater's doing really well now. I don't know why it was shutting off before, but yeah, my little heaters are doing great. I'm very warm. So this could go all night. You guys are so funny. You're still talking about motorcycles. You see what I started? I'm sorry, guys. I just get off on tangents. You know, but somebody asked, one of you guys asked me what kind of motorcycles I had. And I missed that message in the chat that night, but I go back and read it later, so I saw it. RC motorcycles are cool as hell. Flying time. The technology there has come so far, it's unbelievable what they're doing with RC motorcycles. With the gyros on them and shit, man, they really drive good. I mean, I've watched a whole bunch of them racing around, and they're cool as hell. Unfortunately, I don't have any place to really fly them, or drive them, I should say, but but I like them. They're cool. Which one did you buy, Brian, for 179? I missed something in the chat here. Yeah, I've done that too. I've gone back to their website and found something still on sale that everybody else had taken down. I don't know what we're talking about though. So let me know what you bought, Brian, for 179. So it's a 50C battery, GB? The one for the Havoc? It's a 5050C? See, that's still a good deal. That's a good battery pack. Yeah, Fireman's 50C. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so anyway, that puts me, you know, definitely thinking about it for sure. It's on my radar screen big time. I'm, you know, even the EC 1500, you know, now that I've seen one in person and see it fly, man, it's a good airplane. I love the 5-blade propellers. First, I gotta tell you, those, you know, curved blade, you know, 5-blade props are cool as hell looking. So I really like that. I didn't like the fact that the wheels weren't retractable originally, but then after really looking at it in person, it doesn't bother me so much. That it looks good. It's a good looking airplane. You know, I love the Coast Guard scheme. That's a big deal for me. I'm a big coastie. Just because I've always loved that paint scheme. The orange and white trainer scheme is just cool. You know, I've wanted the T-45 forever from Freewing. It's just too damn expensive. It's $500, and I don't want to spend $500. But I love that airplane. And then the T-28s, you know, I always loved that scheme. I've got 3 of them in that scheme now. So I love those. You didn't see the deal with the battery, Tara? Yeah. Yeah, both of them. The AC 1500 and the Havoc both have free batteries right now. So, you know, you're looking at a $125 battery for the Havoc and probably a $80 battery easy for the EC 1500, I'm guessing. So, yeah. And I honestly think they're doing this to promote the battery more than the plane. I think they're trying to get their safe, because they're safe batteries. There's new safe technology where there's smart technology, not safe, smart technology, smart batteries. You know, the charger will tell, you know, you can plug it into its charger. It'll only work with its own charger. It'll charge with any charger, but if you plug it into the smart charger knows how many times the battery's been cycled. It'll automatically charge it. You can set it up to automatically discharge after so much time. If the battery hasn't been used, it'll discharge itself automatically. You know, you just program the battery pack to, you know, after, you know, 48 hours, it automatically discharges itself. You don't have to put it on the discharge; it'll do it itself. It's super cool if you want that kind of stuff. But yeah, you know, so I think they're trying to get those batteries in people's hands, you know, so that they'll buy the chargers. Again, marketing. Horizon's the master at marketing. You know, they interconnect everything. You know, they get you on this. That makes you want to buy that because it goes with this. So you got to have that. You know, and it's, you know, it's just. It's not working on me. I'm not buying it to have smart technology. I just need the battery pack. I'll never buy a smart charger. I'm not interested. But you know, the battery will work with its, you know, the plug, the way it's configured, will work with a standard plug. I don't have to buy new plugs. And you don't have to plug it into a smart battery charger. But if you do, you can take advantage of what it offers, which is all this crazy cool technology. So that's great. That's cool, but I'm not buying one. I'm not going to buy a charger. But if you're going to give me a free battery with an airplane purchase, I'm in. So that's what I'm thinking. You know, I'm just going to buy the damn plane to get the free battery. And, you know, I'll have another jet to fly, and I'll have a free battery. And, you know, I mean, it's not a bad airplane. It's a beautiful airplane. I love the look of it, and I love the green. It's, you know, it's one of my favorite colors. So it's not like I'm buying something I don't like. I do like the plane a lot. I just wasn't going to buy it because I've got enough jets. I don't need another jet. After buying the F4, I definitely don't need another jet. Oh, by the way, update on the F4. I programmed in the mixing on the elevator, and oh my god, that thing's a sweetheart to fly. Holy crap! You know, the Tyrannus lets you do a mix on that so easy, and then you can adjust it after that even easier. It only took me 2 flights to dial it in, you know, and it's just now when I put the flaps down, the elevator compensates. I've got them both on slow. You know, slow down, so the flaps go down really slow, and at the same time the elevator's scrolling up like this at the same time, you know, correcting. And yeah, flawless. It goes from straight and level flight, flaps up, to flaps down, straight and level flight. It doesn't hiccup at all. It just all of a sudden slows down without any kind of pitch change. To me, it's beautiful. I'm really liking the F4. I gotta tell you guys, I was not expecting that to fly good off grass with that tiny little front wheel, but I'm really liking it. It's a good flying plane. It flies good. It looks great in the air. I always loved the F4. I thought it was a great looking jet, and now that I have this one, and it's a great looking jet, and it flies good too, even off grass, no problem. The thing's in the air quick. I'm surprised at how easy it gets in the air off the grass. You know, when Ryan was flying that damn thing, he got all the way to the end of the runway. Wasn't that the one? Are you still here, Ryan? Wasn't that the one that went all the way to the end of the runway and then you had to jerk it off the runway to get it to fly? Or was that a different F4? Or was it a different plane altogether? Maybe I'm wrong. But I thought it was this one. I thought it was this E-flite F4 that you used all the runway. You had it in low rates, and you couldn't get it off the runway. You had to jerk it off the runway finally. And then I think you went to full rates, and it didn't change much. And then I guess with the flaps down, it took off pretty quick. I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking of the wrong plane. I don't know if Ryan's still in here, but I don't see Dave talking, so I don't think Dave's still here. The blue 6S link? Really? I tried that. I'll try it again. I thought that was a link. I tried that. It didn't work. Let me try it again. Thanks, GB. Oh, I know what I did wrong. I hit the free battery blue link, not the... I got it now. Thank you. Perfect. Yep. 5050C. Yeah, see, that's... Yeah, when you figure the price of that battery off the price of the plane, that makes that a screaming frickin' deal. I mean, it really does. God, that's a good deal. So, you know... Because I don't have any batteries... The highest C rating battery I have is a 4500 45C. And I know 50C doesn't sound like much more, but when it's a 5000 50C, it's a big deal. Because it's a multiple of each. You know? You're multiplying 45 times 4500, but this battery is 50 times 5000. So it's a exponential multiplier when you figure out how you're multiplying it. So it's a big deal. That's a high rating for that plane. That'll handle anything. A 5050C. So that pack will fly anything I have, and I can get aggressive, and it won't hurt the battery. See, my problem right now is I can't fly anything very aggressive because my battery pack's... Not that the plane can't handle it, it's the battery can't handle it. So, yeah, you know... I am going to buy some good batteries for Jet Jam before I go up there, but right now I'm not buying them, but I'm going to buy a couple of those Jetworks packs. I'm probably only going to buy one. I think he has a 5070C for like 120 bucks. Something like that. I'm going to buy one of those, and then I'm going to buy two of the 4-cell packs. And so that I can fly, like if I take my big Yak 130, I'll be able to fly it once aggressively. I put those Jetworks packs in it, and I can get pretty nutty with it and not worry about hurting the battery. And you know, get more aggressive with it on that one flight. And then the rest of the time I'm just going to cruise, you know. So I can go to Jet Jam and I can fly a nice aggressive flight with that battery, take it out of the plane, go put it back on the charger and on a nice slow charge, and let it, you know, in an hour and a half, it'll charge back up to fly it again later. And in the meantime, I can fly it with my packs on a, you know, cruising kind of flight. And then I can throw that battery back in the Yak again or put it in something else. You know, I might fly the Avanti aggressively once, and then maybe the F4 aggressively once, and then maybe the F-22 aggressive. That's three reflights on that same battery pack over the length of the day. And in between, I'll be flying my regular batteries. You know, so yeah. I'm not buying 3 or 4 of those batteries, but I'm going to buy at least one of each. You know, 2 of the, because it's an 8-cell plane, I need 2 4-cell packs. And then 1 6-cell pack. And, yeah. So that's the plan. I'm hoping to go to Jet Jam and do that. I'm hoping. I don't know if it's going to work or not, but that's the plan. I start my new job next week. We'll see how it goes. No, not next week. I'm still at my store next week. The week after. I start the 29th. So, I'm hoping that's going to go well, and that when Jet Jam comes around, I can take off work. I won't get paid for it, but I'm hoping he'll let me go, let me take it off without making a big stink. Yeah, I wondered the same thing, Brian. If there's a chip in the battery that's counting the cycles and it shuts it off after so many, I hope not. God, if they're going to do that, all the odds, it's not going to matter because I'll just cut the battery open and make another battery pack out of it. I do it all the time. I build batteries all the time. I have battery packs here that I have cut apart and soldered back together with other cells to make good batteries again. So if it's got that kind of stupidity in it, I'll be tearing it out. It'll be that simple. I'll just remove it and resolder it up, re-shrink wrap it, and keep flying it. So I just hate having to do that because I don't like rebuilding stuff that doesn't need rebuilt. And if it's because of something stupid like that, because we're only going to let you charge this thing 50 times and then that's it. Well, then I'm just going to rip that technology out of it and that'll be the end of it. And then I won't have to worry about that. But, yeah. And I mentioned this before, I'll mention it again. If you guys haven't thought about it, if you're flying jets, guys, and you get batteries that are getting tired, okay, any 6-cell prop plane, the 1700 FMS Mustang, the Carbon Z Cessna 150, any of these 6-cell planes, prop planes, when your jet packs get tired in the jet, they won't fly the jet anymore, they'll fly those planes just beautifully. So you can keep using the battery. I can't tell you how many times I've flown batteries in my Cessna or in the Mustang that no longer work in the jet, but they just work fine in the prop plane. The jet just too much. The second I hit the throttle, I'm already getting a low battery warning, and the battery's at critical by the time I'm in the air. If I don't get the gear up and clean it up quick enough, I'm going to lose it. The radio's going to shut off because the voltage is below threshold. And when you start getting that far into a bad battery, you don't want to fly it anymore. You just retire it. Well, you retire it from the jet. The prop planes don't put that kind of load on it, so I can keep flying it for probably another year in the prop plane. So if you haven't bought one, if you've got jets and you got tired jet batteries, I highly recommend you buy a prop plane. Either the Cessna 150 or the FMS 1700 Mustang. Anything that's 6-cell uses a 6-cell propeller plane. And you can keep flying those batteries for quite a while. Even though they're getting tired in the jet, they'll work fine in a prop plane. So that's what I do. Where are you looking, Tara, that you don't see it? Did Colin show up? Oh yeah, look at that. How you doing, man? It's good to see you. I was bragging about your airplanes earlier. Those VQ planes are impressive, dude. I got to tell you. Jackson was trying to help us out with it, but he didn't. He said he really didn't know that much about them. But yeah, I was been on that website for hours looking at all the planes. Man, damn, that's some nice looking shit for the prices. I got to tell you, man, I'm impressed. I think one of those is going to be in the hangar here soon. Those are good looking airplanes. I got to tell you, I'm pretty impressed. And the prices are wonderful, for what you get. I really like it. So, Tara, what are you on Horizon's website? Because, man, it's just go to the far right, where it says specials, and click the link there. Where at the far right, under the big header, there's 3 little, specials and I don't know, sale. What does it say? Hang on a second. I'm on the page. I'll tell you what it says. So you got 3: RC Club, Outlet, and Specials. Just click the Specials, and then you'll get, I think there's 9 I don't know. Let me go back. I forget how many specials are on right now. It changes daily. Well, not always daily, but a lot of times daily. Horizon's always changing it, adding something or taking something away. But if you go to there, you'll find the what we're talking about with both these planes, free batteries. So just go to the special link. Yeah, there's 17 things on sale right now. A couple of cars, a couple of boats, a couple airplanes. But the two best deals I see on this page, well, the V900's on sale too, free battery. What battery did you get with that one? Oh, God, I didn't notice the SR22 has a free battery also. I guarantee you they're all smart batteries because they're trying to get these smart batteries in our hands. So we'll buy the smart charger to go with it. And Ryan just got all those smart chargers, so he's going to be in heaven with that. I know you're going to enjoy that for sure. This thing's got to take an awful small 4-cell. The V900. Yeah, 2200. Yeah, that's what I figured. Yeah, so you're paying, we're paying regular price for all these planes, but you're getting, the free battery. But this is only a $44 battery versus the $130 battery on the Havoc. So you're paying full price for both airplanes, but when you figure in the battery, the Havoc's the best deal because it's a $140 battery pack. You're not paying any more for the airplane. The airplane's regular price, but you're getting a $140 battery pack versus a $44 battery pack. So, yeah, it's a more expensive airplane, but I'm just saying value-wise, the best value when you consider what you're buying is the Havoc right now. So, and I have way more use for 6-cell packs than I do 4. I don't have I've got all my old Warbirds, but they'll fly on any of the crap I have. I don't need new sexy high-C batteries to fly any of that stuff. And the only 4-cell jet I have is my Yak 130, and I don't think... Well, I can look. Let's take a look. Why not? Let's look. What the hell? I want to see what size battery comes with the EC 1500, because I'll have to buy a second one to match it, is the only problem. I'm going to have to buy a second battery. Yeah, Ryan, I know those roaring tops are good. How many flights do you think you got on one of those batteries? As far as cycles, how many times you've flown those? And do you notice anything dropping off at all, or are they still just as good as they were new? Because I'm really interested in those batteries too. Yeah, the 12 Days of Christmas thing's over, isn't it? Those sales are gone. This is something entirely different now. This is just a sale they're running. But the 12 Days of Christmas, I'm bummed about because there was something on there I wanted to buy, and I thought they were going to run it till Christmas. No, when the 12 days were up, they had a new item every day for 12 days, and at the end of the 12th day, they were gone. And I didn't know they were going to do that. So I missed out on that deal, which kind of pissed me off because I really wanted one of those things, and I didn't get it. So still punchy. Yeah. But how many flights, Ryan? Just guess. It's nothing I'm going to hold you to. I'm just wondering. Because we're flying some cheap stuff, and it was punchy right off the bat, but it feathered off pretty quickly. They're not as near as punchy as they were already. And they still fly the jet okay, but they're, we're already seeing a decline in flight times, and overall power. So, and of course you get what you pay for. I know, we're buying cheap batteries, but I'm just wondering, I know these things are pretty expensive, so are they holding up? Are they really doing the job, and can they continue to do the job? That's all I'm, really interested in. 10 apiece. Okay, so that's still relatively new. You haven't really pushed those batteries yet, so that's good to know, though. But I'm hoping that your results don't change. I'm hoping you get another, 20 flights out of them, and they're still punchy. Because that's going to be a big decider for me. If that's the case, then I'll definitely be looking at those batteries. Now you have a JetWorks pack, at least one, don't you? Not the Roaring Top, but the actual JetWorks pack. Yeah, yeah, I run my shit a long time too. Yeah, I'm on a budget, so I have to. That's why I'm so good to my batteries when I just cruise my jets around, because I can't afford to kill them. Oh, you killed it in the. Is that the one you had in the Havoc? That was epic. It was the electronics. Oh. How many flights do you think I have on those packs? On your JetWorks packs? What does that say? F1B? Oh, the F-18. I gotcha. Oh, okay. Which F-18 did you crash? Hell, I didn't hear about that one. Did you tell anybody about that one? Is this breaking news? I don't remember even hearing anything about you crashing an F-18, and you had like 2 or 3 of them. Yeah, I agree with that smart stuff is very cool. I think when you start playing with those new chargers, you're gonna love those. Yeah, see, that's why I want the JetWorks packs. You've got 20 flights on them. They're still doing great. They're lighter than anything else. They're just. If I'm going to spend some money on some batteries, I want some really, really good ones. Because I'm not going to buy a lot of them, but I want some good ones. Oh, really? What was wrong with it, and what that they replaced it? That's good to hear. I like hearing that. What kind of problems were they having with it? I hadn't heard any problems with the F-18s. Brian, what was I wanting? There were a few things that I wanted. I was looking heavy at buying another Z, Carbon Z 150. I was looking at that quadcopter they had on sale. There was something else. I can't think of what it was now. There was, oh well, the Timber for $99. That was a big hybrid servo was shit in the bed. Bad glue on mechanisms. Yeah, see, that's the same problem they had with the Avanti when it first came out. And I fell victim to two of those. And and Motion didn't replace either one of my planes. So I bought two Avantis and then a fuselage for a third. So my third one now is a combination of Avanti 1 and 2 and the fuselage from 3. So it looks like shit. It flies good, but it looks like shit. My Avanti looks like crap. But I fell victim to all the problems they were having with the Avanti. You know, the control surfaces were those tiny little things that had no glue on them and no place to put glue on them because they were so tiny. And they doubled the size of them in the next version, pulling out of the surfaces. I had that problem, and then the control board shutting down. Everybody was saying in the link on the Squawk that they were bypassing the control board for all the flight surfaces and only using it for the lights and the gear, I think. And I had the control board shut down on me, you know. And so yeah, I lost two Avantis, and I never got a tech bulletin about those planes. I guess they started that after the Avanti problems, I guess. I don't know. But I never got notified that, you know, hey, be careful of this or be aware of that. And it cost me two planes. Two $300 airplanes. So was there anything on the deal you wanted, Brian? Of those 12 days of Christmas? And Tara, did you find the special on those free battery things yet? You guys still here? There's 10 of you still here. I know Ryan's here because he's talking to me. Yeah, I have a UMX Timber. Love it. It's fantastic. It's a blast. The problem with it, with all UMX planes, is they're so much fun to fly, you wear them out quick. Okay? They just get, because they're so fragile, that you don't even have to crash it to beat it up. I mean, just, because I was doing, so here's what we do with the Timbers. We have a circle for helicopters. Off the main runway. And the way Bo mows it is he cuts the center section out, and then he leaves the high grass around it, and then he cuts a taxiway outside the circle. So what we do is we land outside the circle on one wheel and drive around the circle on one wheel and then take back off. And there's like 5 of us in a row. You know, we're all in formation flying this pattern where we're touching. So you're doing 100 landings of battery, you know, not 100, but, you know, and you just, you know, you rip the landing gear out of the bottom of it because it's not in there that good. It's not secured in there very well. And, you know, it doesn't do a lot of damage. You know, you can put the gear right back in, but when the gear comes out, it hits the wing or it hits the stab, you know, and it nicks it, tears it, you know, and before you know it, the plane's all beat up. And it haven't crashed it, and it's still all beat up. So, so that's my only complaint with the UMX planes, is that even because they're so fragile that even when you're not beating them up, they get beat up. So my timber's still flyable and everything, but it doesn't look great, and that's not a big issue. But yeah, I'm a little. But it's sure it's a ton of fun to fly. God, I love that thing. It's just a ton of fun to fly. But yeah, I just, I get tired of, it getting beat up so bad that it's practically wore out. I mean, I flew the shit out of it. I mean, but it's still, I just, I flew the shit out of it in a short period of time. Because we were flying them every day. Every day we were at the field. Me and 4 other guys would get our timbers out and fly them around together. And we get crazy sometimes. I got tangled up in the tree once, which didn't hurt the plane any until it hit the ground. It got caught in the tree, and it kind of flipped around, and it gently fell out of the tree, nose down. Throttle was off, but it went straight in and hit on the nose, which broke the prop and that plastic prop adapter. So I fixed the prop adapter. I made myself an aluminum one in my lathe. So that took care of that problem. I ain't never going to break that again. And then I had to buy a prop. So not a big deal. But yeah, the 4 screws hold the landing gear to the little plastic retainer that's in the fuselage. But the retainer comes out of the fuselage is what happens. When you start doing a lot of touch and goes, those big tires is a lot of leverage on the gear, and it just kind of works its way till it finally pulls the whole plastic thing right out of the fuselage. Which again, in itself is not that much damage, and you can just glue it right back in. But when it comes out, it goes under the plane, it hits the bottom of the airplane, it hits the stabilizer, and it does more damage. And it just keeps, exponentially damaging the airplane, and it just gets old. But I love the timber. I love everything about it. That mini timbers, the lights are all over it. We fly them in the dark. They're so easy to see at night. You can fly them in the dark with all those lights on them. And it's, of all the airplanes, especially the UMX planes for sure, that is by far the best. By far. No comparison. Best UMX anybody, that they've ever made. Just fun to fly, super cool looking. Love all the lights on it. Just a great little airplane. And at $99, it was a steal. So if you guys missed that deal, don't ever miss it again. If that thing goes on sale, buy it. Hell, even pay the $129. You'll love it. I still love mine. I'm just, like I said, because these things are so fragile. Now this thing here is pretty substantial. This wing is thick and hard. So this will take a hit, for sure. So this has got the potential of lasting as a UMX longer than any of the other planes. These uprights are not very sturdy, so I see them breaking pretty easy, but I'm sure they're replaceable. But the main wing on this thing is stout, very stout. So this thing I'm sure can take a hit. And it's got a rubber nose cone on it, so that's cool. So, but it's just so damn fast. I mean, it's not 100 miles an hour fast, but for the size of it, I'm sure it's doing at least 70. And 70 miles an hour at that's something that small is out of sight quick. I mean, real quick. So you got to be careful. I mean, it'll be gone before you know it. It's just a quick little bastard, So yeah, I like it. Definitely like it. I got to figure out. I got to get a better battery for it. The 3S packs I have are too big for it. But yeah, it's a cool little airplane. But yeah, I love the timber. Absolutely, couldn't recommend that enough. Absolutely love that thing. It's just a ton of fun to fly. I can tell you some things to do to it to make it better right out of the gate. The landing gear has those plastic skirts, for lack of a better word, on them. You know, just they're for looks. But first thing you got to do is take the corners that are up by the fuselage and cut them, round them off, cut a bunch of that off, and radius them, because the gear flexes and when it lands, and those go back and they dig into the fuselage. So right off the bat, they're going to start tearing up your fuselage every time you land, because the sharp corners just dig into the fuselage every time the gear, you know, flexes back. And you don't have to flex much. So the first thing you want to do is cut those corners, round them off, cut a bunch of that plastic away, so that they won't even rounded, it's going to damage the fuselage. So just get those cut away to stop that right off the bat. And make sure you got your screws in your landing gear. When it comes out of the fuselage, don't glue it back in with contact cement. Epoxy it in, you know, so it stays in there. You know, but yeah, minor stuff, but overall, absolutely love the timber. That mini timber is fantastic. I hate the big timber. I hate it. You know, it just doesn't fly good. It's perfect for a trainer. It's perfect if all you want to do is touch and goes with it. No problem there. That's what I use it for. Love that. If you put smaller tires on the UMX timber, you're not going to be able to take off and land it on the ground, on grass. You might be able to get it off pavement okay, but if you don't have the big tires on it, you won't be able to land it without it flipping over. Most of the guys flip it over anyway. I mean, you have to grease it in light. And I fly mine with a big battery in it. You know, I have an 850 milliamp 2-cell in my timber. Okay? So I have 40-minute flight times. I'm not kidding. You know, it's hilarious because everybody else is putting, you know, like a 250 or something in it, and it flies great on that too, but it's shorter flight time. And when I showed them I could throw an 850 in it, and it flies just fine with it in there. I mean, we're all flying around together, and nobody can tell I have an 850 in mine versus their 250, except that they're all putting their third battery in it, and I'm still flying. So it can handle the weight of an 850, which is still a tiny little battery. I mean, we're talking, you know, grams here, difference between a 250 and an 850, but it can handle it, no problem. So, but yeah, it's, you know, and minor problems aren't unique to because I'm running a bigger battery. Everybody's planes are getting tore up the same way. The gear is a tiny little wire. I wish they'd have done, you know, for the extra couple of grams, they needed to put a dual frame landing gear in it, you know, so that it's the you know, the V, the triangle, not just a set of wires that flex like this, but if they'd have put the Y in there, you know, or the V, you know, so it had two mounting points to the fuselage, that would solve that problem. And it wouldn't add any weight to the plane. It could easily handle that. You know, it definitely needs that, for sure. If it had that, it would be beautiful. And that would solve 90% of the problems with the timber. Because the problem is when you land it, it almost always flips over, and then it smacks the tail. So eventually the tail breaks, you know, because you keep flipping upside down and breaking the tail off. You know, you got to grease it in perfect. You got to come in and keep it so light on the touchdown so that it starts slowing down, and then you pull full up elevator before it can take back off, you know, to keep the tail on the ground and it won't flip over. And then you can throttle back up, and, you know, I do touch and goes with it all day long. No problem. But most guys are constantly landing it upside down. You know, they hit the runway with their tires and flip over. And then now you're beating the hell out of the tail. So it's just a constant little things that happen with that plane, and it's so fragile that, you know, it can't take a beating at all. But yeah, it's a ton of fun. It's a great little airplane to fly. I love mine. You know, and mine's not near as bad a shape as I'm making it sound. I'm just giving you the rundown of why I'm not a big fan of the UMX planes, although I love the mini timber. Is that they just can't take any kind of... You know, I've got two of these. I got one sitting right there, the UMX Mustang. There's one sitting right there. The tails broke off of it. Same reason, because it flips upside down when you land, because it's got tiny little wheels on it, so you can't, if you're not landing on pavement, you can't land it. You get just take the landing gear off and then belly land it, and then you end up either breaking the prop or you breaking, and then the motor came unglued out of that one for no reason. It just got loose from flying it because it's got a lot of flights on it, and like I say, these things are just not built to last, and I keep all my stuff a long time. So yeah, when I get a plane like this that I can only fly so many times before it starts falling apart, I get disappointed. It's I want to keep it forever, and so I got 2 of those. I got a whole bunch of these UMX planes, but none of them can hold up. This F-27 is the only one I bought that I honestly think this thing can hold up. I mean, it's pretty. This wing is pretty thick, and it's dense foam. It doesn't feel like it has a spar in it. Yeah, it doesn't have a spar in it. Not that it needs one. So there's a lot of flex in the wing, but I don't think because of how light it is, it's going to be a problem. I don't see that being a problem at all. But as far as durability, it's pretty stout. So I think this is going to hold up well. These are going to get broken for sure. If you come in inverted, or something, these are going to, because they're pretty flimsy. So I see these breaking pretty easy, but they're also easy to replace. I don't think... Yeah, the rubber nose is glued on. So if you screw that up, you'd have to, glue a new one on. But yeah, other than that, though, I can't recommend that UMX Timber enough. I love that thing. Absolutely love it. The big Timber, the only thing I use it for is touch and goes. I bring it in and I see how slow I can get. I just practice stole stuff, short takeoff and landing, because that's all it's good for. It doesn't roll worth a shit. It's got a terrible roll rate. It doesn't fly inverted that great. The mini Timber flies great inverted, but the big one, not so much. It'll do it, but you got to fight with it. Just all around, I'm not happy with the big Timber at all. I use it for training. It's the only plane I have. Yeah, it's the only plane I have that I activated the safe technology, because I teach people to fly on it. What I do is I put it up in the air, half throttle, half flaps, and hand them the radio. And it's damn near crash proof. I mean, literally, if they just let go of the stick, it'll correct itself no matter how close to the ground they are because of the flaps. So you just, I hand them the radio and I let them fly it around. And I give them some verbal, things to do, and they just do what I tell them, and they fly it around, and then when it's, it's time to land, I take it away from them and let it land. But it'll fly on half throttle with a 2200 in it. We've been up 20 minutes in the thing, so we get long flight times. I tell them, don't worry about the throttle, just leave it at half throttle, a little under half throttle. And at half flaps, it flies straight and level, half throttle, and it's just crawling. It's just a nice slow cruise, and it's perfect for that. That's the only plane I've ever actually activated the safe in, and the only reason I did it is to teach people, And then I turn it, they say, well, will it do aerobatics? I said sure, and I flip the safe off, and I go out there and I roll it and I loop it, and and sure, it'll do it all, but it doesn't do it well, but it'll do it, That's why they came out with 2 more Timbers, the Turbo and the X, because the regular Timber don't fly worth shit. So they had to make 2 new ones that flew better. So I don't have either one of those, but I'm sure they fly better than the regular Timber. Yeah, paved runways. Yeah, you can land any of this shit all day long on a paved runway. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, the UMX Radiant, the tail broke off just looking at it. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's, they're super cool, they're super fun, but they're so fragile. It just gets frustrating. I hate wrecking airplanes. I really do. I can't stand it when I damage an airplane. So the first time I, saw the dig marks in my fuselage and in my mini timber, I was so pissed off. I was like, God damn it. So I walked over to the car and I grabbed a pair of scissors out of my toolbox and I trimmed off those stupid plastic things right away. And it helped, but they're still digging in. They still hit the fuselage. So I contemplated just taking them off altogether, but I actually think they're helping strengthen the landing gear. So they just need to make a better landing gear for the timber. They need it needs to be a dual wire so that there's two spots on the fuselage connected, and that would solve all the problems. If I ever buy another new timber, I'm going to add a second mounting spot and add a second. I'll probably just take the landing gear off this one and the mount off this one and put it in the new timber and make my own dual wire landing gear setup so that I don't have this problem ever again, because that's 90% of the problem with the plane. They're just too fragile. That's my only complaint about the UMXs, but especially the mini timber. That thing is fantastic. It is so much fun to fly. All right, Fred. I'm glad you had a good time in the show. Appreciate you being here. You stayed pretty late. We're at 1:30. Ryan's still in the house at 1:30. That's fantastic. I can't believe Ryan's still here. That's amazing. This guy's got a full life, full-time job, kids. I don't know where you find the time, dude, to do all the newsletter and everything you're doing. My God, you're this. They call me the marathon man, but you're the mega man. You've got so much going on in your life, and you still make time for all of us. It's just fantastic. So keep it up as long as you can, buddy. I'm pulling for you. See, I don't have any kids. I don't have a full-time job. My hours next week, again, another 9-hour week. I don't know how anybody can make a living at 9 hours at $9 an hour. So thank God my ex-wife came back. None of this would have been possible without her. So, but yeah, I'm hoping the new job's going to work out. Good night, John Boy. All right, Ryan, you have a good night. Thanks for staying here as long as you did. I appreciate it. You're always welcome here. Let's go wrench on something, whatever you're wrenching on. And we'll see you in your show Saturday. You just completed the order for the Havoc. Good job, Tara. You found it. It's good. I'm glad you did that. I think you'll be happy with that. It looks like a good flying jet. It's a pretty jet. And with that free battery, dude, you just can't beat it. That battery will run in a lot of different stuff for, I think, I'm hoping it's better than any of the other E-Flight batteries I've gotten, because they've all been garbage. All of them. So I'm hoping this new smart stuff is going to be a better battery. I'm hoping. We'll see. But, it's a good price. It's very similar to the $100 they took off the F4, why I bought that. Instead of taking $100 off, they're giving you a $120 battery. So, that's, to me, is the same thing. Wrenching on some sleep. Well, you go do that then. We'll see you Saturday night. Nice. That's a 600-foot runway paved. That's beautiful. Yeah, so you can be very yeah, next time click Horizon Hobby through Ryan. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, use Ryan's media when you can, for sure. Hey Ryan, do you have something through Tower Hobbies or no? Colon. How in the hell did you glue your fingers together? Don't you have any debonder? If you don't, you need to get some, because that would you get your fingers right apart if you had the debonder. They would have come right apart. Yeah, that stuff works good. Okay, well you get it working on that one too, because we want to buy through Tower through you. So we'll definitely. Now that I know hobby, I want to buy a FMS. The Carbon Z Cub, the 1700, and now that I know that Horizon or Hobby Zone has it, I'll buy it through your link. I'll buy it from Hobby Zone through your link. So, good to know. I didn't know they carried FMS. I wasn't paying attention. I'll be honest with you, I wasn't buying from Hobby Zone anymore. Their service was so bad that I stopped buying from them. It took them 16 days to get me an airplane, 5 times in a row. Bought 5 different airplanes from them, and every time it took 16 days to get it here. And I was done with them. Because all I got were stupid excuses. Oh, we're so sorry, we usually don't take this long, blah, 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 blah. And each time was 16 days, and it was ridiculous. So I thought, all right, I'm going to try this one more time. I'm going to go through Ryan's link. I'm going to buy the F4 from him and see what happens. And I think I got here, it was either 4 days or 5. It was a day longer than it should have been, but I can live with a day, not 16 days. So I was done with them. So I'm glad to see that they've gotten their act together, because, you know, I got tired of their excuses. It was ridiculous. Perfect example, when I bought my 2 Arrows planes through Arrows, I added 1 Dubro servo saver. That's all I added. Those 2 planes and a servo saver. The planes were here in 4 days. 16 days just for them to put that servo saver in a frickin' envelope and mail it. 16 days for the servo saver. The planes were here in 4. So that's another example of what I'm talking about. So, but maybe buying through your link put a fire under their ass. I hope. I don't know. But I'll definitely keep buying through your link. Because I was done with them. I wasn't buying any more from them. I just can't stand poor service. You know, it drives me nuts. What are you oops sorrying about, Tara? Building a pilot tube for the Banshee. What kind of pilot tube are we talking about here? Yeah, if you'd have used Kicker, you'd have known right away that you had glue on your fingers, because I don't know if you guys know this or not, but when you kick that glue, it goes to 400 degrees instantly. Man, I'm going to tell you, boy, if you got any glue on your fingers with Kicker, you'll know it. Oh, not using the link. I got you. Yeah. Yeah, just go to Pilot My... before you buy anything from now on, guys, you know, and it doesn't cost you a penny more. It just helps Ryan. And I'm going to be trying to get hooked up with that as well, so to help any of us. But you go to Pilot Riot Media, and he has all of the links to all the different stuff he sells. So, and all you got to do is click it from there. And it takes you to the same website. The only difference is it's going to say, you know, welcome or thank you. I forget what it says. Either welcome to Flying Pilot Ryan Media, or, you know, there's a little banner on the page. The page looks exactly the same, but the banner's on there to know that you used his link to get there. And you pay the exact same prices. Everything is exactly the same, but Ryan gets a kickback for it. You know, it's not going to be a lot of money. You know, pennies on the dollar, basically. But think about, you know, he's got 5,000 subscribers. So just think if he made, what, $1 on every purchase from 5,000 people, and they all purchased one thing a month. That's $5,000 a month that he would get. And it wouldn't cost anybody a penny to use his media link, and he would end up with an extra $5,000 just because we used the link. And we wouldn't have to pay anything extra for that to happen. So, you know, it's that kind of thought process that would make a huge difference. So, yeah, not a big deal, but, you know, in the future. Oh, a pedo tube. I gotcha. Okay. So what? The Banshee didn't come with a pedo tube? You had to make one? God, the detail on that airplane's amazing. I would have figured it had one. So was that something you added for realism, or you know, for scaliness, or did it have one and it got broke or lost, or you were just installing the one that came with it and didn't realize you were gluing your fingers? What's the story here? I love that airplane, by the way. Man, I got to tell you, that thing looks really good. I'm really thinking about buying that sumbitch. I like that airplane. Had some hitchhikers on my pants. Oh, gotcha. So it came with one, but you added your scale effects to it. Gotcha. You didn't think about making it screw on and off, did you? I like that feature. Be able to take it on and off, you know, like the new ones, like on the FMS planes, they make them where they screw in. Yeah, no, I want the big one. Now, is your 81-incher electric or gas? I like everything on the page, Colin. I'm going to tell you, man, I was on their website for a couple of hours just drooling all over the airplanes. You know, they make some really nice stuff. God, I'm really impressed with that stuff. How long's that company been in business? Because I never heard of them. I gotcha. Yeah, that would be a little harder. I mean, it's doable, but it would be, you'd have to spin it on, and then you'd have to have like a jam nut so that it would stop pointed forward. Definitely be a little more difficult to do than the way that FMS does it. So I get it. But yeah, very cool though. Oh, so it's a gas plane with electric start. Oh, that's cool. Very cool. Yeah, I'd probably just make it electric. You know, it's this is an 80-inch electric plane. I mean, it's doable. I just I did the gas for 40 years. You know, nitro gas, whatever, and I'm just tired of cleaning up airplanes. Oh my God, all that fuel all over it all the time, and wiping all that oil off, and ugh. You know, I'm spoiled now. These electric planes, not just because they're electric, because of how much better they're getting. You know, the flight times on these things are getting better every day. The battery technology keeps getting better and better, which just keeps making these planes better and better. And the guys are coming up with better engine, electric motors. It's just progressing so quickly. This stuff is getting so good, so fast. It's amazing. So yeah, I'm really, really liking the electric planes. It'd be hard to go back. I mean, I'm gonna recover. I was talking about it the other night in my show. I'm gonna recover my quarter midget pylon racer, and I'll probably put the gas motor back in it to fly it again. But it's not going to be my daily flyer kind of thing. It's because I'm just over the mess. I did that for so many years, and before you just had to live with it because it was just a hobby. We didn't have electric. Now they got this electric shit, and it's getting so much better every day. The thought of going back to gas, it is not appealing at all. At all. I mean, it's just not. I'm having a hard time even thinking about. I mean, it's the plane I have is 40 years old, and I'm thinking about. Do I really? I mean, I'm going to recover it to make it pretty and everything, but why don't I just, while I'm at it, convert it to electric? And then I'm thinking, there's the nostalgia of the being gas, nitro, So I don't know. I don't know. Just the thought of going back to the greasy, oily mess is just not appealing. Yeah, Brian, it probably is drooling the keyboard. Yeah, because right now there's a lot of airplanes I'm dying to have, and I have no money to buy them with. But boy, I sure have a bunch on my want list for sure. Yeah. I don't know if you guys have been to that VG or VQ website, but go look at it. Go look at the planes they have. God, they've got some really cool airplanes. Stuff you can't get anywhere else. And then some of the stuff that you can, their stuff looks better and it's cheaper. I mean, to buy a 81-inch, scale with that kind of detail, Banshee, for $400 range, it's unbelievable. I mean, that same plane at Motion right now from Black Horse is $800 or more. So yeah, it's just, I mean, it's amazing. I can't tell you how impressed I am with the look of these airplanes and the prices of them. It's pretty impressive. Yeah, if you want some big scale stuff, I'd definitely go looking at that, because man, that stuff really looks good. Really looks good. All right, fireman. I don't know if you had dinner while you were chatting, but I hope you did. Have a good night. Glad you were here. We'll see you guys later. I'll be honest with you, Colin. Those fine details like pitot tubes and stuff, I leave them off the airplane. They look cool and everything, but I end up hanger rashing more stuff. Either other airplanes that rub up against that stuff hanging off the airplane, or I end up, kicking it while I'm walking around the plane at the field or something, and it gets so aggravating to have that little detail, sticking out of the airplane and how much damage it'll cause if I hit it, how big a rip in the wing or whatever it's going to do. It's to me, I started weighing out the pros and cons of putting it on the plane, and I've just decided it doesn't need to be on the plane. I can always, tape it on or something. If I'm doing a static display someplace and I want to show it off, I can add all those little bits just for the show. And then when the show's over, I take them all back off, But I stopped putting my FMS Warbirds, I stopped putting the antennas on them. I stopped putting the pitot tubes on them. That's pretty much the only two things that really are an issue for me, is the pitot tubes and the antennas. The antennas usually are poking holes when I put them in my plane rack, similar to your rack. The antenna starts poking a hole in the plane above it. Is usually what happens. Either when I'm putting that plane, try to take it out of the rack, I lift it up and the antenna pokes the plane above it, or something like, or when I'm putting the plane above it in the rack and it's tilted down until the wing hits, and so I just got so aggravated for the little bit of detail that it adds to the airplane is not worth the damage it causes in the long run. So I just stopped putting that stuff on my planes. I keep them all. A lot of times they're in my toolbox. So, if I need to for some reason, I can always stick the antenna on the plane or the pitot tube on it. But, definitely don't I don't glue them on for sure. They're only stuck on. And then if I'm, going to fly it and I'm worried it's going to come off, I just take them off. Just pull them out, stick them back in the toolbox, go fly. They don't need to be on there. And the only time they need to be on there is if I'm in a show someplace and I'm, I've got the plane on display. Well, then I'll put them back on. And, while it's sitting there displaying. But before I fly it, I'll take them back off. Okay, so I want to hear more about this story, Tara. These airplanes, are they being mass-produced in a factory? Are these guys building them themselves? Is it a family kind of build thing? I mean, what kind of production are we talking about? Hundreds of planes a week, hundreds of planes a year, I'm very interested, because I got to tell you, I love these airplanes. Yeah, that's funny you say that, Brian, because that's exactly what I was eating before I came on the show tonight, with Chips Ahoy cookies and a glass of milk. I didn't want to eat them on camera and make, I thought that would be rude, but so I ate them before I came on camera. But yeah, that's exactly what I was eating before I came on camera tonight, with Chips Ahoy cookies and milk. Great minds think alike. Oh, that's hilarious. I mean, what are the odds? That's funny. Yeah. Now I'm thinking about going to the house and getting my cookies and bringing them out here. I'm definitely thinking about it. Yeah. Yep. Run to Walmart 2 a.m. Gotta buy cookies. Oh, that's too bad. It's too bad you don't live closer to me, Colin. You can just come over here. I got them on the shelf. We can just sit here together on the show and eat cookies. Oh, just leave it in the bottom of the glass, and then that last drink of milk, you'll get the cookie with it. It's kind of like the cherry at the end of a sundae. Just leave it in there. It's that last little surprise, the last bit of milk you drink. Man down, save the cookie. So the factory was in Vietnam. Okay. So there's a video. I don't know if you've seen it. It's on YouTube. It looks like a brick building, but no windows in it. There's just holes where windows, where glass would be, and they're just open air. Brick building, and they're building these giant, I think they were DC-3s and Cessna 182s in this building. And the planes that were building were beautiful. But I think the caption read Vietnam factory or something. I got the impression it was a Vietnam factory. Have you seen that video? Do you know what I'm talking about? They were building some beautiful airplanes. Yeah, we might be able to do that, Colin. You're coming to Florida Jets? Cool. Yeah, I haven't tried a live stream from my phone yet. I almost did it tonight because nothing was working tonight. I don't know if you were here early when I was complaining, but nothing worked tonight. Nothing. I mean, it was ridiculous. It started before the show started. I tried to sign up for a Patreon account, and I went through all the, you want to link it to your Facebook, your Google account, whatever. So I did everything exactly the way you said, and I clicked on this, and answered all their stupid questions. And I get to the end, and it says, you're almost done. We sent a verifying email to your email address. So I go to the email, and they said, make sure you look in your trash folder. And it was in my trash folder. No problem. There's a link. Finish your subscription or whatever. I click it. It reopens a new page and starts the whole process over again. Same questions, same everything. So I click everything down and I click finish. Same thing. We emailed you. I go to my email. There's the button that says finish here. I click it. It opens another window and starts the whole process again. I'm like, are you kidding me? So I never got my Patreon set up because it wouldn't finish. It just kept a loop, doing the same thing over and over again. Ridiculous. I think I did it 5 times before I gave up. It was time to, I was late to the show. About 10 minutes. Anyway, then I get out here, I fire up everything. I fire up the computer won't boot. It's booting wrong. Something's wrong. So I shut it down and reboot. It reboots fine this time. I turn the TV on. TV won't come on. I still can't get the TV on. So that's why the laptop's in my face, because I don't have the TV to read the chat, because the TV's not on. I have a brand new bulb for it and I can't find it. It's in a box, Amazon box here somewhere. I haven't even opened the box. I can't find the box. So So I didn't have the TV tonight so I could read this thing, so I had to bring the laptop here so I could read it. Then OBS wouldn't start. For some reason, there was something wrong with OBS. It wouldn't come online. So I'm sitting here waiting and waiting and waiting. So then I click it again, and then it says, well, OBS is already open. Do you want to open a second one? Well, so I click no, and then it opened. So I said, oh, screw this, because I want to make sure the show goes right. So I close it, and I reboot the computer a third time. Get it up. Everything's up. I get OBS to opens right this time. Everything's fine. And then I hook up Raftercam, and Raftercam won't work. It won't even come on, let alone freeze. It won't even come on. So I'm farting around with that, trying to get the show booted. At the same time, I'm farting around with that. It was just, oh my God. Then the heaters wouldn't work. Well, this one did. But this one wouldn't come on at all. And it has one of those safety buttons on the bottom, so that if it falls over, it shuts off. So I guess there must have been something under the thing, and it was hanging up the button so that it wouldn't come on. So I finally got it to come on, and then it shut off. And it wouldn't come back on. So then I thought, well, maybe I blew the breaker. So I checked the breaker. No, the breaker's good. So it's not that. So then I'm farting around with it, and I can't get it to come back on. So I set it for low fan instead of high fan, and I turned the temperature down, and then it came on, but it wasn't blowing, and it wasn't heating. It just had the light. And I'm like, okay, well, it's on. I'll just leave it there. So I left it there. Well, then it all of a sudden came on by itself, and then it shut back off. Then it came back on a little later and ran for a little longer and then shut back off again. And then it came on again longer, and now it's been on for quite a while. So I guess, I don't know. I don't know what the hell and then Raftercam started working all of a sudden. I got it to come on and stream for a little bit, and then it froze again. So it's just been a miserable day. Miserable. I mean, nothing's worked tonight. And then the damn airplane, the P-40, fell off the table. So it just got a shitload of hanger rash on it because it fell off the damn table. Dinged it all up. But I hadn't shown you guys this. It was out of camera view. I'll give you a little update here. So for you guys that weren't here at the beginning. So this is the fuselage glued together. And if the laptop was back where it belongs, you'd be able to see the whole plane. But, this is how big it is. Okay. So, and the seam that glued together is right here. Let me pull this back down. Yeah, so the seam, the glue seam is here. And on the other side here, same place. Right here. That's where I glued it together. You can just see that line right there. So it glued together well. I put 2 barbecue skewers in it, like I did on my repair. I don't know if you saw that, but I added a little rigidity to the glue joint by putting a barbecue skewer on each side. So that's all together now, and the hatch comes up now. It gives you this gigantic opening for, the radio gear and stuff. So that worked out okay. But it dinged it all up when it fell off the table, so I'm pretty upset about that. And then I've got some other issues with it. So the build hasn't been going well, but I suspected it wouldn't, but it's been worse than... I should have listened to myself. I told you guys I'm going to clear coat this thing. Well, I should have put... I should have clear coated it before I even started working on it, because now I've got all kinds of damage I'm fixing. So, on the cowl here, the decal's coming off in 2 places. Right here, where you see this line right there, there's a piece of the decal flipped back that I'm going to have to glue back down. and then it's tore here and coming off right here. This edge here is peeling back, and it's a pretty good peel back. There's a whole, this whole piece here, you can see it. It's hard to see in the camera here, but it goes from here all the way up to here. It's torn, and this is lifting back right here. So I got to fix this before I can put it on the plane, and it's just getting damage all over it. That it would, most of this damage would have been fine if I had clear coated it first. I wouldn't be having any of these issues. And then the motor box here, one of the screw holes is stripped on the motor. So I've got 3 screws holding it on instead of 4. They apparently had CA'd the box together. Now there's screws in the box here on all 4 sides. 2 inboard here, and then outboard here, and then inboard again. And then on the front, in the corners, each corner has a screw. Okay? So the front of the box is screwed together. Not a problem. And it's all, if you look, it's all dovetailed. So it's well built. It's a nice box. It's all dovetailed together. But they laid it together and then CA'd it and the glue didn't stick. I never have any luck with CA on plywood. It works great on balsa, but it's not worth a shit on plywood. So what I had to do is I had to open the box up, you know, butterfly it open, and add epoxy to all of these joints. Okay? And then put it back together and hold it together while it dried. I used 30-minute epoxy. But you have to wipe all the extra glue off the outer edge. You got to get all this extra glue off because this box fits in a foam hole in the plane that's an exact fit. I mean, it's snug. I mean, you can't get it in and out. I had the prop and everything on it, tried to put it in there through this, and I could not grab the plane hard enough to pull this back out. I was screwing this all up. So I literally had to take the prop and the spinner off so I could take this off so I could get my hand on the front of the plane to yank this out of it. Because I was test fitting it, and it goes in. It doesn't go in far enough, and I'm not happy about it. I haven't decided if I want to fix it or not. There's inside the fuselage is a foam edge on 2 sides. It's a big foam bump that comes out that box slides up to and stops against the foam, and it leaves about a 3/8 inch gap between the cowl and the spinner. Okay, there's a big gap. I don't like it. So the only way I can fix that is I have to cut those foam ridges out of the plane, which is going to be easy enough to do. But now I'm wondering if they're using that gap to get air into the motor. I doubt it, because the spinner is solid and it matches that hole perfect. So I seriously doubt any air is going to go around that spinner and into that hole. So leaving that big gap just looks bad, and I don't think I'm going to gain anything from it. So I'm thinking about cutting the foam out of it so I can slide the spinner the box all the way in. So a bunch of issues with the build here. Not big issues. Some of them are self-inflicted. Like I said, I should have clear coated it before I started working on it. And but you know, and I've been working 12-hour days, so I haven't had time to work on it. But I've got all day tomorrow to work on it, so I'm going to try to get something done on it tomorrow. Try to get some of this stuff fixed and, you know, get it mostly completed tomorrow. I was too tired today to do shit, you know, so... And then all this happened. So it's just not been a good night, but it ended up being a good night. I mean, we're having fun in the chat, even though I have to put my face in the front of the camera here. It's been an okay night. So... And I was showing off the... See, you guys missed a lot of this. So I bought a truck. So another one of the Horizon deals, or this is from Tower actually, Tower Hobbies, still Horizon. 85 bucks, ready to run, came with everything, and when I say everything, I mean everything. There's the battery. It came out of the box like this. The battery was already in it. The body was on it. You pick it out of the box just like this. There's absolutely nothing to do to this at all. Plug the battery in is all I had to do. Plug the battery in, turn the receiver on, and it came with AA batteries for the transmitter. All I had to do is put the batteries in the transmitter, turn the truck on, turn the trading on, and I was driving it. And it was already had a charge in it and everything. And it came with a wall charger on top of it. It came with the AA batteries for this, and it came with a wall charger for the battery pack. It's a slow charger, obviously, but you know, for 85 bucks. I mean, when they say ready to run, they're not kidding. I mean, it came with everything for 85 bucks. And it's fun. It's not like I'm new to trucks. I got tons of RC cars and trucks. You know, this is a car I raced back in the 80s professionally. I was driving all over the country racing this thing, you know. And I could have easily put a motor and batteries back in this. I still have the batteries that run that will run this, okay. But I wanted a truck, and for 85 bucks, it was a no-brainer, you know. So I bought the truck, and I love it. It's very cool looking. It's a beautiful paint job on the body, and it's you know, it's got oil-filled shocks, so it's got a nice ride, and it probably does 20 miles an hour. It's you know, it's not breakneck speed or anything, but it's fast enough, you know. It's very fun to run around. So yeah, I'm very happy with it. I thought for 85 bucks it was a good buy. Absolutely an excellent value for 85 bucks. So very happy with that. Well, now that heater's staying on, it's pretty toasty in here. I'm not gonna get any frostbite tonight. Man, that bugger's. I mean, and it's on low heat too, and it's doing fine. So we're plenty warm. So all you guys going to sleep, or are you all saying goodnight to somebody else? What are we doing here? What am I missing? Because when I'm chatting with you guys, when I'm speaking and showing, I can't read the chat at the same time. So we're down to 8. Mark Z's heading out, so good night, Mark. It's not no, it's a brushed motor in it. It's an old brushed motor. You know, it's low tech. Listen, all my racing stuff from the 80s, all these cars I have are all brushed motor stuff. I haven't got anything brushless in a car. You know, we didn't have that technology back then. So everything I have to run is brushed. So this truck's brushed. It's fine. I'm not worried about it. It's going to do just fine. You know, I have everything to fix it. I mean, if I need to put another motor in it, I got motors galore here. Brushed motors. So no problem putting another motor in it. I can make it way faster. I've got motors that'll make that thing a rocket ship. I've got oodles of battery packs that I built back in the day, and they're still good. I tested them not too long ago, and I couldn't believe that they all charged up the way they did, and they were fine. So they've all lasted. You know, we're talking from the 80s, 89, 88, 89, 90, 91. I was racing all over the country. I was on Car Action magazine. I was on the cover. I showed that the other night. I don't know if the magazine's still out here. I don't think it is. I think I took it back in the house. But, yeah. So I'm not new to this stuff at all. Just for 85 bucks, God, I mean, it was a steal. Greed, Brian. That's why. Greed. They want to get as much money out of them as they can. And, you know, it's a shame it has to work that way. But, perfect example. If you guys remember that quadcopter I showed you from High Tech for 99 bucks, came with everything, the screen, the everything. You know, the camera, you know, transmitter, ready to fly. Great little flyer. They introduced that thing at 349 bucks, I think it was, and they couldn't sell them. So, and they couldn't sell any of them. I mean, I guess they had shipping containers full of them, and they couldn't sell any of them. So they put them on sale for $59.99. So $349 down to $59. And they were selling so fast it was unbelievable. And they thought, oh crap, man, we went way too far. We don't have to sell them that cheap, and we can still sell a lot of them. So after about a month at 59 bucks, and they probably sold 10,000 of them, they bumped the price up to 99 bucks. And I guess sales were still going pretty good, so they decided to leave it at 99 bucks. So they've left it at 99 bucks now. But every once in a while, they'll put it back on sale for 59 bucks, which they did back. It was before Black Friday, because they didn't do it for Black Friday, and I really thought they would. And they didn't. But there was something that, maybe 4th of July, they had them at 59 bucks. So I bought 2 of them, because they were only 59 bucks. And that's, again, just like the truck. Everything in the box you need to run the thing. Batteries for the transmitter, the receiver battery, came with the camera, a video screen to fly at FPV through the screen, everything. Props, an extra set of props, a clear plastic body on it that you can paint however you want. I mean, it was completely everything, for 59 bucks. So I bought 2 of them, and then they come out with this truck for 85 bucks. They were actually 75 bucks for a few hours, and you could get the same deal for 75 bucks, but they had a limit on how many they were going to sell at that price. And once the limit was hit, they shut that off, and then but now they still have plenty of them at 85 bucks. So, but when I see deals like this, it's hard for me to pass them up. I really don't want to pay full price for anything, and I rarely do. So it's hard for me to pass up these deals. That's why I bought that F4. When they knocked $100 off of it, the F4 was not on my radar screen. Not that I don't like the plane, I loved it. I loved it. When the Freewing came out with the first one, I loved it. It wasn't crazy about the camo paint scheme at first, but after flying this gray one, the camo one would be much easier to see in the air. So I like the camo idea better now. At the time, I didn't care so much for the camo paint scheme on the ground, but boy, it was definitely going to be better in the air. So, I happened to run, and it wasn't even advertised. I just, I was on Hobby Zone's website, and it said up to $100 off, and I thought, I wonder what they're selling. It's $100 off. And that's not why I was on the website, but I saw that banner and I thought, I wonder what it is. And I really wasn't thinking too much about it. And then I was thinking about a jet, but not the F4. It was a different jet I was going to go look at again. I wanted to read the specs on it. And I don't remember which one it was, because it was on Horizon's site, so it wasn't one of the motion planes. It was something else. And I don't remember what plane it was. Probably the F-18, to be honest with you. But anyway, I'm scrolling down the jet list, and all of a sudden I come across the Ford Phantom, $100 off. Normally $419, on sale for $319. Holy shit! Really? So, and it was the bind and fly, so I bought it. And it flies great. Really happy with that thing. So, it's those kind of deals. Now that Havoc with the free battery, man, it's killing me that I can't just pull the trigger on it. But I don't have unlimited funds. I don't have the funds. I'm going to have to put it on a credit card and then make payments on it because I don't have $400 laying around. But to pass up that $125 battery for free, is hard to, because when you subtract $125 off the plane, now it's not a $400 airplane, it's a $275 airplane. That's huge. So it could be the same as paying the full price for the battery and getting the plane for $275. That's a good deal. Hard to pass that up. So I'm hoping I don't have to pass it up, but I might have to. I don't know. We'll have to see. I did work a lot of hours these last 2 weeks, so I've got a big paycheck coming, so I could probably get away with it. It's the truck was the it's from I bought it from Tower Hobbies. It's called the Granite Voltage, I think is what it's called. It's a Horizon hobby brand that Armorin, I don't know. ARMNA or something. That's the brand. Yeah, here it is. ARRMA. Arma. Arma? I don't know how to pronounce it, but yeah, it's on the side of the truck here. The ARRMA. And this is called the Granite Voltage. Comes in 3 paint schemes. It's the exact same body with 3 different paint schemes on it. This red with blue, and then it comes with blue with red. These 2 colors are reversed, and then it comes with this like electric blue where the black is on here. It's all electric blue. And then there's a little bit of black and red on it, but it's mostly electric blue. So yeah, it's same truck, same body, just 3 different paint schemes. So it's it's just cool, and here's the transmitter, and it comes ready to run. I mean, and when I say ready to run, I mean ready to run. It came with everything, I have so many battery chargers that I'll probably never use the plug-in-the-wall slow charger because I just have battery chargers coming out of my ass, especially ones that'll charge that battery, because that's either a NiCad or a lithium. It's not a lipo. It's either a lithium or a nickel cadmium battery. And I have a charger. I have old chargers from back in the race days that will charge that. So I don't even have to take up space on my LiPo battery. While I'm at the flying field, I just have all my battery packs plugged into my generator and, all my chargers, and I just fire them all off, and I've got batteries on all of them. So I'm usually charging 4, 5, 6 batteries at a time. And but yeah, at $85, it was like, no brainer. It was like buying the F4. At $300 versus $400, no brainer. The new Taranis SE radio is another. Oh my God! And that's not even on sale. That's just a screaming deal. The SE version of that radio for the $60 difference, the amount of stuff you're getting for $60 is just unbelievable. You know, there's at least $200 worth of stuff there that you're only paying $60 for. You know, to upgrade your standard Tyrannus to the Tyrannus SE is just an unbelievable buy. And that's not even on sale. That's just their everyday price. So, let me get caught up here again. Oh, I have no idea how many turn the motor is. It doesn't. I don't think it gives that specs. Maybe it does on the website. I don't know. You know, that's funny you say that, because back when I was racing, that's, you know, we were always talking about how many turn the motor was and everything. That was, you know, huge. Knowing that information. Now I don't even care. I don't care. I just wanted the truck for $85. I wanted something I could just go out and play around with, you know, when I'm waiting for batteries to charge or whatever at the flying field. And Bo has gas-powered trucks, big ones, you know, that he's always playing with. So I thought I'd go out there and screw around with it. And I didn't even look at any of that stuff. I didn't care. For $85, you know, ready to run, I figured, who cares? So, yeah, I don't even know what the specs are on it. I know it's a 7.2 battery pack, 7.2 volt. I know it's that. It's a 6-cell pack. You know, the old 1.25 or 1.2 battery packs times 6. You know, it's a flat pack, dual row, 3 cells in a row, dual row, side by side battery pack. I've got dozens of those packs around here. There's one laying right here. It's one of these. You know, just a regular 6-cell. You know, got a Tamiya plug on this one. But this is one of my old batteries from the back in the day. So, yeah, it uses a pack identical to this in the truck. So, then I've got, I don't know, I probably have at least 10 of those battery packs made up from back when I was racing. So, if I really want to run the shit out of the truck, I can put those together, you know, get them out and recharge them and go run the hell out of it. What's a better deal, Brian? On what? What do you think? I can wait for a better deal. A better deal on what? What's the deal you're thinking of when you said that? Yeah, this is the LX models A10. I had it on the bench here. One of my chat nights. If you go back to one of my videos 3 or 4 weeks ago, I had it on the bench and talked all about it. Yeah, it's a A10 from LX Models. The same people that make this P40 I'm working on right now. Same company. Flies great. Beautiful airplane. But it has issues like everything else from LX Models. And, you know, it's a shame they don't step up their game better, because they really do make a nice product. But there's always something wrong with something about the product that either you end up spending a lot of time or a lot of money to correct the problem to make what was a good plane better. Dave's RC. At 2:30 in the morning, you've decided to come into the room. Oh, I gotta love you, Dave. You're amazing. So what brings you out tonight? You just woke up and had to get your RC fixed for the night? You were, you know, getting the shivers? You had to jump in the room? Glad you're here. It's good to see you. Hope you're feeling all right. Yep. Okay, Brian, I'm with you. So which plane is reasonable? Which plane do you got in mind? Are you talking about like the Havoc? You don't think that's a good enough deal for that airplane? I mean, everybody's opinions, are different, and if you don't think so, you're certainly entitled to that. I'll be honest with you, I'm not in love with the Havoc. I like it a lot. I mean, I think it's pretty. I love the color of it. It's nice design. It looks good. It looks like it flies good. I've seen the flight videos. It has a good runtime. So these are all plus features, but I'm not like jonesing on the fence to have it. Just like the F4, I wasn't jonesing on the fence to have it. I'm really glad I bought it because the F4 flies great. I'm really happy with the plane. After buying it, I'm super happy with it. But at the time, because it was $419, it wasn't something I wanted. But at $319, okay, now I'm more interested because I like the F4. I just didn't want that particular one because I thought the little front wheel was just not going to be a grass ops compatible airplane. But I was wrong. It's fine in the grass. Oh, is it you were on vacation? That's why you didn't have a show? Yeah, so I'm sure you heard. Uh-oh. Okay, I'm getting a packet. Not receiving packets from... We might lose the show here, guys. Hang on. Hopefully it's just buffering and it's going to go away. Well, it doesn't say that they're going to go away. It just says you're going to have some buffering. Are you getting any buffering at the moment, guys? For some reason, OBS is dropping packets at the moment. I don't know why. We're back, though, now. It looks like it's okay now. Farmer Man! You're back! So did you have to go plow a bunch of driveways? Okay, well, that's a good point for sure, Dave. I get it. And it's if it wasn't on sale for basically $125 off, I wouldn't be thinking about buying it. But at that price, now it's got my attention. I haven't pulled the trigger on it yet, but I'm thinking about it. Yeah, that's why I'm still thinking about it. Because you're right. Yeah, if you already have an Avanti, why buy another jet? The same kind of jet. Well, then it's not exactly the same, but I get the point. It's close enough. Yeah, if it wasn't on sale, I wouldn't be thinking about it. But it's on sale, so now I'm thinking about it. I haven't pulled the trigger on it, but I'm thinking about it. So... Yeah, I rarely pay, Brian, I rarely pay full price for an airplane. I've only bought one airplane at full price, and that was the giant Carbon Z T-28, because I just wanted that plane so bad, and it went away. They discontinued it. There weren't any to be had at any of the at the outlets, like Horizon Hobbies or Hobby Zone or any of those. So I had to go track it down through Hobbytown. I called the Hobbytown local. They didn't have one. And I said, can you check your other stores to see if any of them have it? Because I know they have the ability of going on the computer and looking at the whole country's inventory. And he said, yeah, I've got some customers in the store, but I'll call you back. And I said, okay. And he did. He called me back. And he says, there's 11. And here's where they are. And he told me all the stores that had them. Where the stores were. And gave me their phone numbers. So I'm thinking, okay, great. So there's nothing close by, nothing in Florida. The closest place was in Tennessee. And so I'm thinking, okay. So I have a national car club I'm part of that I'm friends with all these guys all over the country. So I could probably get one of the guys that lives in Tennessee to go get the plane for me and shuttle it down to somebody in southern Tennessee or northern Georgia, and then he'd bring it down to half Georgia to another guy, and we could just shuttle it through everybody down to me, through our car club. So I had that in mind. And then my good friend that lives here in Tampa, been riding all over I taught him how to ride a motorcycle, and now he won't get off of it. He's been riding all over the country for years. He retired from the Coast Guard. Master Chief, and he's he makes more money than I made as an insurance adjuster for Allstate every month to go ride his motorcycle. So that's what he does. He just rides all over the country with his dog on the back of his motorcycle. So I see on Facebook, because he's one of those Facebook guys that posts his entire life on Facebook, and he crashed his motorcycle in Texas. And it happened to be where one of the airplanes was, right down the street. He wasn't 10 minutes away from the place. So I didn't call him to get the airplane. I called him to make sure he was okay. And I wanted to know if he wanted me to bring the trailer to come get the bike. Pick up him, the bike, and his dog. And he said, I'll let you know, I might need you. But he says, I think I've got something worked out with somebody here that's going to Florida anyway. And I said, all right, well, let me know. I said, well, I got you on the phone. There's a hobby shop right down the street from you there that's got this airplane I want. Can you go get it for me? And he said, sure, I'd be glad to. And he did. So that's how I got it, because I really wanted that plane, and I was so upset when I heard they had discontinued it. So he got me the plane, and I'm so happy I have it. But that's the only plane I've ever paid full price for. Everything else I've bought has been on sale. Yeah, it's, Dave, the guy who dies with the most toys wins, right? You know that? Who's got 160 airplanes? Was that Marshall or, somebody's winning by a long shot, because I'm only at 70. So whoever's got 160 airplanes is killing me. I don't remember if it was Marshall or I forget who it was. But one of the guys said he had 160 airplanes. So, yeah, Dave. That's the only reason I'm thinking of the Havoc. I want the battery. It's a 50C, 5,000 milliamp 50C 6-cell pack that I can fly in all my other jets. It's a $125 battery, 125 to 140, I think Horizon says. And it's free with the plane. You buy the plane, you get the battery for free. So that's $125 off the airplane, which brings the plane down to $275, and you pay $125 for the battery. Or you pay full price for the plane and the battery's free. I don't care how you swipe it. It's on sale for $125 off. So It's on my radar now. I haven't pulled the trigger, but it's on my radar. Now, one of the guys in the chat, and I forget who it was, said he had a coupon for 10% off on top of the free battery. So, I know I used to be able to call Horizon, but when Force RC was in business, I could call Horizon on any product they had and tell them I have a 10% coupon at another, and they knew who it was. I didn't even have to say the name. They knew who was killing them. You know, will you guys match it? And they matched it every time. So every time I called Horizon on a sale, I asked them for 10% off and I got it. Every time. So this guy just said he had a coupon from Horizon for 10% off. So I'm wondering if they still give the 10% off if you call them and ask for it. I don't know. I haven't tried. But doesn't hurt to ask. So I probably will on this if I do pull the trigger on this Havoc, I'm going to call him and ask him for 10%. Just to see if I get it or not. It's already a good deal, but another 10% would definitely be nice. You know. 40 RC cars? Really? Well, you guys got me beat on that one too. I mean, I got a lot of RC cars, but I don't have 40. I'd probably have... I probably have 20. But I don't have 40. I know I don't have 40 cars. Which plane are you getting that kind of flight time on, Dave? 6 minutes on a 4500? Do you have any points? Oh, you're talking about Horizon points? Oh, shit, I don't even know. God, I'd have to go look. Yeah, Brian, I'm the same way. I don't get rid of anything. I have so much stuff here. It's unbelievable, the stuff I've kept all these years from my childhood. I'm just like you. You and I are so much alike. So yeah, this is the very first plane I ever flew when I started flying in 1973. This is it right here. It's called Dick's Dream. I didn't make up the name. But it's a 049 Cox 049 foam wing. Okay? It's supposed to have wheels on it. They rotted, so I threw them. I pulled them off. But yeah, so I turned it into a two-channel, elevator, rudder. Fire up the airplane, throw it, fly it around till it runs out of gas, and then land it. And this is the plane I learned to fly on, right here. That was 47 years ago. So. And then I have, this is a pylon racer, half of one. And here's half of another one. So, two different airplanes. I crashed, but broke the front end of this one and the back end of this one. So, I cut them both off at the same bulkhead so I can put them back together. And I'm going to make a new plane out of it. These two pieces will glue right together, just like that. Which will make a perfect fuselage again, and I just have to build a wing. And I have the wing template the rib template right here. So all I gotta do is cut out a bunch of ribs, build a wing, and I'll have a Quickie 500 again. So I'll probably build that one day. So, then my quarter midget, that's 45 years old, is in the house. I just need to recover it, which I'm going to do too. That's coming up. So, yeah, I don't get rid of anything. I have all my Matchboxes and Hot Wheels from when I was a kid. I have all the track. I have, oh my God, I have the Hot Wheels track, you know, the gas station recharger thingy that had the spinning wheels inside of it, and it kicked the car out, and it go around the oval and come back, go back to the gas station, kick it out again, and you know, I have that. I have everything. Oh my God, I have all this stuff. I don't get rid of anything. I have the original, the very first original video game, Pong. You know, the two paddles, the ball going back and forth. Yeah, the first video game came out for your television called Pong. I still have it in the box. I don't get rid of anything. I keep everything. Yeah, I only have, I think I have like 6 racing quads. Oh, cool. So, yeah. Okay, well, see, now that's another reason why I'd like to have the Havoc, because the flight time. I'm big on flight time. You know, these guys that want to fly a jet for 3 minutes, 2 minutes, because they can go 100 miles an hour, that's not me. I have no interest in going 100 miles an hour for 2 minutes. That's ridiculous. For me. I mean, you know, if that's what, you know, lights you up, then go for it. You know, nothing wrong with that. But that's not what lights me up. You know, I'd rather cruise at 70 miles an hour for 6 minutes than 100 for 2. So, yeah, was it a car wash or was it a gas station that you ran through? Maybe it was a car wash. God, I don't remember. It's a good point. But yeah, I still have that. I have all that stuff. I have the Snake and Mongoose drag cars, you know, that Hot Wheels sponsored. You know, that you got the track that you would run down, and at the finish line it would pull the parachute, you know. I still have all those. I have everything. You know, I have so much stuff. I don't have any of the Gillo rubber band stuff. I think I only ever bought one of those. And it, you know, over the years got destroyed. Not from flying it, but hanger rash, just getting it moved around. Yeah, it was cool. I mean, it was. I think it was the Piper Cherokee was the one I bought. I think, and it was you know, all the little tiny sticks, and then you had to glue the tissue paper, you know, silk and dope the tissue paper onto it, and yeah. It was cool at the time. I remember building it, and it was very cool at the time. But I only ever bought one of those. You know, right after that, was when I found the RC flying field and got into RC, and that was the end of my, you know, I never did control line anyway, but my thought of control line was gone at that point. And building more of those little rubber band jobs was gone. You know, it's just, RC was it, man. I gotta buy RC airplanes and be able to fly them. So I gave up all the free flight stuff and all of that. Wasn't interested anymore. I had no idea that there was such a thing as a radio control airplane. And when I saw it, I was hooked instantly. I mean, the very second I saw that they could fly a plane, do loops and rolls and spins and everything that a real plane can do from the ground with a radio in their hand, I was like, okay, that's it. I'm in. I got to do this. And that was it. That was 47 years ago. So... Yeah, Dave, I only, usually I don't do a full throttle pass unless I get a request. You know, if I'm flying around and somebody says, hey, man, can you do a full throttle pass? Sure, why not? You know, and then I'll, I usually do a diving pass, too, on top of it, just to really, get the most out of it. But, yeah, until somebody requests it, I usually don't even bother. Unless, I like to show off. So if I know there's a lot of people watching, like this past Sunday, everybody was at the field. So when I put the yak up, I did a super big loop. I come across the field wide open, and then I brought it into a gradual loop and went all the way up. I was probably at the top of the loop. I was probably at least 100 feet, 150 feet up. And then came back around. It was this gigantic loop, which of course, that looks cool on for the viewers. And that was the only real throttle pass I made, and then the rest of the time I was just cruising. No, I never had the Evel Knievel stump bike. That's cool. Yeah, I never had that. I was a big Evel Knievel fan, but I never bought any of his toys. I remember that bike, though. Yeah, I never got one of those. See, I'm not the only one in the room that keeps their old shit. There's a bunch of us idiots. That's what my ex-wife calls me. I'm an idiot. Why do you hang on to all this crap? Because I'm an idiot. There's probably something I could put my hands on right out here in the garage here that would be in the old nostalgia something. Let me look around a minute. There's probably something out here that I... Well, here's one. I forgot I had this. How about that? It's still in the box. As beat up as this box is, this Great Lakes Trainer Sterling kit is still in the box. This is old. Holy crap, this is old. So this was the decal sheet. Obviously, it's gotten water damage, so it's no good. I won't be able to get the decals off of here. They're all eaten up from bugs and stuff anyway, but that's an easy fix. Cali Graphics can make that, so that's no problem. Here are the blueprints. For you guys that have never built a balsa plane before, you'll enjoy this. Because this is what you build the plane off of. Let me get it out of the glare. So the maybe this side will be easier to... So this is what you pin this to your board, okay? and then you put wax paper over it. This is all actual size, okay? And then you pin down the wood right on top of the blueprint here, and you start gluing it together right off of these prints. These are full-size blueprints. That's what you build the plane off. And here's what you get to work with. So everything's, pre-cut on this wood. So you see, you can see how everything's numbered, and it's all cut out. You just punch it out of here. You just push it out. Okay. This is all the hardwood. This is all plywood. This is some balsa. Trying to find a piece that's got. Okay, so here's. I don't know what this is. Probably a wingtip. Okay, but that came out of here. See? So that was in there just like that, and you pop it out. So that's the way everything's pre-cut in here. You got to take it all out, and then there's just some of it's just plain balsa sheets, and then these are wing spars here, leading edge. So it's a rounded piece in the front that makes a triangle shape, okay? So that's the leading edge of the wing. And then the little reliefs here are where the ribs go. So this is how we used to build airplanes. Not to take the foam plane out of the box, put 9 screws in it and go fly it. This was a big to-do. To build this. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work to glue all this together. It's time consuming. Now, we didn't have CA glue back then either. So we're doing this, basically you're using white glue, Elmer's glue, the glue you used to eat as a kid. So you have to glue everything, and then you have to let it sit all night to dry. So you can only work on so much of it at a time, to let it dry. Then you take it off the plans so that you can move the plans and put the next piece on and pin it all down and then start building the next piece. So, yeah. So this is how we used to do it back in the day. And I have several of these kits. I got another one right there. Carl Goldberg Mirage. Sitting right over here. And same thing, in a box. Still new in the box. It's an electric-powered glider. But it's a built-up glider, just like this. All balsa, you got to build it. No foam. All balsa. Got to build it, put it together. Cover it. Either, silk and dope it, which is, I wouldn't do. I just monocoat it. But, same thing, though. You still have to cover it. And, you got to build it first and then cover it. So, this is old school, guys. This is what I grew up with. 47 years ago, this is all we had. I mean, that foam wing on that little plane is the only thing you could get a foam wing in. I mean, there was nothing bigger than that because they didn't know how to, they weren't injecting molding anything. The only thing we did was hot wire cut foam. And then you'd have to, if you're going to put a spar in it, you'd have to, like run this foam over a table saw blade or something to cut a relief in it so that you could glue a wooden spar into the foam. None of this, boring a hole down the middle of it and putting a round tube in it kind of stuff that we do today. That was unheard of back then. So yeah, it was a very different era back in the day to build airplanes and fly them. Nothing like we have today. That's why I'm so spoiled with these new planes, because I used to have to do all this hard work. And now I can literally just buy these beautiful, already finished, painted, decaled foam airplanes, take them out of the box, put a couple screws in them and go fly them. I'll be honest, I don't miss the building at all, but at the same time, I do still want to do one. Actually, I'll build that Sturman, and I'll build the Mirage for sure. I still have there's another plane here that's a ready to fly plane. It's a Christian Eagle biplane. This is the cowl for it. So it's a pretty good size biplane. Okay. And then this is the way it came out of the box, which this is I think this is the rudder, and these are wingtips, I believe. But when the kit was new, this is a very old airplane, and I've never finished putting it together. This plastic that is brown was white. It was perfectly white. It's just over time it has turned this brown color. You know, because it's been laying around for 20 years, 30 years, I don't know how long, a long time. But this, it's all pre-done. And this skin that's on it, you know, there's a balsa wood underneath this, and it's got some kind of a plastic, very thin plastic film. It's thicker than monocoat. You know, it's strong plastic, but it's a thin plastic, so it's very pliable. So you can wrap it around, and it won't break or anything. But you know, and it's a hard plastic, but it's a very thin hard plastic. So that whole plane's still in the box over here. Most of it. I've built a lot of it, but I'm nowhere near finished. Another project. You know, I've got plenty of these build airplanes, and they're just, when you can go just take one out of the box, screw it together, and go fly it. It's you get you know, you get spoiled. How many planes do you think you have, Dave? Out of all your builds for your reviews and stuff? Because I'd be the same way. You know, I would get attached to it. Even if I'm not ever going to fly it again, I'd still be attached to it. So how many planes do you think you got? I autocross also flying times. That's funny. Yep, SCCA autocross. I have a couple of really cool videos I could show you. So between my model airplanes and autocrossing, I autocross and drag race. That's why I don't drink, smoke, or do drugs, because I can't afford it. You don't do these kind of hobbies and have any extra money for booze and cigarettes and drugs. So $95 planes. Wow, that's great. I have about 70. You know. Oh yeah, you think? Oh, that's a good point, Brian. So you think a Zoom right now would be cool because there's only 10 of us in the room? We could all just be talking to each other on the Zoom. Yeah, I don't know. Do you think it makes that big a difference? I mean, everybody's chatting in the room with each other, and I'm talking. I don't know. See, the only problem with Zoom in this situation is that we'd have to take turns talking, whereas you guys can be two or three. You can be talking about two or different three subjects at the same time in the chat, while I'm talking about a third or fourth thing. You know what I mean? It's whereas if we're all in the same room, then we all have to wait for each other to talk, and I don't know. I haven't done the Zoom thing. I watched it, and it was interesting. I'm not going to say I hated it for sure. I did not hate it, but I'm not going to say I loved it either. At times it was getting, I don't know, not annoying, but I don't know. Just something was wrong. It just didn't feel right. I think, we were having some technical difficulties when Mike couldn't figure out how to turn his sound down or something, and there was an echo, and I don't know. It was different. Yeah, I'm not going to buy the SU-30 right away. I'm going to wait and make sure it doesn't have any issues. Because I'm not going through another first round buy like I did with the Avanti and have it come apart in the air, and then have to buy a second one to have the control board fry, to buy a third one and then put all three together. I didn't buy a full third plane. I bought a third fuselage, canopy, and nose cone, and then put all the other bits from the other two crashes into that to make one complete Avanti. So my Avanti looks like crap, but it flies good. So, yeah, I'm not doing that again. That was the first time I did a pre-buy bullshit, and there were so many things wrong with the airplane that they had to work out. I guess the free-wing F-18 is the same way. I was just talking to Ryan earlier about that. Apparently, there were a bunch of issues with the F-18. The difference is that I guess free-wing's replacing crashed airplanes now, and they didn't back when the Avanti had all these problems. So I need to talk to Motion, because I think for the video I put up and the amount of planes I've sold them, they owe me an Avanti. You're on an Android phone. I tried to watch somebody's show on the phone once, and the chat kept fading in and out as somebody would post something that would come in, and then it would fade away, and I could see the whole screen, and then it would be blocked by the next chat, and boy, that got almost annoying. I don't know if it was annoyed or just, I don't know. It was weird. I couldn't do it. I put the phone down and booted up the television because I couldn't do it. So you were in the Zoom. Now, were you one of the live Zooms or just watching the Zoom from your phone? Yep, it's definitely the Frankenstein Avanti. Yeah, I was just talking to Ryan about he crashed his. We were talking about batteries, and he said that I asked him about a particular battery pack, and he said he lost that pack in a crash off video. And I said, "Oh, really? What plane was that?" And he said it was the F-18 that they knew they had issues with, and they replaced it. And I was like, "Wow, well, that was nice of them." Because Motion never offered to replace my Avanti, although I guess I never asked them to replace it, but I'm going to ask them now. I don't know if it'll do any good, but I think they owe me an airplane. So, I gotta take a real quick pee break. I'll be right back. Alright, so I thought I'd bring another oldie but goldie So this is one of my dirt oval cars. Wow, is this dirty. Woo! Man. I want to clean that off. That's filthy. So this is an all-wheel drive dirt oval. This car is called an SRP1, Superior Racing Products 1. Very high tech. This is a full fiberglass or carbon fiber chassis. The control arms are all made out of magnesium. The reinforcement plates for the chain drive, it's got a chain drive in it for the front wheels, are all magnesium. Everything's magnesium or carbon fiber in this plane. This car. Very high tech for the day. I was actually sponsored by Superior Racing Products, so I got big discounts on all my stuff. Won the Region 2 Oval Nationals with this car. And I knew I was going to win it. I found some stuff out about running this car that even the guy that made the car didn't know. And so I told him that, and now I wasn't driving the car. I would have won. If I'd have been driving, I'd have won it too. It doesn't matter. That wasn't the deal. Anybody could drive this car to the win. I had one of my guys was factory sponsored by a racing motor company. And with the motors that he could get in my car, I knew we were going to win. It was going to be an easy win, and it was. And when I told my driver, Nathan, that, he just kind of looked at me like, you know, you're nuts. And I just laughed. I said, wait, you'll see. And he had never driven the car, so he didn't know. And so we went down to the track. It was a local track. That's where they were holding the Region 2 Nationals at. And I just had one of my motors in the car, which was plenty fast, but not as fast. It wasn't just the motors that we needed from Nathan's sponsor. We needed his batteries, too. So with his motors and batteries in my car, nobody was going to stop us, and it was a runaway. We won the race by so big a margin it was ridiculous. We set the new track record and won the race by laps, not just seconds, but laps. And I told my sponsor that weeks before the race, and he just laughed at me too, because everybody thought I was nuts, like I was talking out my ass. And after Nathan drove the car, you know, the first thing I told him, I says, listen, when you get to the corner, you can't lift the throttle. You just hold onto the throttle wide open and turn. If you lift, you're going to hit the wall. If you just turn it, it's going to go around the corner. And he looked at me like I had 6 heads. And I said, just trust me. So what does he do? He goes down to the first corner and he lifts and he slams it into the wall. And I started laughing. I said, I told you not to lift. So the next turn, you know, at the next end of the track, he doesn't lift. He just turns and he goes right around the corner. And he goes, holy shit! I told you. So now he's driving around the track wide open the whole time, and it does turning, and it's just going around the corner like it's on rails. And he can't fucking believe it. He's never driven anything like this in his life. And he's just, his mind's just, he's blown his mind. So, so we get done with that practice run, and we come off the track, and I look at him and I said, you know, do you see why now I told you we're going to win this thing handily? He just starts laughing. He goes, oh my God, dude, what the hell? And I said, because I know what the fuck I'm doing, Nathan. And it says, all we need are your buddy's batteries and motors, and we're going to kill it. And we did. I mean, he put it on the pole in the first qualifying run by 2 laps, I think it was. So he's on the pole, and we had a minor issue in one of the qualifiers. Easy fix. The tires, I had shaved the tires for a little bit smoother track, and this track was a little too, had gotten a little too rough. So I just shaved a new set of tires that night for the next day's races, and made them bigger. That's all. I just had to make the tires a little taller so we'd have better ground clearance, and that's all it took. And he ran away with the final race, and the only one that was even close to him was his teammate. And the only reason he was close is because he asked me to set his car up the same as Nathan's, so I did. So he finished second, I think a lap down from Nathan, and he was 2 laps ahead of third. So it was Team Redline Motors was, So I called my sponsor, at Superior, and told him, well, we won the race, we set the track record, and by a couple of laps, and he starts laughing on the phone. He said, well, you told me you were going to do it. Yes, I did. He says, I don't know how you knew you were going to do it. I said, well, because I know my car. That's, and I knew Nathan was a well-skilled driver, that he could easily handle the car. So that was fun. We had a good weekend that weekend. And Nathan, every time I see him, he still talks about that. Every time I see him, the first thing he says, I just still can't believe how you knew we were going to win that race. And I've never driven a car that was so easy to drive and so easy to win a race with in my life. He still talks about it. This happened 20 years ago? 30 years ago. 89? I think it was like 1989. So yeah, like 30 years ago we did that with that car. So Farmer Man's still here. Wow. Owen, you're amazing. Listen, Dave, I'm sorry, Owen, don't put the jet in the air and jeopardize it just to fly it. Yeah, you've got other stuff to fly. Fly a prop plane or something that's, you can handle the snow and the shit. You already made a beautiful flight with the SU-30 to show it off. Everybody was impressed. Don't risk it. Don't risk the plane. Just fly something simple like a barefoot, or no. What do they call that thing? Bigfoot? Some high wing, or just some prop plane. Don't put a jet in the air. It's too freaking cold. I can build you an RC-10 tranny if you really want one. I still have, I know I still have an RC-10 kit, a tranny kit in the bag. It's in the trailer. I know where that's at. See, when I closed the hobby shop, I took all the pegboard out of the hobby shop and I lined the inside of my trailer with it, and I put everything back on the pegboard hooks with their little tags. So the inside of my trailer looks like my hobby shop. So all the parts are hanging in there for all my RC shit. So yeah, I know there's an RC-10 tranny in a bag. So I can definitely build you one. So are you plowing like private driveways, Owen, or are you plowing parking lots, businesses? What are you plowing at 3 o'clock in the morning? Oh, all this stuff runs. I mean, if I had some place to run it, there aren't any. Are there any dirt oval tracks around here right now? Actually, there might be one. Come to think of it, I think. I think maybe that I got to go over there one night. I haven't been over there since he opened it. One of my old time friends owns a body shop, and he does RC. Well, actually, the RC business I think is bigger than the body shop now. He does custom paint work, custom body work, makes all kinds of street rod stuff. That's what he specializes in. And he got into this RC stuff. And so he bought this new property and built an indoor track. And I can't remember if the track is an oval or an off-road course. It might be an oval. And if it is, I could take this car over there and run it. So I have to call him and find out. I'm trying to find. I had a bottle of Windex out here. I'd like to clean this damn body off. God, the thing is filthy. I see a couple paper towels right there. Ah! I see it! Let me do this. Let me take the body off. So here's what it looks like on the inside. There's a chain drive that goes through the middle of the car. So it drives the wheels, and the front wheels are on one-way hubs. This is it overrides the chain. That's so it'll turn. So when when the chain's driving it, it goes forward. Okay, but when it goes faster than the chain, it just overrides. It's a one-way bearing. A sprag. And so that makes the car, and then of course it's got, oil-filled suspension. Boy, and the oil fill is still working. Christ, this car hasn't been running 30 years and it's still fine. That's amazing. Boy, the magnesium's in bad shape, though. Jesus, does that need cleaned up? Holy crap. This looks terrible. When this magnesium's clean, it's beautiful. I mean, it's really a gorgeous piece of metal. But this stuff's in really nasty looking shape. But, it's definitely got the right name. Superior Racing is, because this car was superior, without a doubt. This car was absolutely amazing. Still got my Futaba receiver in it right there. Pretty cool. I'm gonna go rinse this body. I'll be right back. So there's kind of a there's a story behind the paint job on this car. So this is what color. It's black, and then it goes from this goldish yellow into an orange to red to purple to blue. Okay, and across the top too. And I painted this. This is another one of my paint jobs. So what's unique about this paint scheme is that I have a 67 Camaro in the barn. And when I bought it, it was white. So I did some body work on it, didn't need much. And then I painted the whole car. And this is exactly the color I painted it. The only difference is I had the dual Chevelle racing stripes going over the car. But it's the yellow gold metal, and that's metal flake, by the way. Gold metal flake to orange to red to purple to blue on my Camaro that's out in the barn, and it's sitting out there right now in that with this exact paint scheme on it. So I just thought, what the hell? I might as well paint one of my RC cars to match my real car, and so I did, and you know, it came out nice. I mean, the car's beautiful. I've actually put this color scheme on a couple of my RC cars. I have one here that's really cool. It's a jet car. I built a frame and put a body on it, painted this color. It's a, I think it's a Chevy Lumina body, I believe. I think it's the same body that I did the Coca-Cola can on. I don't know if you guys were here for that. I think it's the same body, but the black, this paint scheme. And what I do is I set it up to have, it's got copper tubing soldered together. A T in the front with a tube coming out this side and a tube coming out this side. And the jet engine goes in the middle. And when the jet engine fires the parachute deploy, you know, it's a Estes rocket engine, it goes through the tube and blows two parachutes out the other two tubes. So, it worked fairly well. It was a little hard to steer, I'll be honest with you. It probably spun out more times than it ran straight. But boy, when it ran straight, it was cool. And it wasn't as fast as I thought it was going to be. I really thought the jet, you know, the rocket motor was going to make it a rocket ship, but it didn't. I had electric drag cars that were faster, but the flame coming out of it and then the chutes popping at the end was cool as shit. I mean, that put on a show. That was just cool. So, it wasn't the fastest thing on the planet by far, but it was cool as hell. That car's laying around here too somewhere. I think it's over there somewhere. I know that. That one's in perfect condition too. It hadn't been, you know, this one's been in several races, so it's a little beat up. It still looks good, but the holes around the front pins are pretty ragged. And, you know, when you run these cars hard in races, you know, and you're running into people, or I should say they're running into you, you know, they get a little beat up. So this has got some, you know, it's got some race damage on it, but it still looks good. I don't know what's... It's turning white for some reason. When it dries, I guess it needs a polish. Because when it's wet, it looks beautiful. When it dries, it's getting this white film look on it. I don't know what that is. But at least it doesn't have 2 pounds of dust on it anymore. So anyway, so that's another one of my nostalgia racers here. This is actually the car that was on the cover of Car Action magazine. Not this body. The body's in a display case, but this is the car that it was on. So, pretty cool. If I ever won the lottery, that's all I'd be doing every day. It's RC planing and at daytime and RC car racing at nighttime. I'd be making a life out of it, you know, for sure. I'd probably have I don't know if you guys know what a TBM is. It's a turboprop airplane. There's a YouTuber that's actually an RC guy. He's been in Ryan's room a couple nights, called Stevo One Canevo. And he's a commercial pilot, but private pilot, commercial pilot. He flies for a private airline that flies small commuter planes, mostly from the Miami, Fort Lauderdale area to the Bahamas, is mostly what he does. But he does a lot of other stuff too. So he's been in Ryan's chat room a couple of times because he wants to get the A-10 Warthog, the FMS. And I guess there's a flying club down there in Fort Lauderdale that he flies at. But his TBM that he flies, it's not his plane, he just flies it. He gets to fly it like it's his plane. He takes his girlfriend to the Bahamas in the plane, you know. So it's he's got a pretty nice job. And I'd like to have that plane. You know, it's a couple million, new ones, several $1 million, couple million, 2 or 3 I think. But you can get a used one for $900,000. And if I had won the lottery and could afford a plane, so that I could fly all over the country and go up the Maine and fly with Dave and go to New York to be with Josh, and I'd be doing it. You know, that's what I'd be doing. I'd be flying all over the country with my shit in the plane, this, and the truck, and my jets and whatever, and I'd be traveling all around to fly with all you guys, because that would just be the life of Riley, for sure. That would just be cool as shit. So, Bang Good emailed you. Oh, Christ. That's another Hobby King company for me, man. I don't buy from Bang Good anymore either. What did they email you about? Now all you need is an RC-10. I have one of those new in the box too. Video is frozen? Is it? I know Raptor Cam's frozen, right? Yeah, it's still frozen. Dave, there's only one thing I'd be plowing at this time of night. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, we figured out you were plowing, not flying, Owen. I was just about to say, you must be tireder than you think. But at least we know what's on your mind. Flying, not plowing. So, that's good. That's a healthy thought process for sure. Where did we go off track here? What are we signing our life away to? Got your coffee? All right, John. You're going to start watching the show from the beginning now? Or are you going to stay with me until we end and then you'll go back to the beginning? Okay, so I still have 9 people in the room. Yeah, Banggood. Yeah, I had a very bad experience with them too. They're the most childish company I've ever dealt with. They literally, they sold us a product they knew was bad. When we contacted them to have it fixed, replaced. They said, no problem. We'll send you another camera, because they knew there was a problem with the camera. I said, okay, no problem. And this was supposed to be a Christmas gift. Then I wait a week and I don't hear from them, so I contact them again, and they said, oh, well, you have to send that one back first. And I said, well, that's not what you said. You said you were going to send me another one. I'll be happy to send you this one back in the box that you send me the new one in. Says, I'll have the correct box to send it back and everything. No reply. I try to send them an email and it's rejected. They've actually blocked my email now. They're not even going to talk to me, right? I can't contact them because they're blocking my email. All because you said you were going to send me a camera and I was going to send this one back. And now you're changing it and saying, because I questioned what they had told me, they blocked my email. I mean, does it get any childish more than that? I mean, oh my God, a company that does that. So I had to send them an email, copy-pasted their email into another email browser I had. Luckily, I have more than one email, to send them the message so that they would get it. And I said, fine, where do you want the camera sent to? So then they talked to me again, because now I'm agreeing to do what they want me to do. And I had to send the camera to California, because you can't send a camera to, it's either Japan or China. I forget. You can't send them a camera in the mail. They can send them out of the country. You can't send them into the country. So if you send any kind of package that's marked camera, it will be stopped at customs and turned around. It won't make it into the country. So make sure you don't mark it camera. When you declare what it is, it's not a camera. It's anything but a camera. So they had me send it to California. Then they wouldn't send me the replacement camera. They just said they wanted the whole drone back and they'd give me my money back. So I sent them the drone. I had a confirmation from the post office that it was shipped. So they sent me my money back. So I got my money back. 2 months later, I get the drone back. The post office never delivered it. It had been lost in the mail for over 2 months. It had been run over by one of their trucks, so it was crushed now. And I had insurance on it. So I filed a claim with the post office for an insurance claim because they didn't deliver it and they destroyed it. And they said it was my fault that it was destroyed because I didn't box it right. I said, it's in the original box it came in. I said, FedEx had no problem delivering it to me originally. Why are you having a problem delivering it back? And they kept coming up with more excuses and more excuses, and it was a battle for 2 years with the post office. 2 years. We played this tag game. He said, she said, your fault, my fault, your fault. And it was $350 insurance on it. And they ended up, they would only give me $220. I mean, the drone was worth $500. And, you know, so if you buy insurance on a package to the post office, they won't honor it. So don't ever put insurance on anything from the post office. Because God forbid you have a claim. You won't get paid. It's going to be a couple-year fight, and if you don't believe me, go on YouTube and look it up. There's hundreds of videos out there, people with the same problem with the post office. They had a claim with a package that was insured, and they won't pay the claim. And then it took them years, and then they settled for usually about half what the claim was for. So, you know, just ridiculous. So I've never said anything to the post office ever again. They've lost my business forever. And so is Banggood, because their childish crap with the email. They blocked my email so I couldn't talk to them. So I no longer buy from Banggood. There's a better company anyway. There's a company called Gear Best. And they have the same products. Actually, usually they have better products. better prices, and they're not childish like Banggood. So I buy my stuff from Gear Best. Got to get the kids up for school in 2 hours. Well, you might as well stay up and just wait, send them off to school. Yeah. All right, Brian, have a good night. It's good to see you here. Yeah, I know a lot of you guys are having trouble with FedEx, and I think I know why. Apparently, FedEx has subbed out almost all of their routes to subcontractors. They don't own their own fleet of trucks anymore. I mean, I think they still have some, but I think I know my guys are subbed out. They're not corporate FedEx trucks. They're subletted to a second company, FedEx trucks. But my guys are great. They do a great job. So I happen to be lucky and be in one of the groups that care about their jobs and doing a good job at it, because my FedEx guy and my UPS guy are great. UPS guy is a real UPS guy. They're not subbing their stuff out. Their hub is right down the road here. I've been there. I applied for a job there several times. I've been over there a lot. So I know where their building is, and I know where their drivers are, and hell, I know half the drivers. So yeah, both my FedEx and UPS guys are great. It's my post office that sucks, and and this is the third place I've lived now in Florida, in this area, and all the post offices have been the same. They all suck. Nobody can deliver the mail. It's ridiculous, and they can't deliver the mail to save their ass. So where'd you go on vacation, Dave? Who's taken over UPS this year? FedEx? Is that what you mean? Yeah, okay, so it's not up to... I can... Tara, I can tell you something about that. It's not FedEx that has the post office deliver. It's when the shipper, whoever they are, they have a choice. And it's a little cheaper for them to ship it if the final destination is done by the post office. Otherwise, the FedEx truck brings it right to the door. But if they want to save a couple bucks, they can pass it off to the post office, and the post office will do the final delivery. And I get several of my FedEx packages that way. But they're always late when it comes from the post office. Always. I have a scheduled delivery date of, Thursday, and then it gets passed to the post office, and now it's not coming until Saturday. Happens every time they do that pass-off thing. But it's not FedEx doing it. It's whoever. Horizon does this a lot. Depending on what they're shipping, they'll have the post office deliver it. Motion won't. Everything I get from Motion, if it comes FedEx, it comes all the way from FedEx. But sometimes Horizon sends it with that, have the post office do the final delivery. That's what happened with the F4. That was supposed to be here on Thursday. and it didn't show up till Saturday. So So why do you think she gave you the stink eye, Dave? Because you went on YouTube for a few minutes? Wow, Dave, that's awesome. Vermont, Washington. That's cool. I'll bet that was really cool. Yeah, I never travel like that. The only time I travel is when I'm going to an RC event or a car race. But yeah, I'm either driving to an RC event, car, or plane event somewhere. And we do our vacationing while we're on our way to our event. Or I'm going to a car race, drag race, or autocross. Like when we went to Lincoln, Nebraska for the SCCA Nationals, we did a little vacationing on the way out. Otherwise, if I'm not headed somewhere, we don't go anywhere. I don't go to the mountains to see the mountains. We go to the mountains on our way to an RC event or something, and hey, by the way, they're the mountains. That's how it always works out. I never plan a vacation to just go see sights. I'd like to, but we have to kind of group things together. It's cheaper that way. Making a special event to go see the mountains when I can put it on a trip. I'm already heading to go to an RC event or a race car event or something. And hey, while we're going there, we could, make a short detour and go see this. And that's what we do. So that white stuff on the body wipes right off. I don't know what it is. It didn't wash off, but it'll polish right off. I'm just polishing it with my finger and it's coming off. So I don't know what that is, but at least it comes off. Wow, that's very cool, Dave. That is very cool. I got to tell you, that's very cool. My parents never did anything like that. We never just got up and did something like that. Hell, the only vacation I remember us going on, other than coming down here to see our grandparents, when I was living in Ohio, we came right here where I'm living. This is where my grandparents used to live. And we'd come here to visit them. And one year we went to Disney, way back in the mid to late 70s. We went to Disney, and which they don't remember. It's the funniest. It was hilarious. I told this story once. I don't know if you guys heard it. Did you guys hear my Disney story? I don't want to tell it again if you've already heard it. Yeah, I know, Tara, and that's fine. I'm not doing this for a record. Actually, what I was thinking I might do, like next week or whenever, is start the show an hour or two earlier, so that we'd already be breaking the record right now. Instead of staying on for another hour to try to break the record, because I'm not really into it anyway. I mean, it's fun to think about and everything, but I don't do these shows to try to break the record. You know, I'm surprised there's still 9 people in here. You know, usually at this point of the night I'm at 5 or 3, so to have 9 people in here is pretty impressive. So, okay, so my Disney story. This is hilarious. I don't know if you guys remembered Disney in the beginning, but you used to have to buy ticket books, okay? So all over the park, there's these little ticket stands, and you have to go buy a book of tickets. And in the book of tickets, for like $20, you get, 10 A ticket rides, and 8 B ticket rides, and 5 C ticket rides, and 4 D ticket rides, and then like 2 E ticket rides. And what that means is an A ticket ride is like, it's a small world boat ride. It's a small world after all. Okay. And an E ticket ride is Space Mountain. So you buy this whole book of tickets and you're not going to use any of the A or B tickets, right? And you only get 2 E tickets, so you got to buy a bunch of books. And you have all these A and B tickets over, that you're going to throw away because you're never going to use them all, to get enough E tickets to go ride Space Mountain more than once. So anyway, we're at one of my car shows one night, one of my club meetings, and my Impala SS, and one of the guys pulls in his Impala SS, and his license plate says E-ticket. So I start laughing because I know exactly what that means, and I think it's funny. I love it. It's an e-ticket ride. Driving in an Impala SS is an e-ticket ride, and it is an e-ticket ride. So I think that's really cool. And I look at my dad and I said, "Look at that. That's cool as shit." And he goes, "What?" And I go, "It's license plate." And he looks at it and he goes, "I don't get it." What do you mean you don't get it? He says, "I don't get it. What's that mean?" He said, "It's an e-ticket ride at Disney." He goes, "What's an e-ticket ride at Disney?" And he goes, "And how would you know? You've never been to Disney." And I'm like, "Yeah, I've been to Disney, Dad. You took me to Disney." He goes, "No, I didn't. I never took you to Disney." And I looked at him and I said, "You never took me to Disney?" And he goes, "No, I never took you to Disney." "Really?" Because I can remember like it was yesterday how you were bitching about having to buy all these goddamn books of tickets so that we could go on rides, and there'd only be 2 e-ticket rides in each book, and you were bitching about how much these books cost to buy, and we only get a couple of tickets. And then he smiles and he goes, "I remember that." So he doesn't remember taking me to Disney, but he remembers having a bitch about the books. So I'm cracking up, and now he's cracking up because he goes, "Well, I guess I did take you to Disney." I go, "You think?" So he's laughing all night about that now because he doesn't remember ever going to Disney or taking me to Disney, but he remembers buying those damn books. So I'm cracking up, right? So I come home. Now, my parents are divorced at this point, right? And they don't live together or nothing. So I come home and I go see my mom the next day, and I'm laughing. I'm telling her the story, and she goes, "We never took you to Disney." And so now I'm cracking up at her too, because you don't remember taking us to Disney either, huh? "No, we never took you to Disney." And so I finished the story, and then she starts laughing. "Well, maybe we did take you to Disney." I'm like, "Oh my God." So I call my brother and I tell him this story, and he starts laughing. He goes, "They don't remember taking us to Disney?" No, they both swear up and down they never took us to Disney. And he clearly remembers that we went to Disney, so it was just hilarious. It was one of the funniest nights and the next days I've ever had, because both my parents forgot they took us to Disney until I told my dad that he bitched about buying the books, and that part he remembered. Of everything there is at Disney to remember, The only thing he can remember is bitching about having to buy those damn books to ride the rides. Oh, that was priceless. I got to tell you, that was damn funny. So, but anyway, I thought there was, a very cool license plate on the back of his car. I immediately got it. Anybody that's gone to Disney since they opened back in the day, of course, they don't do that anymore. Now you have you buy a day pass or a hopper pass, and you can ride as much shit as you want in any park you want. And you get on the bus I used to drive, and I'd take you to the park you want to go to, and you'd ride more rides, and you hop around the park and all that. So, but yeah, that was just a damn funny night that he didn't remember. Colin, you're back. Yeah, we're still going. We've been talking about all kinds of stuff. I brought some more stuff out for show and tell. So, we've been having a good time. I love talking with these guys. You guys are so fun to be with. It's not raining there, Farmer? Well, that's cool. God, I remember those days. Man, I don't envy you at all. Plowing snow and all that shit. Oh, my God. I was so tired of that. At 20 years old, I was so tired of that. That's why I moved to Florida. When I hit 23, I was gone. I was here. I couldn't stand it anymore. The winters just sucked. Shoveling snow, plowing snow, driving in snow, having to deal with snow. Couldn't stand it. Wow. Man, that's a crazy story, huh, Dave? You were at Disney and the next morning the Twin Towers were on. Man. Yeah, that's one of those things. I remember where I was when the Twin Towers got hit, too. I was over in Orlando, not at Disney, but I was at my ex-wife that's now living with me again's apartment. Turn the TV on and, it's all over the news. I'm like, holy crap. And I just thought, when the first one hit, I thought, wow, how does that happen? What happened? Was it deliberate? Was it an accident? The plane malfunction? What the hell? When the second one hit the tower, then I knew it was a terrorist attack. There was no doubt about it. There's no way two airplanes hit the towers. So... Yeah, I'm with you, Dave. I can't wait for that day. Been looking forward to it for a long time. Long time. Now, come to Florida. We never get snow. on the ground. We've had it, I think, twice in the air, but it's never stayed on the ground. Not to my knowledge. We've had some flurries in the air a couple times, but it's never stayed on the ground. All right, Mr. Decker, you have a good night. Thanks for staying with us. You know, this 417, you know, we're still here is pretty cool. So thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. We'll see you next week. If I don't see you before then, either in Dave's show or Ryan's show or Wesley's show or Colin's show. Who knows? But have a good night. Yeah? What, are you going to freeze it in a cooler and then bring it down here? Listen, I can make that kind of snow. We have snow cone makers down here. You don't have to bring any with you. I'll treat you to one. We actually have one at the end of our flying field. There's because Bo owns all the property around there. He owns the property all the way out to the road. And this real nice lady, she's a young girl, has her own Italian ice snow cone trailer, you know, that she sells stuff on the side of the road. And she has the permit to sell it on the side of the road. But the county wouldn't let her sell it where she wanted to sell it, which was right at the end of Bo's property there. And so they and I guess the only reason they said anything to her is because her competition bitched that she was allowed to sell there and she wasn't. So she had made friends with Bo over the years, and when she told her little story to Bo fixed that. There's a gate right there to his property. He just opened the gate and let her park inside the gate. Gate's open, she's on his property, they can't say shit. So now the county can't do a fucking thing about it, neither can the bitch that complained to the county about it. You know, she's on private property and they can go kiss Bo's ass. And that's exactly how he said it. He said, let him try and throw her off that property. Just let him try. So, they've never bothered her. So, yeah, we have a snow cone thing at the end of right out the end of the driveway. So, usually a couple times a day, somebody makes a trip out there to go get some Italian ice. It's good. She does, you know, she's got a good product. It doesn't skimp on anything. It's really good. You guys are at 11 degrees Celsius. Damn. Yeah, that's cold. You ever thought about moving out of there, Owen? You ever think about moving to Florida so you can fly your planes year-round and not have to plow snow anymore? I know we talked about it. You said you could get work down here. I don't know what's stopping you. The farm? Yeah, I don't remember. I was 4 years old when Kennedy got shot, so I don't remember where I was when Kennedy got shot. I know where I was when the space shuttle went down. I was right here in Florida, looking out the back door live when it blew up. I was at work. It was a Honda dealership I was working at. And I worked the back counter, the mechanics counter. And one of the mechanics come running up to the window and said, the space shuttle just blew up. So I hopped over the counter and ran out the back door. I mean, it took me less than 10 seconds to get to the back door and look up in the sky and see the two booster rockets go in different directions. And I was like, holy shit. So then I ran over to the waiting room because I knew there was a TV in there and I knew it would be on the television. And so they're, just now coming to the conclusion that it blew up. They're still talking like, well, what do you think happened? What's going on? And then we have confirmation that the space shuttle blew up. So I knew where I was with that. I knew one of the Twin Towers, but I was only 4 years old when Kennedy was shot. So I don't remember that. I remember when Armstrong walked on the moon. I saw that on TV live. I was glued to the television set during that whole thing. I didn't miss 1 minute of any of the space stuff. I stayed home from school. I wasn't missing any of that. I was glued to the television. I thought that was the coolest shit ever when I saw that. Wow, so it's -4 where you were, huh, Dave? Jesus, God, I don't miss those days at all, guys. I just don't. That's why I moved to Florida. I just didn't want to deal with that anymore. What's the wind chill? You don't know what the wind chill is? That's a feel-like temperature. They give us wind chill reports all the time down here just because they want to make it sound... I don't know. Usually they want to make it sound colder than it really is. I guess they're trying to prepare us for not getting frostbite on their legs. Yeah, I know, Farmer. I get that, but I didn't. I was living at home till I was 23. I lived at home till I was 23. I got married, moved out, and got my own place here in Florida. So you don't have to think. You can do the same thing. Move to Florida, buy your first place down here. You don't have to wait to move out up there and then move down here. I didn't. You know, it all happened in 1 week. I was still living at home when I got married. We came down here on our honeymoon. We found jobs, went home, packed, and moved. That quick. Got down here. There was a house for rent right around the corner from my grandparents' old house. At the time, my dad was still living in their house. You know, it was his house. They were dead. And I rented a house right around the corner. I mean, literally, it was 7 houses down the street. There was a second street that turned the corner there, and it was the house on the corner. And so yeah, it was actually 7 houses down from my dad living in my grandparents' house that I ended up buying. You know, I was only in that house 6 months. Had to move out of that house and move down farther around the corner, but closer back to my grandparents' house where my dad was living. And I stayed there for about 6 months. My dad was on the hunt for a new home up here where I live now, up close up here. And he finally bought a house and moved out. And then I moved into my grandparents' house. I bought it from my dad and moved in. So I moved here to this part of Florida right out of, you know, right when I got married at 23. That was in 1983. And you know, I've stayed in this area because it's, you know, it's a good area in Florida to be in because of the weather for most part. It stays, you know, the Gulf keeps this area much more consistent. So right now, when we're like 58 degrees here, Orlando's probably 48 degrees. You know, it's colder because they're inland. So they don't have the warmth of the Gulf to help keep the temperature up. And the same thing in the summer, the Gulf keeps it cooler here because, you know, the Gulf doesn't get that hot. You know, it goes up to about 78 degrees. So the breeze coming off the Gulf, you know, when it's 90 in here, you get that cool breeze coming off the Gulf, which cools us down. Orlando's at 110 degrees because, you know, there's no water around there to cool them down. So temperatures stay much more consistent here on the Gulf here than it does inland or on the other coast. So, I mean, right now on the other coast, it's freezing over there. I'm sure they have frost all over the windows and everything. It's, you know, I lived over there with my uncle for 6 months during the winter, and oh my God, it was fucking like living in Ohio without the snow. It was so fucking cold, it was ridiculous. Having to scrape the ice off my windows before I could go to work in the morning and shit. I was like, fuck, I didn't move to Florida to do this shit. So I knew right away I didn't want to live on that coast. That just sucks over there. You know, so yeah, I definitely didn't want to do that. You know, if I get frost on my windows here ever, it's so thin that the second I turn the heat on and the wipers on, it wipes off the window. I mean, literally, I don't think it's 2 swipes of the wiper blade, and the frost is off the window. Nothing out there with a scraper or anything. I've never had to do that. So, yeah, it's a big difference. Over there, Christ, I had, you know, 1/4 inch thick ice on the window. I had to scrape off. You know, it was ridiculous. And I thought, well, fuck, if I'm going to do this, I'll go back to Ohio and at least get the beauty of the snow. Because this is almost worse, you know. You don't have any beauty snow or anything, and you're still having to scrape window. You know, I don't have to, you know, plow a driveway, but, you know, when it's that goddamn cold, it's like, fuck. You know. Oh, is that right, Dave? You're a big astronomy guy? Oh, that's cool. I was always interested in it. Um, I never went out and bought a big telescope or nothing, but I always thought it was cool. I've been to a couple of. There's an astronomy club down here that meets at the Mosey Theater down here in St. Pete. And I was there one night and they were having a big event. Everybody had these giant telescopes out there, and they were all looking at different things. And so I hung out there for a little while and I was checking it out. It was pretty cool. Yeah, I've seen the icicles in a mustache before. It's forget that. That's I'm not into that. Wow, you used to live in Japan. That is so cool. Do you remember what that was like? What was it like to live there? I've always wanted to go to Japan. Okay, so I'm curious. What do you mean by a long dream? They hated the place? Wake up every morning to a day long dream. That sounds like a good thing. I mean, it wasn't a day long nightmare, was it? It was a dream? What I'm following you here. You're telling me you hated the place, but you're waking up to a day long dream. Dreams are usually good things, so I'm curious. That's funny. So your brother's Japanese, huh? That's cool. Yeah, I always wanted to go there, you know, just to see what it would be like. It was just a, you know, cultural thing. I just wanted to see what the culture was like to actually be there. I don't know, just something I always wondered, you know, and not just Japan, but like China, Japan, Taiwan, the Philippines, just to see what, you know, what the lifestyle, the culture, it was how it was different from ours. So is this about normal for this time of year? Are you guys usually got this much snow already in December, or is this unusually? Because we've been unusually cold down here, so I don't know if it's everywhere or just here, but you know, we don't usually get this cold until January, February. You know, and so this is way early to have these long cold spells we're having. It's very unseasonable for us. Oh, okay. So the daytime was a nightmare. I got you now. I understand. Yeah. What was it about? Just the culture? You know, were they unfriendly? Were they? You know, did you just like feel completely out of place? Isn't the North Pole 4 hours north of you, Farmer Man? I mean, you can go see Santa Claus, can't you? Oh my God. God, you guys are crazy. I guess you really do want to break that record tonight. All right, well, I'm good. I mean, Christ, we only got to do about another 30 minutes. So, I'm good with it. I wasn't planning on it tonight, but we're almost there now. Holy crap. My ex is going to be pissed because she's going to be getting up to go to work here shortly, and I'm still out in the garage. So, I know she's not going to be happy. Oh, well. I know, farmer man, I'm just kidding. It's just, you know, from Florida, you're 4 hours away from the North Pole versus where we are, so. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just not a cold weather guy. Never really liked it as a kid. I tolerated it. I tried to make the best of it. I did kid things in the snow, making snowmen and shit like that, but, you know, I loved getting back inside. Getting all the wet clothes off and getting in the nice warm pajamas or whatever I did, and, yeah, I just never really liked the snow. That's why I moved the fuck out of there. I just couldn't tolerate it. It was not my bag at all. I definitely like the warm weather. I don't mind sweating a bit, you know. I love being down here where it's hot, and if I get sweaty, I don't care. It's fine. It beats freezing by far for me. People always say, yeah, well, you know, if you're cold, you can always put more clothes on. No, you can't. You know, sometimes you just can't put enough clothes on to get warm. You're still cold. So now, if you're hot, you can always jump in a pool. That'll cool you down. So, or jump in the ocean, which I've always lived close to water. In Ohio, I lived right off of Lake Erie. I was probably as close to Lake Erie as I am to the Gulf. I've always lived right on the water for some reason. It wasn't planned that way. It just happens that way. So, yeah, I can be to the Gulf in 10 minutes, and I could, up in Ohio, I could be to Lake Erie in 10 minutes. So, you know, it just worked out that way. No, you're not making me feel cold. I'm just, my lower half's warm because the heaters down here are keeping my legs nice and toasty. But I think, I don't know if a breeze is coming in through the, this is an open barn garage. It's not closed. I mean, it's got walls, but the rafters are open to the outside air, you know, where the rafters are, so the air just comes in over the rafters, over the wall, and into the garage. And the front garage, oh my god, the TV just came on. That's hilarious. Finally, you know, you wait 7.5 fucking hours later, and now you're gonna come on. That's fantastic. Oh my god. So yeah, I think I just caught a breeze or something. So it chilled my upper body a little bit, so I zipped up. You're not making me feel cold. So, but I can't believe the TV just came on. That's fucking hilarious. You know, all night long, it wouldn't come on until just now. That's fucking hilarious. So now I can read the screen. I don't have to stare down here anymore. I can read the damn television. That's fantastic. So... So what? I'm gonna grab a famous rap. Oh, Tim Hortons. Oh, I heard all about Tim Hortons on Plane Savers. Did you watch that show, Farmerman? Yeah, they did the Tim Hortons every morning. So I guess it's pretty good stuff up there. So you're going to go have yourself a Tim Hortons breakfast. That's fantastic. Good for you. I wish I was there for that. I'd like to have a Tim Hortons breakfast with you for sure. Yeah, if I ever win the lottery, I'll fly up just for breakfast. Land, eat breakfast, get back in my plane and fly back down here. Now, I'll take the melting any day over freezing, buddy. I can take the heat. I don't mind the heat at all. I've never been hot enough that I wanted to go jump in the water because I'm too hot. Never. It's never been hot enough for that. I don't mind the heat at all. Especially if I'm flying airplanes. I don't give a shit how hot it is. You know, if I'm flying airplanes, I'm happy. You know. Now, our flying field's pretty unique because we've got a bunch of trees that we all park under and pit under so that we're only actually standing in direct sunlight when we're flying. And the tree I park under, I can fly from under the tree if I want to. If I don't want to walk out to the runway, I can literally sit in a chair or stand under the tree at the edge of it and fly out in the field where we fly from under my tree. And the other guys can too, but you know, the other trees are, you know, I'm at the end of the row, off by myself kind of, and everybody else parks in the middle of the runway kind of area under a different set of trees. And yeah, you could stand under their trees as well and fly if you wanted to, but I get more shade than they do. Just because of where the tree is that I'm under in relationship to the runway, I get a lot more shade than they do. So, but yeah, our flying field has usually got a nice breeze. If you're under the trees, it doesn't matter if it's 100 degrees outside. You know, and the shade under the tree with the breeze coming through feels great. So, yeah, I definitely like the heat over the cold. So you have a farmer's wrap. That's pretty cool for breakfast. I know what it is because we have wraps down here. Breakfast, you know, they call it a breakfast burrito here, not a wrap. But it's the same thing. It's a dough, you know, like a Mexican, whatever they call those damn things. I can't think of the name of them. And they wrap it all inside it, you know, the egg, sausage, and we have Wawa's down here, and man, they make a great breakfast. You know, if you want a breakfast wrap, a farmer's wrap, man, Wawa can make you one. Really good. I usually get the egg white wrap, which comes with spinach and sausage. It's egg, spinach, sausage, and I think some kind of salsa in the wrap. Not anything hot salsa, just, you know, it's like some tomatoes, but it's delicious. Really, really good. Man, I'm just looking around in my garage here. I've got so many damn airplanes that I completely forgot I had. Yeah. So I said I had 70, but I'm thinking I got more than that too. Because I'm looking around here, and there's planes that, you know, I don't want to get rid of, but at the same time, I don't want to spend the money to make them flyable again. And some of them don't take much, but they're just not the kind of planes that are worth... Well, I don't know. Some of them are. There's a Cub here, a clipped wing Cub. It's an old SIG kit that's 90% ready to fly. I mean, it needs a little repair work. I got to replace a few hinges, replace a little bit of covering here and there. The wing, I think, is perfect. The wing's over here. And I don't think there's anything wrong with the wing. I think the wing's perfect. And then I could be flying that Cub. And that's one that actually is worth putting the time into to fly it. I wouldn't mind that at all. I like this plane. And up there I've got a Sportster. It's a little small Sportster. It's a wood balsa plane, but it's electric. You know, it's a good-looking little airplane, but it just doesn't fly that great. And it flies okay, but I have such better airplanes to fly than that. Why would I want to go to the trouble of putting it back in the air? It's, you know, it's just not, you know, the stuff they're coming out with is just so much better. It's like, why wouldn't I just stick with, you know, the new stuff? So, but yeah, but I have all these damn airplanes. The Christian Eagle, I still have to finish putting that together. And I got a couple of planes to repair. There's another one over there. I think that's a LT-40. I believe that's what that is. That needs a little repair. I don't know. I'm just looking around at all these damn airplanes. And the majority of them are in the house. They're not even out here. So it's really funny. Yeah, I tried to get I'm trying to get all my airplanes in the house, which isn't going to happen right now. But when I get the garage built, everything's going to be in the garage for sure. Alright, so we're getting so close now to Josh's record. I'm gonna actually see what his record is, so I know exactly how long I have to stay to beat it. Because we're getting really close now. I'm gonna stay. So it was 8 hours and 18 minutes. Okay, so let's see. How long have I been at? It says 7 hours and 29 minutes. I don't think that's right. Let me think here. I think I started about 10 after. But that only says, it's going on 5 o'clock, but that says 7:30. That can't be right. I know I wasn't that late. That timer's never right. I don't know why it's not right, but it's never right. Yeah, that was the word I was looking for. It's a tortilla. Yeah. I just I never remember that. We eat a lot of Mexican. There's a real nice Mexican restaurant close to here that we go to, and and I always, that or chili, not Chili's. Where do we go? Shit, what's the name of that place? There's a Mexican restaurant over here that it's a chain, but it's not a Chili's type chain. It's a smaller chain. I can't think of the name of it now. They have free fajita night. You get, you buy one, get one, basically. So if one of us orders fajitas, the second person gets them for free. And I always run out of tortillas when I'm making my fajitas. And I can never remember the name of the damn things, even when I'm in the restaurant. I always, can I get some more of them, the round things? I'm such an idiot. So, yeah, I can never think of tortillas. I need some more of the roundy things. Oh, what can I tell you? I'm an idiot. Well, John, you just need to go jump in a pool. I mean, if it's that hot, just go take a swim. That'll cool your ass right off. I know you can't take off clothes, but you can always get in the water. Hell, just go get in the bathtub if it's that bad. Yeah, see, you know, I mean, when it's really fucking cold and you're outside and you can't put on enough clothes or start a big enough fire to get warm, it sucks. You know, I mean, there's just times when it's that fucking cold, you can't warm up, you know, and that's when I just can't stand it. It's, you know, getting hot though, I can always cool off. I mean, hell, I could just fill the bathtub with tap water and it'll be way cooler than sitting in the heat. It will definitely cool your ass down. And so I can always cool down, but there's times when you just can't warm up. I don't know how these guys, you know, climb mountains and shit in the snow and stay in their little tents hanging off the side of the mountain. Oh my God. That's insane. Yeah, that's what I thought. It was about 9:15 when I started. So, yeah, my clock's wrong as far as what it's telling me the live is, but it's always wrong. So, yeah, I should only be like 12 minutes, 13 minutes away from his record. But my live stream over here is telling me I'm like 45 minutes away from it. I don't know why it does that. It's always wrong. I mean, every time it's telling me up there what it's supposed to be, it's never that. So it always corrects it, you know, once it, you know, posts live. You know, when the show posts, it corrects the time. But while I'm running, the time's always short what it really is. So yeah, so I figure, yeah, another 20, 30 minutes for sure we'll have the record. And you know, I was not planning on trying to get the record tonight because I knew it was going to be cold out here and I didn't want to sit out in the cold. But I really haven't been cold till just now. You know, I gotten a little chill, but I'm fine. You know, like I said, the heaters are doing a great job down here, so the warmth is radiating up from here. And if I get any colder, I'm just going to take that one off the floor and put it right here. And I just, yeah, because it's a little heater. It's not much bigger than this roll of paper towels, you know, and it just sit right there. So if I get any colder than I am right now, that's what I'm going to do. I'll just put it up here on the table. Screw it. Wow, so you have some pythons, huh? Yeah, no, see, I'm, yeah, my house is usually in the 80-degree range. It never goes below 77 in the summertime. You know, that's as cold as even my ex likes it. You know, if it's lower than 77, she's freezing, and if it's higher than 78, she's hot. It has to be 77 degrees for her to be comfortable. Period. And personally, I like it 78, 79, you know, as long as the humidity's down, which is what, you know, I designed my AC unit when I rebuilt it to do just that. It runs longer because the output's less. So even though the temperature is comfortable at 80, the humidity's like 30%, 37%. Because it's running long enough to get the humidity out of the air without literally cooling the air. You know, I learned that because this girl I dated, she had I think it was a 10-ton unit on her house, and it was a big house, but not that big. It was only 2,500 square feet, 2,300 square, something like that. And you know, that 10-ton unit, man, would cool the house down in 5 minutes and didn't get rid of any of the humidity. So we had the house down to like 72 degrees and we're sweating our asses off. And I'm like, oh my God. So the only way we could get that house comfortable is we have to get it down to like 62 to get enough humidity out of the house to be comfortable. Oh my God, it was horrible. I hated it. You know, so I did just the opposite. I wanted the air conditioner to run longer and get the humidity out of the air and not necessarily make the place cold. And yeah, it's very comfortable in my house, even though it's 80 degrees, 79 degrees. It's very comfortable. So yeah, I like. But yeah, it's 65 now. That's way too cold. I don't want. I don't want an air conditioned house at 65 degrees. That, you know, unless the humidity's high. I mean, like it was at her house. You know, but I here, if I had my house at 65 degrees or 30% humidity, you'd be freezing your ass off, buddy. Let me tell you. You know, it's fucking cold. I don't know what if you guys have a I don't know, what do you call the thing that tells you what the humidity is? I'm drawing a blank here, just like the tortillas. It's a tortilla thing, yeah, you know, the round thing. Anyway, yeah, I bought one of those years ago because I wanted to know what the humidity was more than I wanted to know what the temperature was. And yeah, this house, when it's 30 degrees humidity, man, you're freezing your ass off. So you have a man cave, John? Okay, tell me all about it. I want to know what your man cave's like. You're right. Daybreak is the coolest. Right when the sun's about to come up is when it's the frickin' coldest, and that's where we're at here. The sun's going to be coming up here pretty quick. I'm pretty sure my ex's alarm went off at 5, so she's getting up now and wondering where the hell I'm at. Well, she knows where I'm at. She's just shaking her head like that idiot's still out in the garage. What the hell is he doing out there? Okay, so all right. I want to know flying time. How did you get a heat stroke? What were you doing? What were the conditions? How does that? Because I've never had that, and I don't know what brought it on, or you know, were you like working real hard, overheated, or was it just so damn hot that you got? Later, Dave, you're taking off. You're going live around 9 a.m. Are you really? Or you mean 9 p.m.? No, not a thermostat, Dave. I know what a thermostat is. That tells you the temperature. What's the humidity? What tells you what the humidity is? It's not the thermostat. It's something else. I forget what they call that. Yeah, you didn't have a show last week, so Josh did a marathon in your honor. I guess I missed most of the show. I was there at the beginning, and you didn't show up, and I was wondering what was going on, and I started to get worried. If you're still here, Dave, and then I don't know if I don't remember if I fell asleep or what. And then I woke up later, and went to sleep. Yeah, I turned the TV off. So I don't, you know, I didn't see any of the Zoom. I guess he was trying to Zoom out last week during your show, Dave. A barometer. Thank you. That's what it was. Thank you, Tara. That's what I was thinking. Yeah, I need, I bought a barometer so I can know what the damn humidity was. And, yeah, it made a huge difference how I set the air conditioning up. Because once I knew what the humidity was, because that's what you feel, more than the temperature is the humidity. You always hear it's hot in Arizona, but it's a dry heat kind of thing. There's a lot to be said for that. I'm going to tell you. You wouldn't believe how much colder my house feels when the humidity's down to between 30 and 37%. It is fucking freezing. It could be 81 degrees in the house, and it's freezing when the humidity's that low. So when your air conditioner's not cooling but drying the air, oh my God, it feels so much better than just cooling the air, and yet you're still wet, because you're still humid. You got dampness on you, and you keep making it colder and colder because you're hot because you're wet. So made a huge difference, and the electric bill went down on top of it. I put a smaller blower motor in it. It just worked out great. It's the best the air conditioner's ever worked since I've been in this place. So you were landscaping in 110 degrees. So you were working outside, working hard, landscaping. Yeah. Okay. Well, that can happen. I understand that totally. What? That took forward damn immigrants working the Timmies. Okay, I'm reading between the lines, Farmer Man. I know what you meant. Luckily, I can read live stream. A 20 by 24 pool table? What? Oh, a 20 by 24. Okay, I got it now. Yeah, I get it. Okay, so it's a 20 by 24 garage or whatever, man cave. You have a pool table, full kitchen, bathroom, TV, stereo, heat, AC, phone. Walls are pegboard. Yeah, that sounds pretty nice, John. That's pretty much... So when I build this garage, it's going to be... I think it's 50 by 60, but it might be 40 by 60. But yeah, I'm going to have a 20 by 24 size room. It's going to be a bathroom, full bath, so I can take a shower out there if I'm working on a car and I want to get clean. The room will be air conditioned and heated. The garage might even be air conditioned. I'm not sure yet. Depends. But the room will definitely be temperature controlled because that room's going to have all my airplane stuff in it. On top of my big screen TV and everything else. I'm going to have, that's where I'm going to be building and working on my airplanes and keeping my airplanes in that room. So, And then the rest of the garage is going to be full of motorcycles and cars and toolboxes. Christ, I got 7 toolboxes. Yeah. So yeah, my own tire machines, all that's going to be in the garage. So yeah, it's going to be sweet when we get it built. You know what, John? Take some pictures. Post them up. I want to see this. Put them, either post them to Facebook or, I don't know, or email them to me. My email address is in the link below. In the comment section below is my email address. Email them to me. I'd like to see this. It sounds wonderful. I mean, with the airplanes hanging from the ceiling and everything, man. This is my place. Yeah, Messenger works. That's fine. Yeah, whenever. It doesn't have to be now or whenever. Whenever, it's fine. But yeah, that'd be cool. I definitely want to see those. Built in 91. Cool. Yeah, I've got 2 barns over here, full of shit right now. There's cars in one, and airplanes. There's some airplanes out in the barn too, and then the other barn over here is a carport converted to a barn with a lean-to next to it, and a shipping container on the other side. That's all full of stuff. The shipping container, when I moved in here, was set up to be someone's, not really a man cave, but it was a fallout shelter or a hurricane shelter. He brought in a 20-foot shipping container, had it strapped to the ground, anchored, and then he built wood insulated walls in half of it. He cut it in half, put a door up, so the back half of it is still the metal, just a metal shipping container, but the front half is walls, ceiling fan, a window unit in the side of the trailer, and the side of the shipping container, and he had a bed and TV and stuff in there. So if we have a hurricane and he was worried that the trailer was going to blow away, he would go in the shipping container. To me, that's putting a Band-Aid on the problem. So he's willing to lose the trailer to stay alive. I'm not willing to lose the trailer. So I strapped the trailer down during the hurricane. Okay, so I have 5,000-pound cars, a fleet of them. So I just lined the cars up on both sides of the trailer and then took tow straps, the big yellow heavy-duty tow straps, and went over my trailer 3 times and strapped it to the ground. So it wasn't going anywhere. And my ex was freaking out. She, because the wind was blowing and we could hear the straps rattling on the roof, and she thought the thing was going away, and I just laughed. I said, "This ain't going anywhere, baby. Don't worry about it. Trust me, it ain't moving those cars. There ain't no fucking way." I mean, adding all the weight to those cars, I had it's like 30,000 pounds of anchor weight on top of the weight of the trailer, strapped to the ground. It wasn't going anywhere. So I wasn't the least bit worried. I was watching TV and just enjoying the fact that, and one of my buddies who also lives in a trailer park came up to my trailer because he was afraid to stay in his. It's like, okay, come on up. So he came up and spent the night with me while we were riding the storm. But yeah, it wasn't, I wasn't worried a bit. You know, I knew that thing wasn't going anywhere. After I strapped it to my cars, it wasn't going anywhere. Yeah, I don't have to go another 30 minutes, Farmer Man, but thank you. And I know you'll see this when you rewatch it, so that's cool. Glad you were here. It's good to see you. I was worried about you, buddy. I really was. I hadn't heard from you on any of the other shows. I was about to call you just to check on you. So I'm glad you're doing good. Glad you were here tonight. Appreciate it. So you still got 6 people here. Who's here? What are we doing? This is going to help my hour numbers for sure. You know, I needed, what do I need? I need 500 hours. So we got 8 hours times 30 at one point. So, well, yeah, I don't know. It's be so hard to calculate exactly, but guessing, probably got 150 hours tonight toward my total. So, oh, you sent them already, John? Wow, that was quick. Cool. I'll my phone's in the house, but when I go in, I'll check them. Yeah, there's always that worry, terror. Yeah, you know, and I'm well aware of that. But the trailer's not going to blow away. You know, we might take a hit. You know, I put boards over the windows. The windows were all boarded up. You know, the trailer walls are, you know, trailer walls, so they're not impenetrable for sure. And if I, you know, if a tree limb came through a wall, we would, you know, pull it out of the wall, and I'd go out and put a patch over it real quick. But the trailer is not leaving. It's not going anywhere. It's staying right the fuck here. It ain't going anywhere. And that's all I was worried about. Is make sure that everything stays here. The roof stayed on, and that it stayed here. Because if the roof blew off or if the trailer blew away, you know, all my stuff's going with it. So I wasn't going to let that happen. And staying in the shipping container wouldn't prevent this from blowing away. But strapping this down to 6 cars was definitely preventing it from blowing away. So, you know, wasn't going anywhere. I was very confident that it wasn't going anywhere. You know, a hurricane's not going to pick up a car. A tornado can pick up a car, but a hurricane pick up a car. So, as long as I had the cars, these big heavy cars sitting here, I just strapped the roof down to the cars good and tight, and it wasn't going anywhere. So, yeah, there's always the worry of something coming through the walls. Actually, I didn't have boards on the windows. I had steel on the windows. This guy, when he put this thing together, he had corrugated steel cut to the size of the windows, and he put studs all around the windows. So you literally, there's holes in there, all the panels are numbered, and they just slide right over the studs, and you put wing nuts on all the studs, and you just wing nut it all on, and you're good to go. So that's what I did, and we were fine. I was fine. I wasn't the least bit worried. The ex was worried, but Christ, she'd be worried if she was in a hotel room. She'd be worried. You know, she just worries all the time anyway. So, you know, I just kept laughing at her and telling her, just relax, honey, we're fine. Nothing's going to happen. We're good. you know. And the only thing we were hearing was, you know, one of the straps was, when the wind blew real hard, it started to do that, you know, quivering, wavery thing, you know, where it was doing, you know, you could hear it hitting the roof, you know, it was, you know, that kind of sound. And I just told her, I said, listen, honey, it's just the strap vibrating. It's fine. You know, the strap's nice and tight, so it's just, you know, buzzing. You know, it's fine. You know, that kept driving her crazy, but we made it through it just fine. We had no damage at all. I didn't even lose any trees during that. I had a couple of limbs come down, but none of the trees blew over, any of that. I didn't even have that many limbs down. I was really shocked. It was a pretty bad hurricane, and we had really no damage. Nothing blew away at all. Nothing. Even some of the trash that was laying in the yard didn't go anywhere. I was expecting some of that stuff to go away, and it didn't. But yeah, the barn wasn't strapped down at all. It's open just like this. All the rafters are open, so the air can go right in the building under the roof, but over the rafter, you know, through the rafters. The barn didn't take any damage at all. It was fine. So yeah, I didn't have any worries for my life. You know, was being threatened in any way. I was perfectly calm and very. We were watching movies on Kodi all night, just hanging out and watching movies. You know, it was great. I think my TV antenna blew down, but I expected that. You know, I'm having so much trouble with this damn antenna. We're getting ready to buy a whole new rig. I'm going to get a tower, a new antenna, a rotor, and a tower, and we're going to put the whole new rig up so that we get even more channels than we're getting now. Because the only problem I'm having now, the antenna's probably close to 20 foot up. You know, the roof of the trailer is about 12, and it's standing another 8 feet above the roof of the trailer, and Michael, good morning. Yep, we're here. Welcome to the show, Michael. Yeah, we're nuts. Of course we're nuts. We fly model airplanes. What the hell do you think we're nuts? Of course we're nuts. So what are you saying? Get that way you could get the something by New Year's. Oh, the hours? Is that what that? Well, it just depends on how many people want to watch my stuff. I got a couple more videos to put up, but you know, think about. I mean, I could get that many hours in a day. You know, if enough people logged on to my channel and watched, because it's collective hours. You know, 10 people watching an hour is 10 hours. Okay, so you know, I just have to get people watching my videos, either rewatching these streams, which a lot of people do. You know, I don't know if they watch the whole thing, but you know, some of my streams have had, you know, 100 and couple hundred views, you know, so somebody's watching the replay. I know a few of you guys do too, but you know, I'm thinking that several people are watching the show, so that's a cumulative hours, so it adds up fast. So I'm on Josh's page right now, and his his 8 hour and 18-minute stream has 292 views. So that's pretty impressive. You know, his other streams have only gotten like, one only has 70 views, one has 133 views, 63 views on another one, and 163 on another one. So his 8 hour and 18-minute one has got the most views. So yeah, it's I mean, these guys that put on all kinds of, you know, girly stuff, it's easy to get, you know, 1 million views. You'd only need, you know, everybody, if you had 1 million people that only watch it for a minute, you know, you'd have 1 million minutes. So that's way over 4,000 hours. So there you go. You know, so it's not how long the video is. It's just how many people watch it. And, you know, that's the real trick. And we're just in the wrong business for that. I mean, this isn't the kind of hobby that draws that kind of watch times. I mean, it can, but you know, you got to work at it. And I didn't want to make this a job. I just want to have fun. Yeah, we either have some sleepers or just lurkers. So John's going to go check the greenhouse. He's got a greenhouse too. Wow. That's cool. Good morning to you too, Michael. 3 more marathons? I don't know. I had no plans to do this tonight. I figured it was going to be too cold to do a marathon. So, and I even said that at the beginning of the show that, listen, you know, not planning on doing a marathon. It's too cold out here to do a marathon. But, and then I kind of said, well, you know, we'll see. I mean, who knows? Again, it's not up to me. It's up to you. I've had more people in the show tonight than my last marathon run, which was 7 hours and whatever. You know, I don't think we've dropped below. It's 7 people right now. I think that's the lowest we've been tonight. It's been 9 right up until a few minutes ago. So you've come in the room, Michael, but a couple people have left, but we're still at a higher number than I was the last time. We were at 5. So right now I'm at 7. I've still got more people now than I did the last time. So, you know, and it's you guys to keep this going. I'm not standing here talking to myself. You know, and now Farmer Man's back. He's back in the room. So, yeah, you know. You bought another clipped wing cub. Oh, yeah? On Black Friday special, just have an extra one. Now, which clipped wing cub did you buy? $80 off. Was that the yellow the little yellow clipped wing cub? Is that the one you bought? Yeah, the E-Flight one. It's yellow, right, Michael? Yeah. Yeah, there was 2 guys out at my field that had that plane, and neither one of them liked it. They didn't like the way it fly. Have you flown yours? So you like yours. I guess you have flown it, if you're calling it a great plane. See, I liked it, but I didn't want to buy it because these other guys said it was crap. They didn't like the way it flew. So I was like, really? Because I kind of thought it looked like it'd be cool. You know, it looked like it'd be fun to fly. Yeah, but both these guys, and the one guy crashed. Of course, he's not a very good pilot, so I didn't put a lot of faith in that one. But the other guy's an excellent pilot, and he didn't like it either. He's a 3D super pilot, and he didn't like it. It's foggy here too, Farmer Man. It's definitely we've got a ground fog. We've been having that every morning, pretty much. Yeah. Well, that's good to know, Michael. And now I wish the hell is it still? It's not on sale anymore, is it? Because see, if I'd have known that last week, I probably would have bought it because it was a good deal. You're right. It was $80 off, and that was one of the ones I was looking at. And I still wanted that plane, but everybody kept telling me it was crap. So I'll just wait for the next sale. Maybe they'll grab it then. Yeah, absolutely. You know, $150 is a good deal, for sure. You know, a bind and fly plane like that big, yeah, that's a screaming good deal. Yeah, I definitely would have. If I had heard you say that last week, I would have bought it because I looked at it again. I keep looking at that plane and going, you know, I really like this plane, but the guys at the field tell me it flies like crap. I guess the next time I go out there, I'm going to fly it myself. I'm just going to say, Steve, let me fly your damn Cub. I want to fly it. So it's supposed to be mild next week. Mildly warm, Michael? Yeah. You're in New York, aren't you? Aren't you up there by Josh? That's so hard to keep all you guys straight where you are. Okay, yeah, I finished my drink. Yeah, Buffalo. Yeah, I thought you were in New York. Yeah. So what's mild gonna be? 50s? Yeah, Tara, that's a good point. Maybe they got the CG wrong, you know, and it's flying. That's why it's flying like shit. I don't know. I never really, you know, I saw the one guy crash his more than once, but like I said, he's not a very good pilot, so I didn't put a lot of faith in that. But the other guy's a super pilot, and he knows all about CG and everything, and he just he doesn't like it, and I don't know what it's doing that he doesn't like. So I don't know. I'm definitely going to ask him now because, you know, 40s. Okay, yeah. So yeah. So since Michael says it flies great and Steve says it doesn't, I'm going to find out for myself because now I'm curious. Wow, this damn bomb is plastic. I thought it was foam. No, it's a plastic bomb. It's lighter than shit. Doesn't weigh anything. But it's a plastic bomb. Huh. That's cool. Yeah, so we're well past Josh's record, you know, and we weren't even trying. That's, you know, because like I said, I started the show with, unless I'm not trying to break any records tonight, guys. It's gonna be cold. I don't want to, you know, but you know, well, you know, we'll see. It's, you know, it's up to you. It's not, you know, and here we are. We've got more chatters tonight than I did the last time, and it was only a 7.5 hour show. So we're working on 8.5 now. So you run a 3S 3200. Okay, that's good to know too, Michael. So, all right. So I'm going to find out now, because now you really got me curious. Yeah, after all this time, Steve's been telling me the thing don't fly good. And again, everybody's opinions are different, you know. A lot of people love the timber, you know. Personally, I don't like the way it... I think it should be more maneuverable stunt-wise than it is. I mean, the ailerons are big and they move huge on that timber, but yet the plane won't roll worth a shit. I mean, it's such a slow fucking roll. It damn near wants to fall out of the sky before you get it all the way around. It's just, you know, it's great for STOL. I mean, if you want to do short takeoff and landing, it's perfect for that. You know, if all you want to do is, you know, do touch and goes, you know, slow and, yeah, it's great for that. And it's great for training, you know, if you want to, like I do, you know, I put it in safe. It's the only plane I have bound to safe. And I put it in safe mode. I put the flaps half, throttle back to half, hand the radio to somebody, and here, fly it. You know, and they ain't gonna crash it. No way in the world. If they get in trouble, just let go of the stick. It'll fix itself, man. You got half flaps. It's gonna correct itself instantly. You know, so just let go. They let go and whoop, you know, and there it is. And I'm like, okay, now turn it again, because it's headed for that tree. You know, but yeah. That's great for that. But as an all-around flyer, stunner, nah. Christ, my Valiant flies 10 times better than the Timber. I love the Valiant. That's a great little airplane. So, you know, it just depends on what you want to do with it and how it flies, I guess. But I'm going to find out for myself now, because now I'm curious. All this time I just thought it was not a good airplane, and now you're telling me it is, so I want to find out. Yeah, we're back up to 9. And wait until Josh comes in the room. I'm going to tell him, okay, I'm going to bed now, Josh. You take over the show. Keep my stream running, because you guys are never going to beat it now. You just keep it running. I'll leave it on. You stay here and keep everybody going. I'm going to go to bed. Oh yeah, we smashed it way long ago. We're way past Josh's record. Christ, I know the thing only says 8:18, but that thing's at least 30 minutes off. So we've definitely been here for almost 9 now. It's going on 9 hours. So yeah, we've way killed Josh's record. And Ryan's already said he ain't even gonna try. And that was my old record at 720 or whatever. Now we're going on 9. Yeah, he's gonna just shake his head. You know, and Ryan was here till 2 and 3 in the morning. Yeah, what time did Ryan leave? You know, he was here till 2 anyway. I think he was here till 2:30. So he's partly to blame. He kept the show going to 2:30. Yep, us Maroons.
That's a term I haven't heard in a long time, but I love it. Maroons. Hey, Farm, remember you said you wanted me to go till breakfast? Here we are. We're here till breakfast. So now I have the dinner to breakfast show. Officially, it's official. 6 a.m., that's breakfast. Oh, that's hilarious. Why not? Absolutely, why not? What the hell? So my ex looks like an egg beater on high rates. Really? I'm sure mine does too. I'm surprised she ain't out here screaming at me. I know when I go in the house, she's gonna say the same thing. You're nuts. What the hell are you doing out there? Yeah. Oh well. Yeah. What else you want me to do? King Cobra Hobbies. No, I haven't looked into that yet. I still have to look into that. Where are they located? And welcome back, Michael. Michael 2, Michael L. We got both Michaels here. You're drinking a hot chocolate with candy canes in it. Okay. Timber X. Yes, that's a better airplane for sure. I'm certain that flies better than... That's why they came out with 2 new Timbers. The Turbo Timber and the Timber X. Because the regular Timber don't fly with a shit. Again, it's great for STOL. I mean, it's... I use it as a training plane, and I use it for, just doing takeoff and landings, but, yeah, definitely not an aerobatic plane at all. So the King Cobra's in Florida, huh? What part of Florida? Where are they at? Merry Christmas, Farmer Man. Absolutely Merry Christmas. All right, Michael. Now you're making me hungry. You bought a big slab of bacon, and yeah, you're making breakfast, eggs, and yeah, that sounds great. I wish I had some right now. I don't think I even have anything in there for breakfast, come to think of it. I'm pretty sure. I can't see outside, but I think the sun's up. Or coming up for sure. Oh, you're going to buy an F8, the Freewing F-18, are you? Oh, that's cool. I definitely don't like that new one Horizon came out with the lame landing gear. I mean, it looks more scale, kind of, but the way it just collapses and the plane just is hard resting on it, I don't like at all. That's just stupid. Pensacola. Oh, wow. Way up there. Okay.
All right. Well, that's cool. Now I gotta check that out. Definitely have to check that out. That's a long fucking drive, Pensacola. That's like 8 hours for me. I can get to Atlanta quicker than I can get to Pensacola, and Pensacola's in Florida. You know, because it's way over in the Panhandle. So it's like 5 hours to Tallahassee for me. And then from there, it's at least 3 to Pensacola, I think. Last time I went up there. I went to the Navy Museum there. Very cool. Bought a beautiful F-14. You know, one of those wood-carved ones with everything, all the detail on it. Oh my God, it's beautiful. So yeah, I've got that. That's in a display case in the house. That's one of my favorite, you know, hobby toys, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, I love that thing. It's a beautiful, beautiful F-14. Oh no, that's. Let me look real quick. I can just peek around the corner here. I know it's. The sun's got to be showing on here at this time. Yeah, it's just starting to. The sky's getting blue. The sun's not up, but it's getting up. I mean, the sky's getting blue over there, so I can see that it's coming up. You're waiting on the 2-meter T-28. Well, it came back, and they think they sold out of it, right? It's gone again? I hope they build it again. God, they should. Jesus. As quickly as they sold out of them again, man, they got to build more of them. Christ, everybody wants that damn airplane. I'm so glad I got mine. You know, I just can't even begin to tell you how happy I am I got mine. You're 59, Raja? Yeah, Michael, I am too. I'm 59 also. Yeah, the moon's still up. Here too. Yeah. Yeah, I'm about 30 hours south of you. Yes, I am. Yeah. Yeah. That's about right. Yep. Have you guys, what do you got, Farmer Man? A gymnasium or something to fly in? Oh, so they've got more coming in? Yeah. Well, definitely grab one, because, man, you're going to love that airplane. That is one of my favorite airplanes. God, I love that thing. I haven't flown it in a while because I have an issue with the landing gear, and I really just need to get in there and fix it. It's not a big deal. I want to rebuild the landing gear. The way it mounts in the wing, it's just mounted in those plastic little things, and they're breaking because it was one of the issues they had with it. So I want to put the wood mounts in it like I did in my other plane, and that'll cure it. It'll be perfect after that. And it's not going to be hard to do. Well, part of the problem is I bought all this damn wood, I mean tons of it, and I can't find it. I don't know what the hell I did with it. So it's driving me nuts that I can't find all this damn wood. I bought it because I really don't want to go out and buy a whole bunch more of it. I got tons of it. You know, went to Walmart and they had these hobby packs of hardwood square dowels, you know, that are like a foot long, and they're all different sizes square, and they're perfect. And I got like 6 bags of them, and I can't find the damn things. I don't know what the fuck I did with them. So I was all set to fix it, and I went in the house the day I got home from the field, and I looked and looked and looked, and I couldn't find the damn wood. And I'm like, son of a bitch. And that was months ago. So the plane's just been sitting in there, and I look at it every day, and I, you know, damn it, I want to fly this thing. So I gotta either go buy some more goddamn wood, or just I gotta make a real effort to go look for it. So youngsters. Thanks, John. An indoor soccer field. Oh, that's cool. That's very cool. Okay, when you gonna get your gear from Hobby King? Because I want you to tell me what you see when you get it. I'm very interested in that. I don't know that it's got it comes with the wrap spring gear kind of contraptions, and I really don't know that that's the issue. I would much rather have the Avanti gear on it. If I put different gear in the plane, I'm going to put the Avanti gear in it. You know, the trailing arm, the aluminum trailing arm is what I want. That's the cat's ass. So if I change the gear, that's what I'm going to change it to. Well, I don't think that's my issue. So, Pterodactyl, you're 75 years old? Are you really? Wow. Good for you. I don't know. Do you have a button to send me a super chat? Is there $1 down there? I don't think there is there? So apparently, I was looking at my analytics, on my channel, and it says I need 4,000 hours every 30 days. I need 4,000 hours. Holy shit, really? I didn't think I'd ever come close to that. Well, I'm already at 3,480. Well, I was before tonight. I was at 3,489, I think it was, hours. So that's way more than I thought I would have. So I'm closer than I thought, but I'm still 500 hours away from hitting the goal. I've got enough subscribers, now I have to get enough views. So I have to put a bunch more videos up and hope a bunch more people watch them. So I hit that 4,000 hours, and then I guess I'll get the super chat. So I'm guessing there's no dollar down there for you to do that, right? Oh, you just got them. Okay, cool, cool. Um, yeah, so that's kind of similar to what was going on with the Freewing A10. It had, I guess, a trailing arm, mains, and a oleo front, or the other way around. I don't know, but everybody said that they need to all be oleos, or they need to all be trailing arms, or it's going to bounce. I don't know if there's any truth to that. I'm just telling you what they said. There's a lot of conversation about the A10 because a lot of guys were complaining that they couldn't get a good landing. It kept bouncing, and I think they're just not flaring enough. They're not staying in the throttle. They're not flying it to the ground. They're trying to do a glide to the ground, and yeah, if you do that, it's going to bounce. So I'm not sure. I don't see how the combination would be a problem and make a difference. I really don't get it. Yeah, I just 4,000 hours. I was like, wow, holy shit, really? 4,000? I didn't even think I'd come close to that. So I'm way better than I thought I'd be. I never thought 4,000 hours was gonna be doable at all. I never even thought for a minute that 4,000 hours would be doable. So I'm way closer than I thought I'd be, but I'm still far enough away that, yeah, I don't know if that's something I can achieve or not. I don't know what more I'm going to have to do. I mean, I'm sure these long Thursday night shows are helping big time, but at the same time, I don't know. I've got, I think I have 6 videos that I need to edit and get put up, and I need to get on that. I guess the one's pretty close. I zoomed it in a couple of times. I don't think I'm going to zoom it anymore. It's a 12-minute flight on one battery, unedited, of the Bearcat. With I either had a 2200 3-cell in it or a 2600 3-cell in it. I don't remember which, but I wasn't even close to running out of battery. The plane is amazingly economical on power. I mean, it's, the whole time I was flying under 12 feet, the whole flight. I'm below treetop level, flying figure eights. Well, I think I did a couple of loops or something, but I mean, I was flying around really low, dragging the wing in the grass low the whole flight for 12 minutes. And so I've got it edited to the point where I like it. I wish I could zoom it in some more. I'm going to try to zoom it one more time, but I don't know if I can. And then I'm going to add some music and put it up. And I might do a voiceover on top of the music and explain what I'm doing while I'm flying it, because there's a couple of times we were talking about the receivers and the gyro going the right way and all that nonsense. Well, I put one of those receivers in that plane just because it was laying around and I needed a receiver to put in the plane, so I threw that one in it, and the gyro worked out right. Everything was right, but it's a receiver out of the Corsair trainer, which works like the Avanti, not the Avanti, the Apprentice. So you have your beginner, intermediate, expert mode, okay? And what it does, it uses the gear channel 5, as turn the stabilization, expert mode on and off. So the way it's set up, I've got the throws where it doesn't activate most of the time, but sometimes it does. If I put the gear up, usually if I'm doing slow rolls, especially to the left, it'll do them and everything's fine and it flies like there's no stabilization on. But then all of a sudden, I don't know what I'm doing to make it, but all of a sudden the stabilization comes on, which isn't really a problem. I mean, it doesn't like try to crash the plane or nothing. It just stops me from doing something. Like, you know, I'm trying to do another roll and it stops me. You know, it won't let me do a roll because the stabilization's on. So then I put the gear out and I can do a roll. So you'll see me on the video, I'm doing rolls and shit and the gear's out. And you're going to like, why is he doing it with the gear out? Well, that's why. Because sometimes it turns the stabilization on if the gear's up. So if I want to do a roll, I got to turn the gear. I got to put the gear down. You know, not a big deal. It's kind of comical more than anything else. It's definitely not a deal breaker or anything. You know, eventually I'll probably put that receiver in something else more appropriate, like a timber or some variant of that kind of airplane that I'll buy without a receiver in it. And then I'll take that receiver out of this plane and put it in that one, and I'll buy another receiver for this one. So I got to buy some more receivers anyway. But for now, it works fine. The plane flies great. It's a great airplane. Those two airplanes are wonderful. I mean, they really are nice airplanes. Very happy with both of them. They look great. They fly great. They fly a long time. You know, 9 to 12 minutes easy on a regular 2200 3-cell. You know, so yeah, they're just great airplanes. The more you sit, the more you not want to get up. Yeah, I guess that is kind of a bad thing. I don't know. I kind of need to go in the house, but I really don't want to. So I'm just gonna sit here too. You know, my ex is gonna be leaving for work in less than an hour. If I'm still out here when she leaves for work, she's not gonna talk to me for a week. That might be a good thing. This one's the one that's in there that won't let me do that. It's a Spectrum receiver. It came out of a. Well, I actually didn't take it out of a plane. I ordered them because they were available cheap from Horizon. Actually, I might have got them from Motion, back when Motion was still selling E-Flight stuff. But, so back about 6 years ago, E-Flight had, not E-Flight, Park Zone, the Park Zone brand of Horizon Hobby, had a Corsair that came with fixed gear, but you could put retracts in it. Didn't come with flaps, but you could add them if you wanted to. The holes were there for the servos. All you had to do is take a razor knife and cut the foam to release the flap, and you could add and they gave you all the hardware. They gave you the control horns and the push rods. All you had to supply was your servo, and then, you know, just cut the foam. And I have that plane. It flies great. It's a great little airplane. Well, then they discontinued it and waited about a year, and then they brought it back. The same airplane, slightly different. They changed the bottom of the wing so you can't add retracts. They took that option away. I don't think you can add the flaps either. So basically, they made the bottom of the wing smooth. So you can either put fixed gear in it or no gear. But you can't put retracts in it. They took that option away. They also made the wing install backwards to the way this one did, since you couldn't buy the other wing and convert it. You know, they, originally it was 2 bolts in the back and 1 screw in the front, and now it's 2 bolts in the front and a screw in the back, something like that. It's some kind of, but they changed it so they're not interchangeable. But it's the same airplane. So, and they made a trainer out of it. So it came with the same receiver. It's not the same receiver as the Apprentice. It's the 636, but it works like the Apprentice. It had 3 modes. It's got, beginner, intermediate, expert. And it works exactly like the Apprentice. So now you can buy a Corsair Warbird and learn to fly off of it just like the Apprentice, which was very cool. And then they discontinued it. I don't know why. I mean, it's a brilliant idea. Why the hell wouldn't you keep it going? No, they discontinued it. So, what's the smallest plane I have? I have a tiny little, from Hobby King, Scout. It's a small little seaplane or gear. It came with both floats and wheels. I've got the floats on it. It's a 2S, I think, maybe 3S, but I think it's a 2S. The wingspan's only about this big, like a foot. It's a real tiny little. It's cute as hell though. It's a really cute little airplane. That's why I bought it. It was on sale, one of their Super Saver sales a few years ago. And I bought it just because I thought it looked cool. It's called the Scout. It looks like a cub, basically. But it's called the Scout. That's the smallest thing I own. Next to these UMXs, which some of the UMXs are about the same size. The Mustang's about the same size as it. The Timber's bigger than the Scout. But yeah, that's the smallest thing I own that flies. I mean, I've got all kinds of little die-cast planes, but I'm sure you're talking about anything that flies. And that's the smallest thing I have that flies. The biggest thing I have that flies, well, overall size, I'd say that the T-28, the 2,000 millimeter T-28. Wingspan-wise, it's my Cessna 150. That's got the biggest wingspan, other than a glider. I'm not counting a glider. I got a 12-foot glider, but, that's not a, the wing's only, this big, but it's 12 feet long, So, yeah, I'm not counting that. But, yeah, the Cessna's 2,100 millimeters to the T-28, which is 2,000, but if you put the two planes next to each other, the T-28 looks 10 times bigger. I mean, it's freaking huge compared to the Cessna. That's the biggest thing I own. Next to this P-40 I just bought. And technically, actually, I think the P-40 is the same size as the T-28. But the T-28 is still bigger. The fuselage is bigger around. It's just that's a big damn airplane. God damn, that thing's huge. I love that thing. God, it's a beautiful airplane. And they're not kidding. The bigger it gets, the better it flies. Man, nothing flies better than that plane. I mean, overall, just easy, beautiful, gorgeous flying. There's just nothing better than it. It just flies amazing. It's so stable, and it looks so real in the air. It's just amazing. So that's the big to the little. And yeah, the Scout would fit inside the T-28 easy. I mean, literally, I could take the hatch off and set the Scout in there with the wing on, I think. And close the lid. Might have to take the wing off, but the fuselage, and then to set the wing in next would easily fit in there. Easily. No problem. Piece of cake. Even with the floats on it, it would fit in there. So, yeah, it's, that's the big, the little to the big, for sure. I don't even think, that plane I bought from that balsa plane,
It's a fiberglass fuselage, balsa built up wing, PC9, I think it is. It's the same thing. Yeah, if you've watched any of the stuff from Null in the Fall, where James was flying his Black Horse red with the Royal Canadian Air Force, not the little jet, not the Red Arrow jet, but the turboprop, big canopy, monster airplane. It's the same airplane. I think it's the exact same airplane. I think I bought it from Banana Hobbies, but I'm pretty sure it's the Black Horse. It looks identical to the one James was flying at Null in the Fall. So, but I don't think that wingspan's as big as the. I think the plane's bigger as far as the length of the fuselage is bigger than the T-28, but the wing's not bigger. So those are the biggest things I have. I don't think I have anything bigger than that. I've got a big. Where did I put the fuselage? Is that it? Oh, it's over there. It's like a, it's just one of those old SIG, like the, well, it's a Telemaster. It's a giant Telemaster, but I don't think it's in 2,000 millimeter wing. I mean, it's big, but I don't think it's that big. Where's the wing at? Can I get to the wing? I don't know where it is. No, I don't see the wing. I don't know where I put the wing. I'm just gonna grab the wing and stand it up, but I don't see it. I don't think it's any bigger than the T-28 though. So I have a few big airplanes, but nothing crazy big. Different planes have a different presence. As far as size. Not just wing. The Cessna 150, the Z Carbon Z has definitely got the longest wingspan. But when you're looking at the plane, it doesn't look that big, especially when it's just sitting on the ground. It really doesn't have that big of a appearance. Not like the T-28. That thing just looks massive. I mean, Christ, the fuselage is like this big around. I'm not kidding. I mean, it's way bigger than this. This thing is big. But it don't look anywhere near as big as, the T-28 looks way bigger than this. It's rounder, so, and it gets rounder, bigger as it goes back. The front's about this round, but it keeps getting bigger. So back here, it's like, it's like massive, big. It's crazy how big that thing is. So what else are we talking about here? Oh, it's called Gear Best instead of Banggood. Yeah, just do a search for Gear Best. You're going to see the same products, but slightly different. Like, for instance, I bought this drone. It was a drone. It was an, autonomous flight quadcopter, a drone. Off-brand name, I forget the name of the damn brand. It was some screw. It was only $100. And it was the size of a Phantom 4, Phantom 3 or a Phantom 4. It was the same. It looked just like it was copied by it. It had a lot of the same looks. They had little red stripes on the legs, just like the Phantom. They were copying a Phantom.
And it had everything. Return to home, you know, all that. It did all that crazy stuff for $100. Came with a battery and everything. It was really cool. And it used, the reason I bought this thing, not only because of how cheap it was and everything, but it used regular 2200 batteries. I mean, a regular standard 2200 3-cell battery would slide right in this thing. You just slide it in, close the hatch. The only thing that was different was the plug, the kind of plugs they use. So I made an adapter to, you know, and it was perfect. So I could use all my 2200 batteries in it, and it would fly for 20 minutes on that 2200. So all around it was just a great little, you know, drone. And I think they still sell it, or one of the versions of it. So the one that GearBest sold, where's where I bought mine, was $100, and it came with a GPS in it. You know, so it would do the return to home and all that, right? Well, Banggood was selling the same thing for like $3 cheaper, but it was the version without the GPS in it. So it wouldn't do return to home or any of that crap because it didn't have a GPS in it. Well, I told everybody at the field, because I sold a shitload of those too, man. Everybody, what I would do is I'd take it out there and demo it. You know, I'd take it off and I'd fly it out of sight, you know, till it was gone. And then, oh my God, aren't you worried you're going to lose it? No, and then I just set the transmitter on the ground, right next to where it's going to land. And they said, what are you doing? I said, it's coming home. Well, how do you know? Trust me, it'll be back. Watch. And here it comes. You know, it's up about 400 feet. It's zooming on back. It hovers right above us, and then it comes right down and lands right next to the transmitter. Boom. You know? And they were like, oh my God, it was $100? And they all ordered it. So they all bought one. Well, one guy didn't buy it from GearBest. He bought it from Banggood. He got the one without the GPS. And he comes out to the field, and he's complaining, I can't make this thing work. And I'm like, well, you know, let me look at it. And as soon as I looked at it, I said, you bought the wrong one. What do you mean? It looks just like yours. I said, no, there's no GPS in this. Well, it's got the dish on the top. Yeah, that's just there for looks. That's not the GPS. They just put that on there to make it look cool. It doesn't do anything. That's not the GPS. You don't have a GPS in this. Well, how do you know? Because mine says GPS right on it. Yours doesn't. Oh. So I said, send it back. He tried to convince me that the ad that he bought it from said it had a GPS. And I said, well, if it does, then send it back. You know, because they lied. It doesn't have GPS in it. That's why it won't do anything. Because it doesn't have GPS. So I said, send it back. So I don't know what he ended up doing, but you know, he was upset that it didn't work, and I said, I told you to buy it from GearBest. I know. So, but anyway, yeah, GearBest has been much better than Banggood. So I haven't, since Banggood screwed me over on that other thing, I haven't bought anything from Banggood. I'm done with them. There's another company you can buy if you're looking for like cameras and you know, that kind of stuff for FPV. There's a place called Surveillance Zone, I think is what it's called. You know, it's surveillance, like, you know, surveillance zone. Another great place to buy some RC stuff that's FPV related. I don't remember if they sell drones or not. They probably do, but I haven't been on their site in quite a while, so I'm not sure. But GearBest I was on recently, just seeing what they had on sale for Christmas. Well, for Black Friday. Didn't see anything I couldn't live without. But the drone I had bought from them was called an X, the letter X, 16, not F16, an X 16. And there were 3 versions of it. The with GPS, no camera, without GPS, no camera, or maybe there were only 2 versions. Yeah. It did come with a camera. And then they had an X21, which was black. Same exact quad, but it came with the camera. On a gimbal, I think. And it was about $100 more. Actually, it was more than that at first, but it came down. So the price the X21's at now, the last time I looked, is a better deal. I would probably buy the X21 if I was going to buy another one, because it comes with the camera now, and you get all the features you had before plus, because with the camera now it's expecting you to be videotaping, so it came with the follow me feature and the circle me feature, where you can actually put it into follow me and it follows the transmitter. So wherever you walk with the transmitter in your hand, it just follows the transmitter. And the other one is if you want to circle me, you set it into that motion, and what it does is it goes out so many feet from the transmitter again and then flies around it in a circle with the camera pointed in. So it's actually facing in with the camera but flying sideways around you. So it just keeps going around in circles with the camera pointed at you. So you get 2 more functions, plus the return to home and all the other cool stuff, if you buy the camera version. And originally the camera version was way too expensive. I think I paid $106 for the X16, and the X21 at that time was like $290. And I'm like, for a camera, no, I'm not paying that extra $190 to get I think a $50 GoPro copy. No, I ain't gonna do that. So I didn't. But now, the last time I checked, I think the X21 was like $149, and I don't even think they had the X16 anymore. I think that's gone. But they had the X21, but it was a little bit more, but it came with the camera. So I thought, well, that's a good deal. So, but yeah, check out GearBest. It's been way better than Banggood for sure. Yeah, this is Good Morning with Regis and Kathy Lee. I have to bring the X out here, put her right here, and she'll be Kathy Lee, and I'll be Regis. LA Express, I have been on that site. I have not bought from them. I haven't found anything. They got a lot of cool stuff on there, but I hadn't found anything that I couldn't live without. I didn't see any that kill. I mean, when I found that X16 for $107, with all everything it did, it had the brushless motors and all that, and the 20-minute flight time, and I was like, holy Christ, I gotta buy this thing. Holy shit. And it's identical to a Phantom. It looks exactly like it. Size-wise, it's white. It's got the red hashes on the legs. And they were copying it. The body was slightly different. The body looked better on the cheapy one I bought than on the Phantom. It had a more Star Wars kind of canopy-looking body, and then it had a radar dish on top, which was the GPS. Supposed to be the GPS antenna. It wasn't the antenna, it just looked like one. And that's where everybody went wrong when they bought the wrong one. They thought they were buying a GPS because it had the disc on it. Well, the disc is just there for looks. It doesn't do anything. And yeah, so I had bought a lot of stuff from Banggood, and then after they pulled that childish bullshit, I had never bought anything more from Banggood. I don't even go to their website anymore to look at their shit. I'm just not, they're like Hobby King. Yeah, if you're going to be childish and treat me like a child, then I don't want to do business with you. So, so that's why I don't buy from Hobby King and I don't buy from Banggood. So, I haven't even. Last January, it was a year ago, I think, I bought the DC3 from Hobby King. Because I was looking everywhere for it, and so the last resort I looked there, and they had one left. I got the last one. Other than that, I haven't been on Hobby King's website in years. I don't even go there to look because I don't want to look. I don't even want to be tempted to buy from them because I know I'm just going to be disappointed. I know I'm just going to get pissed off that what I got isn't what I thought I was buying. I paid too much money and it's a piece of crap and they're not going to do a damn thing about it. And yeah, so I don't even go there anymore. I don't go to I haven't been to Banggood in years. Yeah, I don't even go there. I don't care what they're selling. I don't want it. Oh, so you bought that from Gear Best, that Hudson? Yeah, yeah. It's yeah. Gear Best's been pretty good. I haven't had any complaints with them. I still buy from them when they have something I want. I like I go there and look. I don't go to Banggood and look, but I'll go to Gear Best and look. So we're over 9 hours on that clock, and I know that's at least 30 minutes wrong. So this has been a nine and a half hour show. That's fantastic. I can't believe it. You guys are crazy. I can't believe you guys want to sit here and watch me talk for 9.5 hours. Oh, that's hilarious. I hope I make, I hope this stuff's interesting. The cars I brought out and this little guy here, I think is pretty cool. It scares the hell out of me how fast it is, but not. Again, it's not scary fast as in like, oh my god, I'm going to crash it. It's scary fast. I'm afraid it's going to fly away because it's so little that before you can blink, it's gone. You can't see it. Oh my god, where'd it go? It's gone. It's not like 200 mile an hour scary fast. It's just that it's so goddamn little. I'm just afraid I'm going to lose it. I'm afraid it's going to fly away because I can't see it. That's that's what's scary. Not that it's so fast I can't fly it. It's got the stabilization and it flies perfect. I fly that. As a matter of fact, I took my Aptera file in my radio, in my Tranus, and just copied it and renamed it F-27. And it flies exactly like my Aptera did. You put it in stabilization and it flies itself. It's just stable as can be, easy as fly, easy to launch. I don't even think it's got handholds here, but I think what I did, if I remember right, I think I threw it and then throttled it. I think. Because the stabilization, if you put it in safe, I guess you'd call it safe mode, it's just a glider. You throw it and the stabilization immediately wants to level the airplane. If it's going up, it's going to bring it down. If it's going down, it's going to bring it up to level. And then you just hit the throttle and it flies off. So, no, I don't weather my planes. I'm not a fan of that. I do like... How do I put this? I've seen weathered planes I like. I really admire the work that people put into it to do the weathering, because it's an art for sure. It takes a lot of good skill to weather an airplane to where it looks good, looks real. But personally, I like a nice, clean, shiny, new-looking airplane. I don't like weathered airplanes, so I generally don't weather my planes. I have not weathered any of my planes yet. I have considered weathering a couple of them, but never did it. If I did a weathering job, the only thing I would do it on is like this P-40 or a Corsair. That's probably about it. I wouldn't do it to a jet. I don't believe that the Air Force or the Navy would let a jet get... Well, I've seen some Navy planes that look pretty bad. I don't know what the hell they do, but they aren't polishing airplanes for sure. because I've been to some airplane shows, some air shows that, they've had an F-14 sitting there, and it's got oil all over it, dripping, it just looked nasty. And, I don't want my plane to look like that. I don't care if it looks real or not. I don't want my plane to look like that. It looks terrible. So I would never weather a jet. But I might, World War II planes, because of where they were flying that shit out of, got pretty beat up. The dirt runways and shit. So, yeah, a weathered Corsair, like, the Black Sheep Squadron planes, because they were land-based and yet, they were flying off dirt. And so a Corsair from that era would look good. One of the Chinese P-40s, the Flying Tigers, again, flying off dirt, yeah, I could see weathering that maybe. I wouldn't weather a Mustang, even though I know that, like, the Tuskegee guys were flying off dirt runways in Italy and shit. I just don't want to weather a Mustang. I like them clean. So it would be a very, very small list of planes that I would even bother to weather if I decided to weather one. But not, like this P-40 and the Corsair, I would consider weathering those. Other than that, I can tell you nothing I own I would want to weather. Not even this. Now this, after I fly it, because of some of the damage it's gotten on it already, falling off the table and shit, it's getting all beat up and I haven't even finished putting it together. I might start weathering this one just to cover up all the hanger rash that I put on it, just trying to put it together. So we'll see. I can tell you I won't weather it right away. But I might end up deciding to fix some of the scar marks I put on it and then weather it to cover them up. To make them look like they're not patches, but more like weathering. So that might happen. We'll see. I haven't made that decision yet. So, but yeah, I'm just not a big fan of that. I appreciate the work they do on it. Trust me. I mean, when I see someone that's done a great job weathering a plane, I love it. Man, that looks really good. But, and I can do it. I mean, I've done it on plastic models before. I can airbrush and do all that cool stuff. But on my RC planes, I like them clean. I like them to look. That's why I clear coat them and shine them up. And I like my stuff to look new and fresh, not old and weathered. I'm just not a big fan of it. I appreciate the work it takes to do it, but I just definitely not a big fan of it. I just got up and got to listen to some idiot all morning. Really? Who is it? What's his name? I want to watch him too. I love idiots. Tara, are you the only one here that's been here for the whole thing, really? Is Brian still here? Did he? No, I think Brian finally left. Yeah, I know Brian was here for a long time. Hey, Jeff just got here. Hey, Jeff. Yeah, we've been going all night, 9.5 hours. In your face, Josh. Oh, I was not expecting this tonight at all. I really wasn't. I had no plans to do this. This was not my idea because I knew it was going to be cold. And now I'm getting cold. So I'm going to call it here pretty quick because I'm getting cold now. My feet aren't cold, my legs aren't cold, but my chest area is getting cold. My ears are starting to get cold. Now I'm feeling it in my ears. So it must be getting damn cold out here because I'm kind of getting cold. So we've accomplished the mission. If that was your mission, guys, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, we now have the record again. Wasn't trying for that, but I'll take it. And this is definitely going to help my watch hours for sure. You know, that just brings me one step closer to the I guess whatever they call it. You know, I hit the 1,000 mark, but now I have to hit 4,000 hours. Fuck, I don't know. Well, I don't know how that's going to happen, but we'll see. You started at 9:15, yeah? Well, you were here from the beginning there. Yeah, so it's yeah, it's been yeah, you've been here the whole time. You win. You're the winner. So that's cool. Good, you're getting tired. Yeah, me too. I'm not so tired as much as cold. Now I'm just getting cold. It's just now, though. I mean, I haven't been cold all night. But now, for some reason, I guess, you know, just because the sun's about to come up, I'm getting cold. I'm actually feeling it here a little bit, and my ears are starting to get cold. And my ears never get cold, so it must be cold in here. You know, I'm not feeling it anywhere else, but you know, the signs are starting to tell me it must be cold in here. So I think I'm gonna call it. We're gonna shut this one down. I'm gonna go get warmed up, go get some sleep. Got a lot of work to do on this today. I'm gonna try to get the P40 done today. I have been documenting that, so there's gonna be a nice build video for you guys to watch. So being pretty thorough too, so it should be a good one. Which was the plan, because nobody's done a build video on this plane. So I figured somebody needs to do a good one to, you know, so people can see what you need to do to make this plane right. So that's what I'm trying to do. So I've been taking my time, been working 12-hour days, I haven't been able to do shit, but I'm off today, so I'll go get a few hours sleep to get recharged, and then I'm going to get on this thing and see if I can't get it finished today. So let me shut this thing down. Thank you guys so much. I'm so glad you're here. Thanks for all the subscribing. You know, it got me to the 1,000. I'm at 1,003, I think. So that's fantastic. Really happy about that. Yeah, you're getting hungry. Yeah, I am too, especially after Farmer started talking about his breakfast wrap, his farmer wrap. I might actually run up to the corner and get one from the 7-Eleven up here, the Circle K up at the corner. So, all right, guys, go to bed, go to sleep, go drink your coffee, watch the rerun. That helps too. I can definitely use the watch hours, and we'll see you probably in a few hours at. I guess Colin will be doing a show first before Dave's show, and he was here earlier tonight, so we'll see you all in Colin's show at around 7. I think he does his, maybe 8, and then Dave said 8 or 9. Dave wasn't sure. So we're gonna see Dave at either 8 or 9, I don't know, so we'll see, but I'll see you guys later tonight. All right, talk to you later. Have a good night, have a good morning. Oh, look at Thomas Hanger just. Oh, so have you been here all night and you've been this quiet? So we had a lurker who's saying good night. Well, good morning, good night, Thomas. Thompson's Hanger. Well, glad you finally said hello. We'll see you later. All right, guys, we'll see you later.